Flying airplanes into buildings every time I turn around. Something else is going wrong. Yeah, tell me what the hell is going on. Scared to read my paper, I can't watch TV. The world's getting way too crazy for me. Every time I turn around, another poor child is gone. Hey, people, what the hell is going on? Keep your doors off, locked up real tight, don't let your children get out of your sight. Oh boy, the good old days are gone. Won't somebody please tell me what the hell is going on?
You get one more because I just need about one more minute. Here you go.
Snakeskin hanging from a willow tree. All the birds flying out to sea. The sky's the furthest thing from blue, and all that means is whatever it means to you. A horseshoe hanging on your front door. You break a mirror and you're 7 years poor. If you cross your eyes and you dot your T's, all that means is whatever it means to me. Well, you crack that pack of cigarettes, turn the first one around, and if you see Abraham Lincoln, you pick him up off the ground. You got a rabbit foot in your pocket and a cross on your rear view, and all that means is whatever it means to you. If the sun shines on a rainy day, you hold your breath when you pass a grave. Oh, and if knock on wood is all you can do, all that means is whatever it means to you. Well, you pack that pack of cigarettes, turn the first one around, and if you see Abraham Lincoln, you pick him up off the ground. You got a rabbit foot in your pocket and a cross on your rear view, and all that means is whatever it means to you. Stories told in all these songs don't sound the same to everyone. Some you hear, some you see, and all that means is whatever it means to me. Not all are real, but all are true. All they mean is whatever they mean to you. Well, you pack that pack of cigarettes, turn the first one around, and if you see Abraham Lincoln, you pick him up off the ground. You got a rabbit foot in your pocket and a cross on your rear view, and all that means is whatever it means to you. Well, whatever it means to you. The snakeskin hanging from a willow tree, and all the birds flying out to sea.
So what's up, everybody? Hopefully y'all are having a good day. Uno momento. I can get my camera on, and I said, bam, I'm trying to get situated. I don't know, man. I just got on and figured I'd see what everybody was doing. Figured I'd get on for a little bit. Maybe vent. I don't know. I start seeing some people in chat, and it starts calming me down because they're mellow people. So all of a sudden I start feeling more mellow and shit. But I really was going to go off. I don't know. I'm about tired of stupid people, man. I'm just about really tired of stupid people. Get tired of saying the same shit. Get tired of the most ignorant crap. You know, you get argued about with the stupidest shit. I mean, literally stupidest shit, you know. Oh, I tie a shoe. Well, you're going to need the laces. No, I already tried that. That didn't work. And it's like, well, did you even know what the fuck you just said? Sorry. I'm sorry. Some of the stupidest shit, man. It's almost like people get, you know, I tell you what, all this AI talk, it's almost like people somewhere got implanted with some kind of retardo chip or something. And it's like, oh, well, you ate the wrong version of corn pops. No offense, corn pop 2.0. By the way, don't get your deuce mixed up in some of the lurking deuces that might be floating around. But man, fucking people. Oh, see there, I'm trying not to. I was really mad. I don't even know why I did this. I probably shouldn't even have done it when I was mad. I don't know. Didn't want to go out there and bitch at the chickens or bitch at Rudy. So it was like, well, shit, and I wonder what everybody's doing. Well, nobody was really on or nothing, so I couldn't listen or tune into anything. I stumbled across some stupid videos just thinking, okay, well, here, I'll just try to edit it. What? Are you out of your freaking mind? And then I'm listening to this shit, and it's, oh, yeah, and and it's like, wait a minute, you, what? Oh, my God. I don't know. And then it's rainy, it's cold as shit. Can't go outside and do a damn thing. So I'm a little pissed off about that because so yeah. I really don't give a shit about the country crap going on, because it's going to happen whatever happens until people change. Then all these titles and all these names, all these roles behind these people, then it's just going to continue to shit. So it's whatever. You get tired of that argument too. Oh, the lawyer's this, the doctor's this, the police this, the politician that. Well, that's funny because that's a person, a person, a person, and a person. Wow, the common denominator seems to be people. I don't know. So anyway, so welcome everybody. I see Hoot Owl, Huckleberry, Kiss Off. I saw Corn Pop, TT1, Tim, Snooks, Miss Bonnie. Saw Huckleberry. Sorry if I missed anybody. I mean, and I love it too, because I'm I'm the person around here with the spinal issue, and I literally will get people that will stay in like somewhere else and expect me to keep coming to them over the stupidest little thing. Oh, hey, what was that again? You put the fucking ruler on 1.25 inches. You know, it's that mark. Explaining a tape measure. My God, how complicated can that really fucking be? There's this little line. Well, we're going to say that's an 8. Oh, okay. Well, how come the next line's a little bit bigger? Well, because that's 2/8. So that makes a 1/4. What? Okay, let's do this slow. And it's like, see, now you understand 1 inch. Wait, what? And 5 minutes later, hey, what was that again? And it's like, I don't understand how is it one person is expected to fucking occupy their time and worry about everybody's bullshit when the people that need the answers don't even bother want to remember the shit? Hey, how do I do that again? What? Didn't I like already say this like 20 fucking times over 20 fucking years? And wait, what? Yeah. Well, my kids, I love my kids. The whole time they're growing up, really teenage years, they did the same shit that they do now. Ring, hey, how do I do this? Well, you're going to want to, well, I tried that. Really? Yeah, I tried that. Oh, well, then you might want to, well, no, I tried that too. And literally, well, everything out of your mouth, they tried. And it's like, so what'd you call for? I mean, you just literally apparently tried everything that came into my brain. So what the hell did you call for? Oh, because you actually didn't do a damn thing. So anyway. I'm pissed off about my chickens because my chickens are in the mud. I don't like my chicken. Oh, here's you a funny one. So I figured out my little hitch thing is going to work on the mower for pulling the chicken coop. It's just that I used a wooden dowel rod basically to create this little hitch because I have to find some 1.5-inch square tubing to make this little piece I need. But I got it over halfway moved before the fucking thing broke. Sorry, pardon my French, man. I'm just so wound up. I need to get up off that shit. That's why I did this, was to try to divert me from that. Otherwise, you sit and stew. The more you sit and think about shit that pisses you off, all you do is find reasons to get madder. Very seldom do you calm down. You usually just wind yourself up. And that's what I was doing. Man, hey, Miss Amy, Kim, Northern Sounds, what's up? Joe, Mr. David Devine, there you go, Mr. Calm Down. Everybody just calm down. See? Man, you deal with shit, and I got to learn how to shuck that stuff off. I tell you what, I'll throw an invite out. If anybody wants to come up, just shoot the shit. I figured I'd just get on for a little bit. Hey, who? What's up, C? Boy, I hadn't seen that name in a minute. What's up, Hans? Good to see you, brother. Man, I tell you, you know what, Hans? It's I guess it is that because it's almost like, you know, it's like when you try to save somebody that fucking went in the water and they don't really know how to swim and they're in panic mode and you keep telling just turn around, I got you, no, and they try to keep climbing on top of you and you just want to punch them in the mouth. You know, you kind of gotta whoop them just to help them, and it's like holy shit. And wow, had no idea that wasn't just in those circumstances. What's up, Shane? TJ. Yeah, between TJ and Bonnie, I hope y'all are staying warm. What's up, Grumpy? Sister Marie. Man, it's so good to see you, Sister Marie. I don't know, man. It was one of them days. Turmoil Thursday. When I was typing that in, I was like, you know, I started to actually listed something else, but I thought, no, that sounds too extreme, so I'll just go with the turmoil. But you know, it is frustrating because you try to you want to help somebody and they want the help, but they want the help their way. And it's like, well, then if you knew what to do, you wouldn't need help. So and then I'm going to start paying attention to chat, by the way. So we got Sharon says, good morning, rescue and chat. We got lots of rain here and very little ice, but expecting freeze temps tonight. Yes, ma'am, Sharon, more rain here. Still raining out there now. I thought I was doing good, moved my chicken coop because I saw it was supposed to rain. So I moved them, finally got them moved them. Boy, was that ever, I didn't do shit yesterday. I couldn't hardly even move. And, but then I got them over there. Well, hell, then it rained so hard yesterday and last night and so far this morning that, well, they ended up still in the damn wet shit anyway. So it's like, well, crap. TT1. Rescued has rained for 8 days now. When did Tennessee become Seattle? Well, I don't know. Is your Memphis turning into Portland? Just don't let that happen. Mad Shad, greetings from the Erie coast. Rescue, did you get any ice there? No ice. Lowest we got that I think was about 34, 35, right in there. That ice was right north of us. I was waiting. Matter of fact, I was watching that map, and since it had a little lean to it, I'm like, man, the tail end of that's probably going to catch us, but it kind of rose up. So it was nice. Excuse me. Bonnie says the power kept flickering, but it's still on, and I have water, no trees down, all is icy, but all is well. Cool. Tell you what, I can actually, I forgot I had that up, so I can put that up there. Hey, Miss Sharon number 2. Right, Joe? You can. You know what? I done so much sobriety shit and recovering and counseling kind of crap back in the day. And I know that you can only help those that want to help themselves. It's kind of the good old saying, you can only lead a horse to water. You can't make them drink. Although I got to say, sometimes you want to stick an enema up that ass and go ahead, this is what you got. And but that's frowned upon. What's up, Bug Out? Now there's a mist from the past. You got a day off, or is it lunchtime? I will say one thing about with the power. Bonnie brought up power, and I heard some other people that were saying. I looked up at some of the map. Matter of fact, you know what? Let me look at what that is right now. I wonder what the outages are with Encore. Oh, let's see. It ain't looking. Looks okay. I'm grateful because that's what I was going to say with the power, and I've said this before. Uh, is look at there. There's Corn Pop.
Morning, sunshine.
Well, what's up, buddy? We got Miss Bonnie coming up too. Hey, cool.
Up during the middle of the day, don't know what the hell to do with myself.
Popcorn says F you. I was
So
just looking at your icon.
I rescue corn
Hey, Miss
pop. You
Bonnie.
got out the pot.
Corn Pop done dropped it and moved on.
Yeah, we passed that. Yeah, we passed that. Everything went well.
Oh wow, looks like up around you, Bonnie. There is some good outages going. It's showing about 4,394 active outages, which is affecting about right at 150,000 customers.
Yeah.
And that was updated at 11:13, so right at 10 minutes ago.
Where is that
It's one
at?
thing I still got down in Texas, kind of central and East Texas.
You know, screwed up. Y'all are all the way down there in Texas, way down south. It's supposed to be hot as piss. I'm way up north with all the damn Yankees, and I don't have a bit of snow on the ground.
Shit's ass backwards, man.
It is, man. I
Imagine that.
swear, when I moved up here, like 6, 7, 8 years ago, whatever it was, I was like, finally, I moved up north. I'm gonna have like a real winter with snow and shit that you can actually do stuff in. It snowed one time, deep enough to do anything in like 6 years. That was like 15 inches, so that was cool. But all the other years sucked.
No, they shipped it down here.
I know, bull poop.
Man, it's a hell of a looking little stream too, dude. It come right across out. It's like they two systems met up and it's right there in the middle, and it's that band when you look at it.
Yeah, I thought Texas, the only place that's supposed to get cold, was out in West Texas in the Panhandle.
Yeah, usually it is.
That's cold as piss out there. Can be hot as piss too.
Elevation does a lot for them too. Like out there where Pete is, Roman Prepper, his elevation's up higher, which it's even higher up for Bonnie than it is for me. Hell,
Yeah.
dude, I think I'm only like 2,000 feet or something, 1,500 feet.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
I'm 1,100.
Oh well, then I'll have to look now.
Because
I might be lower.
yeah, because Chuck said he was like 300 elevation.
Well, now then I'm probably in between because him being over towards the Louisiana side and I'm more still in the Texas side. We didn't dip down into the swamps here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think it's going to hit him today. He said it was starting to sleet last night.
Yeah.
And
It
they were
looks like
saying that this warm thing is coming up from the Gulf, and I'm like, warm my foot. We just got over. We just got up to 34 degrees. It's been in the 20s.
I can believe it though. Think about it. I mean, it would not shock me come next Wednesday. We're sitting at 89 degrees. It would not shock me at all. That's Texas. Give it 5 minutes.
You think it's going to take till next week for that to happen? I thought that was like a daily change.
I think it's Monday.
Well, this one looks like it's dragging. This one, the system looks like it's dragging. Still got a tail that looks like it might last for a few more days.
Yeah.
What's up, Nikki? Monique? Constitutional Carpenter? Hawkeye? Moonchild?
Yeah, Monday it's going to be 70 degrees.
Awesome. Awesome.
It's crazy.
And then everybody's going to be sick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But see, that's really normal though, Corn Pop. You know, if you kind of like forget the past 2 years and kind of go back and kind of remember like 4 years ago and kind of go, oh, well, no, this is the flu season. This is because the temperature up, hot, cold, and people get sick. And it's just that for 2 years, everything has been,
Rona, yeah.
dude, and shit stirred, man. Everything's all confusing. That's up is down, down's up.
I mean, hell, the regular flu hadn't taken anybody out in a couple of years, has it?
No, we had
I
a
mean,
legitimate,
it was amazing.
shot
There
for
was
that.
no cases.
It depends on who you ask.
Mhm.
Grumpy Acres said it's good for us Texans. The cold will toughen us up.
Yes, sir. And I got you. All I'll say is everybody that has a thing about Texans whining about the cold, just come on down here this summer in about July. We'll keep you hydrated while you go, what in Sam hell with all this heat? We're in an oven. Oh my God. I can't even get out the front door.
Depending on which side of Texas you're in, if you're going to have to deal with the skeeters too or not.
G-Mall. But I was going to say about the power. See, there's one benefit to the co-op side of things, because being a co-op, you don't get manipulated like you do with those municipalities, because that's basically just no different than a corporation, because it's a shareholder running that electric grid, and it's what's best for the money. Where a co-op, everybody's a member, so everybody gets a say.
Yes.
So if they don't do shit right, it's actually, you know, I gotta say, kind of, if I just had to do some little dumbed down version, that's like a republic. It's kind of like, look, you guys are all hired to run that shit, but if you start acting up too stupid, we're gonna vote and change that shit, because we're all members. And it's kind of like being in America and all being a citizen. We just somehow sat here going, oh, I really can't say nothing. I don't get it. No, you got a voice. We just need to unify in those voices. But that's the benefit of a co-op. I got to think about that because I was watching some other people, and I watched some of the other systems because I used to handle those systems on the communication side. So I still have all access to the watching the systems. And so, man, people all up around your area, Bonnie and stuff, up and down around Wichita, Big Spring, San Angelo. See, that's all those municipality setups. You sit there and watch.
Why do they hang power lines instead of burying them everywhere?
Why do they what?
Why do they hang them up on poles and stuff instead of just burying them?
Well, some is
I'm sure there's got to be a reason. I've never worked in that area, so I don't know, but I'm sure there's a reason. But
a lot of it's money. I mean, that's because of where we've built to, the level of we've built to. So now it's like it's $1 million just to shoot underneath a highway. So just to give you an idea, we had to shoot a new underground underneath Interstate 45. So it's a typical interstate, you know, all the lanes get shit. Just to shoot under there, not like a ways away, but right there and underneath, because that was an active working interstate. It was a $1.1 million job.
Yeah, and you're going what at the most 300 foot.
Yeah, just to bore underneath that hot interstate, and it was all the surveying, all the permitting, all the bullshit, all the equipment. Yeah. Oh well, hell, if it had been a union thing, it would have probably been a $3 million job then.
Oh, absolutely. Taking 3 times as long too.
And that's the problem with a lot of areas, and it's greed. I've literally worked a head end, which is the main hub for like a cable or communication distribution thing, and literally saw a subdivision right on the other side of the chain link fence of that head end that had no service to that whole company's shit, the internet, the TV, communication, none of it, because the access to that was going to be too costly, and there wasn't enough active customers when they pulled that neighborhood that would sign up, and they said, it's not worth it.
Uh-oh.
Because that's what they'll do. They're going to weigh that membership. Who's going to sign up? So we're going to have this monthly. We're going to invest this much money to get that in there. How long is it going to before we get a return? Oh, no, that's going to take too long. We ain't going to do it. And next thing you know, you can be the dude across the street going, well, why can't I get internet? It's like, yeah, well, there was the line, and unfortunately, you're on the other side of it.
Better call Elon.
Right.
We do have a co-op here, thank goodness.
Oh, there you go, buddy.
And I just saw 7 deaths so far from the power outages.
I wonder how many of them are old and how many of them are just weak.
Well, and that's what I was going to say, or maybe homeless. I don't know.
Because, I mean, that kind of cold shouldn't. I mean, that's not. I mean, it's deadly, but it's not like, oh my God, deadly. It's very survivable.
But figure this, Cornpop. What if you were a dope head? You've been a dope head for quite a few years, so you haven't been nutritional whatsoever.
Yeah.
So your body's kind of on the weak side. Now you live on the street, and all of a sudden you didn't even think about this coming, and all of a sudden it's just on you. Oh, I could see some of these little underpass dwellers.
Oh yeah,
curling up and going.
That's what I was trying to say. I wonder how many of them had outlying issues.
Exactly.
Well, that's true too. Snowmageddon, we had, wasn't there like 70 to 90 deaths during that?
I don't know if there's more in there for y'all.
It was pretty high. But they were, a lot of it was stupidity. Going out into their garage and starting their car to get warm, but not opening the garage door.
How'd that work out for them?
Yeah. Or the parents that left their kid in the bed by themselves with no power. Well, no, you all pile up in the bed. Body heat does wonders. To me, a lot of it was just not using their brain, if they had one. I don't know.
That cold we got 2, 3, 4 weeks ago, whatever it was, that was a cold I've never experienced before, and I don't know if I want to really. Man, like negative 20 wind chill and stuff, negative 30. It was.
Yeah, I saw that.
That was ridiculous.
So y'all did have a friend in Georgia said it was 60 degrees there and sunny yesterday, and I'm like, shut up. The weather's just crazy all over the place, and it's opposite of what it should be. Did you hear about the Earth slowing down to go backwards? And I said, everything else is backwards. Why not?
I believe it.
Yeah, well, of course. No, that makes total sense because I don't think we've gotten to that episode of the Superman series yet. So we're going to need that story to come out. We're going to run backwards to rewind all this. And
was it ever on The Simpsons, though? If it's on The Simpsons, it's going to happen.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be funny if really the main story behind The Simpsons ends up being some CIA dude who just really has a passion to be a writer and he's always been feeding me storylines about shit?
He's the guy that's locked down in the basement guarding all the super secret stuff, never sees anybody.
Typing away, and he's like, oh, if they only knew.
Yeah.
I will say, and I'll probably, no, with you two, it won't be so bad, but I could say I will regret saying this out loud, I'm sure later, but I wonder sometimes if, like right now with this weather, and this is where I'm say this out loud, because this is a sincere thought though, because they keep playing around with some major shit. It's kind of like, you know, the CIS shit, the CERN stuff, the big, and I'm not, I'm just going off of like a basic thing. It's like you're trying to collide atoms, man. Don't tell me you're not having some rippling effect. You can't throw a pebble in a pond without it carrying out. I mean, so it's just simple. And you just wonder, it's like, are you testing so much shit? And then between that and now we have the raising conflict so that you have multiple type explosions going off. You have different shit happening. And it's like the atmosphere is going, well, okay, here, we'll do a little cleaning of the house.
I wish I
They
knew somebody or somewhere that like studied it, like could go back. Has this cycle ever hit? 100 years ago this happened, 200, 300, 400 years ago. Has this kind of thing happened? I can say in my 40 years of life, I've seen the seasons and weather shift. I mean,
Yeah.
but
Now, I
Yeah.
will
is
say,
it a cycle or is it something new going on?
I see this. I don't know. I'll have to look into that because I will say in my life, I don't remember it being like this. We've
No.
seen snow down here. We've had the light snow. We've had cold, but as far as the way it alternates with the
Yes.
rain and stuff, I don't know. This is a
And it
first.
and it seems like the seasons are pushed like 2 months to the right. Like
Yeah.
winter used to be like November to February. Now it's more like December to March, or.
And that's usually the way we are. And but I have seen this about every 10 years. I can remember, I think it was 84, we had 14 inches of snow and the rivers freezing over. I can remember that happening. So, and that takes a lot for a river to freeze because it's
Especially
moving.
down south.
Yeah. So it's not like, but I do know that that's going on. If you look at Stand Up Humboldt, she did a short, and what she showed in the sky is not any cloud we have ever seen. It's shaped like a tube going straight across there, and it's obvious it's not natural.
Well, and see now it's like with the weather because I saw where Amy said weather manipulation, and that's one reason why when I brought this up, and I'm not saying you, Amy, but I knew that because we've
Yeah.
been doing that. We used to have. You can read old stories from down here in the southwest of Texas of having guys that would come up and mix shit. Man, it was right there too, as I was sitting over there saying, it just kind of went poof. You can look it up though, it's real common stuff. But they would actually come in with like carts and set up in areas for towns to get water, and it was to create rain.
Oh, to make the rain dudes? Yeah, I've seen that.
I mean, so when you think about that,
But
it's like,
didn't the
well, we've been
government
through.
do that too?
Well, yeah, see now there,
Didn't
but
they?
that's the same thing as taking notes. We all take notes and we have our little notepads laying around our house, but then the government actually has a whole database on your ass about every moment of your life. So it's their version versus typical citizens version. So, but we've been messing with it though,
Yeah,
and
well,
you
they got
figure,
Since
cloud seeding.
1940.
Cloud seeding.
yeah,
Yeah.
when we got up in planes, all of a sudden we're like, okay, well, hey, we don't have to light this shit down here and wait for that. We can go up and drop this shit up in there. So and that's why I'm not knocking some of the rabbit holes could be totally true. So I'm not like saying that's wrong. I'm just on the common though.
Oh yeah,
So
I'm
like
with you.
that behavior we've been doing. So we've been messing with that. And we just do stupid shit as a human race. We come up with ideas. It's kind of like the atomic bomb. And we go, I don't know if we do it. Well, I don't know. Take it out there and let's see what happens. Oh, hell yeah, dude. That was explosive shit. And it's like, there we go. We got a bomb now. I mean, see, we do this stupid shit as a human race.
I don't know. I think when you start playing God, you're messing with something totally out there.
Well, you have to acknowledge. See, if you don't acknowledge that there is a God, then to you there is no boundaries, and so you become the God person.
Well, that's true too.
That's why I say, there's no big book on how to, not believe in God. All you have to do is just doubt it. There you go. There's a whole world ventured that way under
Well,
doubt. So,
I'll stay on this side of that world.
well, that's a behavior thing because you just look and now, man, everything gets done over. It's like you hear the typical phrase, follow the money, follow the money. Well, why do you follow the money? Because greed.
Yes.
Because of greed. We say power, and the only reason they want power is because they're greedy and they want more of whatever.
Hey, I'll be right back.
All right. What's up, Eric?
Oh,
But it just, you know, you,
to me, it's looking like they're heading for total control.
hey, Vaughn. What's up, Vaughn? Eric? Now, there it is, brother. I hadn't seen you in a minute.
Fine, Eric. Benjamin, Hoot,
Well, you know, and I will say,
Manchester.
because, oh, wow. Apparently, the outages are going up because that ice shit's right up on around the Fort Worth, hopefully over that Just Josh, because I think people said he lives in Dallas, Fort Worth,
I know it.
DFW. But that whole Abilene, Fort Worth, Plano, Wichita Falls, that whole little triangle right now is nothing but blue and purple.
Yeah.
And I just noticed that the customers went up to 151,250. So they're just got another 1,500 people out of power.
Goodness. I know Dallas got hit hard all around in there. TJ Katz.
Well, see, now this is just doing the lines working outside so much. To me, cities, that's the worst because the concrete and the steel, once they get in a concentrated area, they act like an ice cube if they've been cold for too long. So then it just makes it worse. Lines start to get a little bit of dew and it'll create a damn half-inch thick layer of ice on a line. And
Yes.
it'll just be over. Oh, all right, got you, Cornball.
My car is an ice block right now.
I had to make a change,
Yeah.
come off the phone, go to the computer. Or I'm going to sit there and smoke a pack of cigarettes while talking to you if I don't get away from them.
I'm waiting for mine to be delivered. I'm about going nuts. Bring me my cigarettes. They're going to make me get out in this. I know it.
I'm a bad influence.
I got to have my cigarettes. Well, I do have bags of tobacco that I've been prepping.
I had that argument with my doctor a month ago. She was bitching at me about smoking. I was like, listen, that's like 30 years. That's my Xanax. You know, I get pissed off, I can go have a cigarette. I can calm down. I need to think about something, I can go have a cigarette and calm down. I eat supper, I can go have a cigarette and enjoy it. And it's not something I just want to up and quit.
Yep.
Oh yeah, you definitely. You know, I will say, I smoked for 35 years, and I can say it really. There's no magical shit. It'll be when you want to quit, then that means you're wanting to quit. So whatever you find, that's gonna work. Whether it's popping peppermints in your mouth, a vape, knit
I've been
gum.
messing with it here lately. It's to the point, like I said, I don't want to quit. I kind of know I need to quit. So I've been messing with quitting on. Doc gave me chance to shit. I was like, I don't want that shit. I'm not going to take it. But I've done it a night or two here and there, go to work and just not get any cigarettes and make it all night without a problem. It's just, like I said, I just don't want to.
Yeah.
I've quit before. I've quit for a year before. But as soon as that reason hit the door, she was out of the picture. I went and bought a pack of Marlboro Reds and fired every one of them.
Still and true. That's the way it was with me.
Hey, dude, I remember I did that with this surgery right here. They replaced half my cervical, and so when they first did the surgery, of course, couldn't smoke because you're all in the hospital. Come out, not supposed to smoke. I'm going, okay, it's my throat. Well, then I go for the sutures, and oh wait, there's a problem, so they had to go back in to adjust a screw. Well, then whenever that time, I said, okay, no. And the minute they did, I come out the doors and turned down the sidewalk. It was like, hey, where's that at? Give me a cigarette.
Yeah.
But that was then. Me, I vape now. I just had to find something for my hand to mouth when I was thinking. Anytime I went to think about something or kind of go, damn, that was my habit because I had smoked my whole life doing it. Shit, I'd burn a cigarette and not even smoke the damn thing. But if I was working on something, that thing had to be hanging out of my mouth. I just didn't feel like I was working then.
That hand to mouth thing is something because in between the cigarettes, those vanilla wafers are going
Yep, got to be doing something. Oh, by the way, everybody, don't forget to go to the top and choose live chat instead of top chat so you're current in the conversation.
They don't have that. They changed the wording on it now. What the hell they changed it to?
Corn pop
top messages and all messages.
Oh, what?
if you're single, Corn Pop.
What?
You're being asked
Nah.
if you're single.
Sorry, Hoot. You gotta look, buddy. She might fight you. I don't know why, but she keeps coming back.
So yours says what?
When you used to, you could hit the live chat and whatever. When you hit that now, mine's telling me you either get top messages, which show most messages without potential scam, or all messages, which show all of them.
Oh wow. Mine still
I guess
shows.
they updated it. I don't know. I just noticed it today. I ain't really been on here in a week or two.
Mine still says live chat, top chat, but
Oh.
somebody else said something about a change, and I was like, well, I hadn't seen that.
Huckleberry, being all negative, stop that. My grandma, she smoked all her life. She passed when she was 86, still smoking. She wasn't carrying an oxygen bottle.
My grandpa did too. Smoke when he was in short pants up until probably about 10 years before he died. He finally quit, but he was on the oxygen, but it wasn't from smoking. It was he worked on the railroad, back when they did. He worked on steam locomotives when he first started way back when for the little short line local railroad thing, and they used asbestos to insulate the boilers on it. So he spent years and years and years breathing in that asbestos, and that's what finally got him. It was like 6 years later. He damn near lived to be 90.
That was one of those brilliant moments in our history where we thought, hey, this is some really cool shit.
This seems like a good idea. Let's use this.
Yeah.
Man, look, this is so useful. We can do everything with this. We'll put this everywhere.
Yeah, he said they just get big handfuls of it and slap the shit on those boilers to insulate it, pack it in.
Well, dude, think about it too, because we used it in all refineries and type shit. We used it in house building. We used it in
Navy
furniture
strips,
building. It's like everywhere you go with this shit.
I mean, you used to have lead paint too.
Right. I don't know that that's still so bad because I still have a piece of a number 2 pencil stuck in my hand from being a little kid trying to do a jump when I had the pencil stuck in my back pocket. It's like, oh, I'll do that. And it stabbed in my hand. Yeah. Still got it there and didn't hurt me.
I got one in my hand too.
Well, and that's it. We've all been so many things. I know a guy at 37 years old, lung cancer, passed away, and he painted cars. It's just.
Well, we have a habit, I think, as a society that we try to single things out to make that the blame. When it's a collective, it's like a big bowl of soup.
Well,
I mean, I've literally landed on a platform offshore, and I could have sworn for the first few years after this happened, I go, oh yeah, I'm probably going to die any given time now because we landed. I walked over to a tool cabinet. I saw a drip coming off of a ball valve on a tote. And I said, oh shit, I wonder who loosened that. And I grabbed this pipe wrench, and just as I squatted down in front of it and I touched it, the whole thing snapped right off, shot me in my face, up my nose, in my eyes. That was benzene all over me. And for years, I used to even laugh, make jokes for a while because, oh man, talk about Union Pacific went into panic mode. It was like, holy shit. And see, just goes to show you my thinking. I've kind of been I'm just one of those weirdos all my life. So like when that happened, I could have probably I would have been sued. Hell, I'd have been sitting here as a millionaire. I mean,
right.
That was Union Pacific Railroad.
We didn't think about suing back then.
I didn't. I really was just like, no, man. I mean, I can get back to work. I think everything's fine. I mean, you just, you sure? Here, go ahead and go home. We're going to send you in for a little bit. Take some time off. Well, okay, whatever. And then I would just joke about, one day I'm going to go take a piss. It's going to come out neon green. Well, guess what? Here I am, 60, and not a damn thing ever happened.
So the species has evolved into being able to handle stuff like that, to turn it into the type of people that are coming up now. It's going, that's not going to turn out well for them. These little weak people drinking their little soy lattes.
Well, there you go with the ones that when this ice shit comes through and it's like, oh, well, the weak fall off, and that the weak will be the ones that are being, well, wait a minute, who's supposed to take care of it? Nobody. You got to get up
But
and do
we're
something.
also, I would say the number of dumb people, weak people, has quadrupled in the last 50 years because people don't die anymore. Modern medicine and everything's so damn good that you got all these people that 50 years ago wouldn't have made it past 10 or living into old age now. Which good on them. I don't want nobody to die, but I mean, sometimes you
No,
got
if
to
you
cold
did some
hurt a
kind
little
of
bit.
time warp, if you took this society right here, this 330 million people, and went, let's go back to 1850. Oh, dude, 200 million are falling over right there, just by like,
What do you mean, no Starbucks?
no McDonald's? Wait, what?
As I drink
Where's
an
my
iced coffee.
AC? Where's the heater? Chop wood? Are you out of your mind? That's what kind of gets me about city. See, I'm not knocking nothing. So anybody that lives in a city, don't get personal. So, but city life,
I live in the city.
when growing up, my mom was in the outskirts of the Houston area, so in that city, but my dad was country down in the south. So I was used to the woods, and then I just go visit. But I got to say, I never had any inclination when I got grown to ever go back to there. And she even ended up moving from there out to here, and so I just never. And I got to say, I could sit here and run that through my head going, well, okay, if I lost the house, what would I do? And it's like, I'm not going to the city. I go build a damn tent in the woods somewhere.
Yeah.
I just, concrete jungle, dude. That's just shoulder to shoulder shit. But then again, you look at how many people go for the convenience. Hell, dude, we have Uber now.
I'm just as
Oh
guilty
my
of it.
God. You couldn't have told me that we would have had when I was growing up, that when I got grown, we were going to literally have people that will deliver your meal to you.
I mean, I admit I got sucked into it over the last couple of years. I've been trying to not be like that. Make an effort to not be the 21st century society, whatever you want to call it. Be more self-reliant, whatever. And just realizing how much shit I got sucked into it. The hell with doing food. I can just run down the grocery store, buy what I need. I ain't worried about whatever because I can just run down the store 24 hours a day.
Yeah, there's a lot of convenience that we depend on that, but at the same time, thankfully, my grandmother taught me how to do things if need be. And y'all, everybody in YouTube, boy, I've learned so much from y'all. Alternative heat was like the first thing I was looking for after Snowmageddon.
Yep. Hey, Milky.
10 ways to start a fire and all kinds of stuff.
Well, yeah. Well, my little catering to the social media thing, y'all, it's been awesome meeting everybody. And I said that before. It's even the wild ones in the beginning. It got me out of a really dark place. So I'm more than grateful.
Yes. That's what we're talking about, doing a giveaway in appreciation for everybody. Chuck and I are working on it, and more details later. But cool prizes.
There you go.
It'll be fun.
What kind of flatbread you talking about in between? Are you talking about like the Native American flatbread? No, it's fry bread. Never mind. Y'all ever had fry bread? Indian tacos?
Yes.
Fry bread is just dough. It's fried in grease, and it's like a big fluffy tortilla, I guess, best way to describe it. But
they're like sopapillas?
Yeah, I guess kind of. But they're thick. They're dense. It's like a mix between a pancake and a tortilla, I guess. Not really pancake. A roll and tortilla, I guess, be the best way to describe it. I don't know. But they're amazing. It's just bread. But get them out when they're hot. Put a little butter and honey on it. Yeah.
Yeah, I love the puff tacos. Where you,
The Indian tacos. I was
Yeah.
thinking.
Hey, big chap.
the tortilla and the grease.
In a little bit, I'm going to work.
Hey, what's up, Scott Pilot? Hey, kiss off. How are the puppies, by the way? Now, who are you talking about now, kiss off? The bitchiest funny person. Look, got them all talking about food now. Now you got G-Ma talking about strawberry freezer jam on fry bread. About 20 more minutes and everybody's going to be going to make some
It'd
lunch.
be lunchtime.
Say when, bro. Come at me, bro. Oh, my wife damn near died out laughing because I was outside and I was Jimmy rigging this little dowel rod hitch thing on the mower to move that coop. And because there was still some feed in the old spot of where it had been, this blackbird come landing, and he wasn't but about 8 feet from me. And I was sitting there and I was bent over like this, and I looked over at him, and when I did, he started cawing and shit at me. And I laughed and I said, "Come at me, bro." She damn near fell out laughing, going, "What?" And I said, "Oh my goodness," but he just looked like he was gonna be a badass. It's like, dude, I'll take this wooden dowel rod and knock your ass out. Come at me, bro. Don't tase me, bro.
Don't tase me, bro.
Big chat. Yeah, last night after all that craziness, I went over to Steve's and watched karaoke. I was like, get out of this.
So, would you have trolls?
What I miss?
Huh?
So what
Did you have
craziness?
trolls or something? What craziness? Yeah.
Oh, YouTube drama. As
Surely not.
YouTube
No.
turns, you know.
Wait, hold on now. We can't go with this misinformation because there's no drama on YouTube. There's policies and there's
No.
terms and conditions and stuff that prevent all that.
I was just sitting there laughing, listening to some of it, and I just said, you know, we've got
Was
some
it
big
was it a
problems.
troll thing? Did you
Huh?
have trolls? Did you have trolls in chat or something?
No, it was just people going off. I guess it was rant night. I don't know what it was.
Oh.
But I was just sitting there thinking, we have got really big problems if we can't get along right here in the computer world.
We all gonna die.
Yes.
I said that months and months and months ago. I said, I don't know about all this collective shit. Hell, you can't even get 100 people in a YouTube channel to get along.
There you go. Oh, happy day.
Oh, it kind of makes you want the balloon to go up just so we can kill off a lot of dumb people.
Do you know what I do?
Like I said, I'm stuck. I'm not stuck in the city, but in the city. So
You know what I do? If somebody's irritating me on my panel, I thump their little icon thing or their face sitting there. Just thump the screen. And it gets out all my irritation. Go on. So if you hear a thump, you'll know why. But I haven't had to do that for quite a while.
That explains why you were having those laptop problems the last time whenever after I got off your panel. I guess you'd been thumping it so hard with me up there that you knocked problems in it.
No, that was my dumbass. You know what I did? Oops, I didn't say that. This off's gonna be something was said about my bedroom like they could see it. And I was all, hold up. And so I taped a piece of paper over my camera on my laptop. Well, So then I got the canned air and I was clicking everything and trying to get my mics to work. And I said, I don't even know where the mic is on this laptop. And I got to looking, and underneath
beside the camera.
paper, yes,
Is
there's
it?
a hole
Yep.
on each side. And I said, I bet that's it. Took the paper off, and it's been fine ever since.
Oh shoot, 20 years ago or better, whenever, well, since we got a laptop, best thing I do, I take a little corner square of electric tape and I just cut the little square off and put it right over just the lens port.
Yeah, that's what
Now I
somebody.
don't give a shit. But and the webcams have mics built into them. So
And your phone, yeah, everything. We're just. So I said, oh well, if they want to sit here and look at an old lady in her bedroom, whatever.
oh yeah, see, I don't. That's what I will say. Sometimes I guess because I don't give a shit about them. But I mean, they've been all in my business since I was 16 years old. So
Oh
that
goodness.
this every part of the system, rather on the good and the bad, both.
Yeah.
Hell, I joined the military, so they got all my shit. So there goes all the Department of Defense has my shit, and then I've been a damn criminal. So now the state and the Fed side on that has all my shit. So everybody got all my shit.
They gonna get it anyway. It's what I get watching these people like, I gotta have my OPSEC and do this on the computer and this and this and this and this and this, and I don't do this and I won't say this. Like, man, if they want to find out about you, they're gonna find out about you.
Dude, that data packet flies right down that little line, and they go copy that, and then they'll dissect it just like we've been doing for hundreds of years of decrypting shit. That's why actually you don't hear no more stories. But like when what was that, like 6, 7 years ago, maybe, or I don't know, maybe 5, with the not the postal guy, but he was a warehouse dude who basically the feds wanted access to his Apple. You remember that whole lawsuit when they were pushing for that and all that?
I don't remember that one. I remember the like the husband and wife terrorists that went in somewhere in California shooting up a bunch of people at like DHS building or something, and Apple wouldn't unlock the phone for them until they got the court order or whatever. And then still, I don't even know if they. I mean, this was like terror, like not like internet, like from the Middle East terrorists.
Yeah.
And Apple said no. But I mean,
but see, but
over the last
right
3
after that,
years,
Apple released their own release to where they were going to go through all photos in every device, every Apple product, looking for the pornography.
Yeah.
And I told my wife then, going, I'm sorry, is anybody ever going to chime in and go, well, wait a minute, when you've looked through all this and realize that it isn't there, who gets to remember that? You didn't look at everything else.
Against it, they'd be like, "Oh, well, you support that kind of stuff. If you don't want them looking for that, like, no, I don't support that, but I also do not support the government going through everything I got because can't trust them. I mean, I understand where they're coming from on it. It's a great idea in theory, but when you have people that walk all over your rights like they are now, I mean, give them an inch or take a mile.
Yep,
it's like the 2A stuff. It's the same thing, Do I think everybody needs something that's full automatic? No, they're fun as shit. I love them. I'd love to have one. Everybody don't need one though. But if they can't do their stuff right, be trustworthy, whatever, nothing. We just go full. Everybody gets everything.
Well, as long as they stay away from me and mine, we're okay.
They won't.
Just real quick off topic. Hey, Sister Marie, so is that 503 error, is that happening like in the YouTube chat? Is that what you're talking about? I don't know. She just said I've been getting a 503 error on chat only.
What's a 503 error?
I get that. When I'm watching it on my phone, the chat will disappear and you get that error, and then it says retry. But sometimes it'll just pop back on by itself, or you hit the retry button. I don't know what's up with that. And have you noticed And I hope, knock on wood, so I don't bring it back. The bots and trolls, like, are way down.
Oh, you can say it out loud here. I'm on subscriber mode. That's why I do it on every single episode.
Okay.
That way I don't have to worry about a program. If you're going to be a troll, you're going to actually have to be a real troll to type and make the account come in and wait the 5 minutes. And then there's a whole bunch of blue names in there that can bounce you around like a ping pong ball.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how to do the subscriber mode, but I've just noticed that because I used to get hit every show, and now
I think there's some topics or words that if you say are in chat, get detected. And then whenever they do, then it brings them in. Because I've watched chat go for an hour and a half and never see nothing, but then go over to another one that might be talking about more on the fringe rabbit hole side or something.
Yeah.
And then within 30 minutes, there's already.
Well, okay, let me take that a step further and get your tinfoil hat on. Have y'all? I've noticed, like on my phone, you know, they do the algorithm thing to where it shows you what you want to look for and kind of stuff. But
Yes.
there is shit popping up on my feed on whatever that I don't talk about. I mean, it's shit I don't speak to anybody about. You know, it's just stuff that ain't talked about out loud. But the shit's on the phone.
Yeah.
I mean, how in the hell does that happen? I don't know if my tinfoil hat's choking me or what, but I've noticed that one in the last 6 months.
Oh, well, I forgot who it was. Was it Deanne? It was somebody that, what was it we were talking about? Epsom salt or some off the wall, just common thing, and standing about being at the kitchen sink. And oh, yeah, the very next day on her phone, she started getting ads for that very thing that we had talked about. She said, but that's the marketing. That's why they want you to have them. That's why they've done this new self-contained battery, so you can't take the battery out of the damn thing.
And people just don't see. I mean, I'm just as guilty. You know, I got my phone with me all the time too. But
I mean,
it's scary the level that they can get in. And people are just, yeah, that's cool. You go, just watch me 24/7.
That's it. Okay, so Sister Marie said, yeah, it was exactly what you were describing, Bonnie. So I guess what it is there's something. I wonder if that's the new. Have you updated your app lately, Bonnie, on your phone, to YouTube or anything, or do you just go through the browser part?
I haven't updated it. It says I need to do a bunch of updates, but I'm like,
that might be what it is, because see, they've changed it, and that's why Corn Pop sees now, and somebody else, I think Nikki was saying, she sees that change in the messaging. It's not a top chat, live chat no more. Now it's top messages or all messages.
Yeah.
So, I guess mine updated. I thought I had it turned off where it wouldn't update without me telling it to update, but maybe I don't on that app. I don't know. Of course, I just changed phones a couple weeks ago too. Everything's probably screwed up now.
John, 48's not cold. Now I'll be sounding like the Northerners, Yankees.
I can only imagine what pops up on Corn Pop.
Well, yeah, we ain't gonna discuss that one right now. Just know if you're my friend, if I kick over, delete my browser history.
You know how many computers, thousands of computers that I cleaned when I had my shop, and people would go, no, I deleted that. I'd be like, oh, okay, well, I guess let me go down here into Windows into this cache file that stores all the stuff you've been doing and get rid of that too. Because everything, because see, there's the thing. And I will say I started to come up with this little deal about some AI, because I just want to try to, I'm not saying it won't be bad. It can be bad, just like every damn thing else. Hell, a number 2 pencil is good. It can write the Declaration of Independence, or you can stick it in the side of somebody's neck and then it'll cause a death. So it's a either or, I mean. So AI is kind of the same concept, you know. I mean, it's what we need to do is, as a society, is try to start getting a rein on the moral side and go, just because you can doesn't always mean you should. And then start putting some boundaries on what we're expecting of these devices to do, because I don't think it would ever, I mean, I won't say ever. I guess one day, 100, 150 years, 200 years from now, it could slowly evolve to a multi thing. But it's because it's programming. It's matter of fact, it's ironic because it's no different than what happens to a person from the time you're born. You came in a blank slate and you started deciphering that this is a language. Well, this words means no, this means yes, this is a light, that's dark. That's, you know, you started absorbing this information. And then guess what happens? At one point, you will then decide how to interpret. Well, see, that's the big gap in machinery. Machinery, you can only dump all this in, and then you have to tell it how to use that. And that's where I think we need boundaries is because we don't need to keep playing with trying to get it to think for itself. Because people with just 10% of their brain cause all kinds of stupid shit. So you can only imagine if you turn a computer loose with access to every single item and every single thing in the whole world and said, here, figure out something. Yeah, then it could be totally astronomical, catastrophic. But it's not like right around the corner. And I think the more understanding of how this language and different, because you see these things, but each one of these things is a different language. And so you might watch Boston Dynamics doing something, but what they're writing in is one level of code. And then like Corn Pop has robotics at work, but what's running them is a different coding language. And so it's not that it's just all of a sudden going to be able to, well, when that, oh, look, they finally turned loose. And now Boston Dynamics robot starts talking into all the factories. And next thing you know, it's smacking Corn Pop upside the head going, you're a human, you got to go.
Probably.
We're not going to get there like that. I mean, I'm not saying it won't ever happen. Anything can happen.
I'm sure it's already there. I'm sure they already got it where they can do that. I mean, you know, they got to have the stuff that, you know, where they can, you know, they can tap into whoever they want whenever they want. They can take control over whatever. So I'm sure they got the level of what they have now is, I don't even know if I wouldn't want to know. I don't think.
I will say, I talked about this the other night because I know growing up, everybody knew that everything we had access to do was always a 20-year gap from a military development, Department of Defense development. So, but I think now in 2023, I don't think that gap is as big. Matter of fact, I think that's probably going to be part of some of our problem is that there isn't such a big gap because, dude, we got kids in elementary that can sit there and play around writing code and have little robots doing shit. So, I mean, they're grasping in certain areas.
What's after code? You know, they had to come up with code to do something. So where they got to replace code that they're probably 2 levels deep into by now. I mean, like you said, you know, they were 20 years before they had the internet before anybody ever knew what that was.
Yeah, so, okay, like this, 20 years ago, it was, do you remember whenever it kind of got known that they were the drone pilots, they were actually going through video games and actually recruiting from some of these tournaments that were happening with games. And it's because, and I mean, I know that because of being in the gaming world, but yeah, they would actually go to some of these events, these gaming events, because that's controller based.
Mm-hmm. And so a lot of what they use is, you know, Xbox or PlayStation controllers. I've seen that on several, you know, things I've watched here and there that, you know, when they have something that's controller based, now they make it on that kind of platform because everybody knows how to use a Xbox controller or a PlayStation controller.
Well, then what they can do is they can see, because as you're into this and as you start progressing, you're going to get recruited. You know, it might be by a BlackRock company or it could be by the Department of Defense, but you'll get recruited if you start to show a certain level of skills. But at a college level, there's a good broad scope of standard. I mean, hell, look at what junior high kids do with just on a web interface and stuff, or with social media or streaming type stuff with the setups and all that and creating all the different overlays. So they understand writing. back in the day, it used to just be looking for somebody. It was impressive to see somebody with HTML knowledge, bullshit bracket. But now there's tests you do that actually I think get marketed, and the results are actually like, oh, and then you'll start. It's no different than we talk about chickens, and all of a sudden you start getting some ads for chicken feed. Well, if we're sitting here and you're kind of doing testing, and you're going, well, I'm going to see if I can do this and write this. Well, yeah, all of a sudden you start getting recruited. Well, you'll end up in these places. That's why I don't think the gap is as big, because it's not like that was back in the day when you had a bachelor's degree, you actually meant something. If you had a master's, you were like, ooh. And if you had a PhD, oh, shit. Now, nobody gives a shit if you got a bachelor's or a master's. They're like, ooh,
Yeah.
Well, see, there's that big gap. So it's not as the college people versus middleman, working person, big sector separated now. This shit kind of closed in. And then you really start wondering how big the gap is when you look at some damn weirdo shit that's been promoted to some admiral thing that's our health secretary, and you got some dipshits like that Lloyd dude and what's his name, and our head military figures, and it's like, what?
Mm.
And they can't be that dumb. They got to their position where they're at now, and it's pretty high. I mean, they're definitely shitheads, but
see,
I don't know. I think they're running in our little world we're in now, like you're talking about rescue. They're doing that, but they're also out here on the side doing a whole level of shit we can't even comprehend.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Well, they know it can't stay here. We still think of America. They're going global because the world's gotten too big. Everybody's involved.
They finally fessed up to UFOs, and nobody gives a shit. They finally, after all these years, admitted, there's something, and nobody cares anymore. I mean, what the hell? Why ain't everybody screaming from the heavens to get all the information on that and find out what's up with it? I mean, it'd be cool as hell to talk to an alien.
They'll throw some little something out there, but then they'll cause a huge distraction somewhere else, and that's the look over here, not there thing that everybody's been saying for years. It's
what if things peak up a little bit more, and all of a sudden we find out that, like for the last 50 years, all the UFOs that we've been talking about has been Department of Defense shit.
Yeah, probably. I would say probably 75% of them are.
That's been always my take has been, it's like when that pilot did that, it wouldn't surprise me to see China or Japan. Nobody's going to come out and say it. We're not the only one that have people like CIA. I mean, hell, you got Europe. Everybody has got their little labs down there.
Like you just said, certain countries. I mean, look who builds all of our electronics for this country. Who does all the microprocessors, whatever you call them? Yeah, there's people out there, and I would say like the UFO and DoD thing. I would say it's probably 75% us testing new stuff, but there's something. That stuff had to come somewhere. I mean, Velcro.
We got private citizens, Corn Pop. You ever seen that Jetson 1? Have you ever heard of it? Jetson 1. Oh, dude, you'll have to YouTube that. That's good. That dude, that's badass. I'd have to win the lottery before I could ever probably afford one when he comes out with them. But it's a ride-in, basically drone. So it's got the 4 props like a drone, but you get in it. He gets in it on his damn driveway at where he developed it. He takes off and he shoots down, and the thing goes pretty good. He comes back and he lands it. He gets out, and I'm like, and I see that, and I go, doesn't surprise me. I mean, it's very cool, but it doesn't surprise me because think about it. You got people that have done stocks, got money, or maybe retired, but they're into this. They have shops. They're developing shit. And up until just the past few years, you had access to a bunch of
dildo into space a couple years ago.
Well, gentlemen, I need to jump off of here. Rescue, thank you for having me up. Corn Pop, it was good to see you.
Yes,
I got a doctor's appointment I need to get to in a little bit. I'm going to eat.
I'm sure they'll be on time.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, Miss Bonnie. Well, you be careful. Stay warm. I hear the rain coming down some more.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Take care.
See you later.
You know. Yeah, at least it's down now to 148,000 affected customers, so it's gone down. It looks like it's starting to get past like Abilene and San Angelo, so it's going to be coming right off into Dallas Fort Worth again. Get a break, and then they can get shit back up. Dude, the problem with that, a lot of that is just moisture.
Dallas is like top 3 towns I hate to drive in.
Yep.
Dallas, Atlanta.
Did you ever go through Houston?
No, never. Well, it's Houston on what is it, 35 that runs through Dallas north-south?
45.
45.
45 will come all the way from Dallas down to Houston.
I went one time south out of Dallas, and I want to say we went down to like San Antonio.
That was 35.
And then turned and went off down there somewhere. But like I said, that's only one time. I've been to Dallas a lot, but south of Dallas, no, I haven't been much.
Yeah, Houston's a shithole. I used to, when I drove for a little while, I told my wife, going, I'd rather drive in Los Angeles, California than Houston, Texas. Because while they drive stupid over there, it's like they know how to drive stupid. And over here, they just don't have a clue. They're stupid everywhere.
You ever been to Atlanta?
Yeah. On the outskirts.
Atlanta scares me. It's like, nope, I don't think I'm ever coming back to this sumbitch ever again. I've never been up north like New York or anything like that, or out like Los Angeles, something like that. But that just, I think I just have a stroke.
Oh, yeah. I so would not want to drive a big truck in any city nowadays. What's up, GTP? Green Thumb Prepper. Anybody I missed? Oh, this and that with Matt. Hey, what's up, Matt? I haven't had a chance to check out your ribs. Oh, yeah, I did. I like the way the lead in, by the way. I thought you were like the cooking, and then it's like, but most of that was you chopping, which was awesome. But you're chopping the wood, and there was that last little bit, and then there we go, some steaks cooking. But that was a cool little grill. He chopped up. Yeah, he did this little thing where he would chopped up his firewood type stuff, but then he's got a fire pit that has a tripod hanging over it with a grill. And he got his fire going, and then he had his meat up on the grill, and he did like a little foil teepee around the chains that hold the grill up above it, and sat there and cooked looked like little ribs. And that was pretty cool. I like that grill. That was pretty badass. Let's see. Did I miss anything? But your big chap, if you want to come up, brother, anybody want to come up and shoot the shit for a little bit, I will be on for probably a little bit more. So if you want to come up and shoot the shit. Oh, night, Eric. Get you some rest, brother. Yes, Miss Bonnie, Houston is #1 dirtiest city. I can see that. I know they're #1 in human trafficking. And to me, the 610 loop is a toilet bowl ring around that shithole in the middle. But I'm kind of biased because they're just south of me a couple hours. So, hey, Lucky Dane. Afternoon, ma'am. Hopefully you are staying warm. Oh, Sister Marie, neurosurgeon. Oh, awesome, Sister Marie. I'm glad you got somebody that you can go to. That is awesome. Miss Amy, what's he? I have not seen Crystal in like since last year. I mean, like months and months. But Silver Girl, I saw her not long ago, and then I talked to her on an email. She's been dealing with some stuff. Lucky Dane. She said, nobody wants to hop up and be subjected to corn pop. And then she said, I kid. Corn pop is good people.
Yeah, she's just scared. But she needs to be in there making the sandwich is what she needs to be doing. Her and Milk made both. I mean, I'm a big boy. I need 2 sandwiches, so y'all both got work to do.
Sandwich. Okay, so Lucky's got no power. Okay. Yeah, we were just talking about that, Lucky, because I was looking up there at Encore and up throughout that, and then up through, like, from Austin College Station up through Longview, over in Dallas Fort Worth, over into San Angelo, and Odessa and shit. But there's 150,000 out of power. They have 4,612 active outages as of 12/23. And who? I don't know where Bug Out went. It might be shit of me. He's just dropping one-liners, I reckon.
Am I missing something? Sorry, I got like 3 things going on right now.
Who was asking Rescue where'd Bug Out go? He's just dropping one-liners and leaving? No other question I get.
He's playing with his monkey.
Yeah, that monkey really didn't go missing. He's got it stashed in the shed.
Oh, the ones, all that stuff in Dallas. The Dallas Zoo. Did you see that? Is that what you're talking about?
No, well, I was just looking at the map at how bad it looks like it's getting.
Oh, I thought you were talking about monkeys going missing. But yeah, I seen an article the other day. The Dallas Zoo, they a bunch of crap going on. Monkeys missing, like tigers and shit getting out.
I wonder what's going to get loose during this. Hey, look at there. There's old backwoods. What's up, man?
What's happening? What up, Corn Pop?
Just another day in paradise. What's up, Firefly? Buffering?
Nothing but ice here.
How much y'all get?
Man, we got, well, they were saying on the news or whatever, you know, like a quarter or almost a quarter of an inch. But, dude, I mean, the sleet and just everything, like out there on my boat, you know, on top of my boat motor, it's over 2 inches.
Wow. And you're like north central, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm within 35 minutes of Center Ridge.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a good area up there. I like that area. I like that part of the state.
Yeah, it's calm, man. You know, it really is. It's not. I don't know. You know, there's some shenanigans goes on here and there. You know, there always will be, no matter where you're at. But it's usually it's pretty calm and cool and collected. You know what I'm saying? Hey, everybody in chat, how y'all doing?
It's definitely a slower pace.
Yeah. Yeah. After you live here for a while, like I have, and then like you go down into, you know, Conway or Little Rock, man, it's like, man, you get all amped up because, you know, there's so many people, you know, and you're just not used to it. And you're like, good God, man, get out of my way. Look out. What are you doing? How's things rocking around where y'all live?
Ain't doing much here, just cold. We got a little bit of ice the other day, but wasn't enough to matter. Just enough to put a few black stretches of black ice on the road, make your butthole pucker on the way to work.
Right.
Yeah, just cold and wet here. Been raining. Everything's damn just muddy, but it's cold. I'm glad the wind hadn't been picking up though.
And the funny thing is, it's supposed to be like 60 degrees here in a day or two. 60 and sunshiny, and you know,
tornadoes.
Probably. We seem to just, you know, the area in the country and even in the state of where I'm at, you know, it just seems like we get extreme weather. You know, it's either freaking a lot of ice or, you know, tornadoes or, you know, it's
Wow.
high winds, you know.
Girl,
Oh my
sure.
goodness. The milkmaid, how
No.
you doing?
Hey,
Did you
The
bring my
end is
sandwich?
nigh. I can tell today must be my day or something because now Milkmaid's going to hop up here to chat for a minute. It must going to get rough later. How are you, ma'am?
Corn Pop wanted a sandwich, but I wanted to just come up here and tell him there ain't no fucking way I'm giving him a sandwich.
Like all the juice boxes you always promise. I still haven't got a juice box or a cookie yet.
I know. I'm sorry.
Acting like the federal government, all talk, no action.
Right.
Shh. You're gonna get it so I
Oh,
can
here,
actually see
yeah.
chat too. Hey, baby. What you doing, backwoods?
Chilling. Can't work outside much. It's like it's ice, you know, and you know, walking in the backyard, like just going and feeding the chickens and stuff, man, you slipping and sliding and, you know, having to kind of watch your footing, you know, and
Right. Oh yeah.
you know, when you start getting older, you know, you have to start considering, you know, falls and stuff may not be so nice to you. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Shit hurts a little more than it used to.
Right?
Yeah. Feeding the pigs is like exercise and agility right now.
Hey, Magic.
Y'all get some ice and stuff too?
It's just, well, we got some like snow this morning. It was like an inch. I was supposed to have the little one today, and then I guess school canceled or something. So her teenage daughters are staying at home watching her. So I've not gotten a lot done today.
Yeah, it happens.
It's one of those days.
Well, just put a pot of chili on the stove and then you can be accomplished.
I was actually
Or
considering
stew
that.
or something. Chili or stew or something. Just put something on the stove so you get that smell in the house. That way when everybody gets home and they think you done something, you feel accomplished. Yeah.
Right.
I did cornbread chili last night. It was
did
good. Mm-hmm. Jiffy cornbread and some chili, you know, and boy.
Yeah, that Jiffy cornbread with the honey in it. My grandma would probably disown me if she knew I was making cornbread out of a box, but it's good.
That's what I grew up on was Jiffy.
I actually took and when I put the layer on top, you know, the cornbread to cook it, and I put some cheddar cheese and some garlic and some Cajun seasoning on that on top of it. Boy, make you smack your mama, man. I'm telling you.
Right.
Hey, real quick. So, Garrett, did you lose power? Is that what happened? Is that why? Because he was talking about all the power went out, and then apparently had to get somebody to come out this morning to reset the fire system. So, did you lose power?
Yeah,
So
Lucky. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No,
Mel.
go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just going to say real fast to Lucky Dame, the Jiffy cornbread. Yeah, it's sweet, but it just really goes well with that chili, you know.
The spice and the sweet.
Yeah.
I want some of that old school, like grandma and grandpa used to make cast iron cornbread with the cracklings in it.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, you should do that. You can cook.
I've never really tried that much. Like I said, we'll just use the Jiffy mainly.
Right.
But yeah, but hell, you can't hardly find cracklings anymore. Or any that's any good.
Make them.
I ain't got a pig. I mean, you can send me stuff.
Don't you do like a big hog butchering thing?
We got people, one of the farms out there, we buy parts of a pig.
Get the lard, run to the lard, make yourself some cracklings.
I guess we could. I don't know if lard's on the list we get back from them or not.
No. I've got a bunch. I was actually talking to BB earlier and I was gonna potentially do like a lard rendering video. I was brushing my teeth and I thought about it and I was like, I ought to make something like that, you know?
I'd
Show
be down to
everybody
check
how
it
to do
out.
it.
I don't know if I've
Yeah.
ever done that. I can't ever remember doing it.
I grind the fat. I freeze it and I grind it. And then I stick it in a colander over a pan and I stick it in the oven. And it just renders down. I don't have to babysit it or anything else like that. And then you got cracklings at the end.
Yeah, you need to do that. I need to see this process.
Hey,
I
Ronnie.
gotta get a tripod.
I guess I got on somehow some email list or something somewhere. I've had about 5 companies over the last probably week and a half want me to review their products.
Really?
Big time.
Moving on up. Don't
I'm not-
forget us little people now. When you get big
Okay.
time,
I'm not doing it.
We're the peasants.
I'm not doing it. I'm just not. I'm not doing it. I don't know.
I mean, they send you the shit, don't they?
Do it. Why not?
mean,
I just
they
don't-
give you the stuff for free.
It's not the point. I'm not doing. I don't know. I just don't. I don't know. I just feel cheap doing it. I'll just put it that way.
I get what
Like-
you're saying, but I also see
like,
free
seriously.
equipment.
Yeah, free shit.
I don't know. I can't, man. I don't know. It's just something, integrity maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's hard-headedness or stubbornness.
Just let your little inner whore out. And
well, now, what if it was a legitimate company though? What if it was like a legitimate product that they really, something that is useful and stuff? Wouldn't you want to?
Well, it's just
pass
stuff
that
like
on?
well, it's just stuff like headlamps and one was a flashlight, one's
I'll do reviews.
I don't
Free
know.
headlamp.
Hey, you know what?
I don't
Okay,
mind if
so
it comes from a company.
I'm just going to
Sorry.
be the little whisperer on the side real quick. Just so on a moral check, just so you can, if you do an honest review, then that is what the moral compass is off of, is the honestness. So if they send you a piece of shit and you go, they sent me this, it's a piece of shit, then you're actually being legit.
that's like settling for $10 instead of the $20 you deserve.
I don't know, man. There's just something I just don't feel right about.
As
I
long
know.
as you're
That's
honest.
why I won't monetize.
I'm monetized, I mean, I do feel like because like the last video I made, hell, I put over 10 hours of work in it, like legit 10 hours, but but I mean, I don't know. It's just weird. I mean, I sit around, I talk to my wife about it. I looked and read over the email, but they were like, the reviews. What'd that one say? It was like, the reviews may reflect on your integrity of your channel, from or something about negative reviews or something. You know what I'm saying? It was like they were trying to coerce me to make sure I give them a good view, and I was like, man, I'm just not doing it. I'm not doing it.
Oh yeah, that's when you just go like this.
Because for me, if I want to, like if I go to Walmart and buy a $5 Ozark Trail or $8, whatever they are now, Ozark Trail, knife or a pair of pliers or something, you know what I'm saying? I can do a review on that and just give my honest opinion about it. I'm not beholden to nobody. I don't know. I don't like it.
You should just get a whole bunch of them, like a dozen of them, to all send you stuff and just put it in a big pile, put some banner out on it, make a video doing that. This is what I think of your product.
Now there's a good thought, right? I like that. Here's what I think about y'all and y'all's damn product review. Boom!
Hey, you could call it sponsorship product review.
And hold up a thing of Tannerite and look and grin and say, now this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Now, if y'all want to sponsor me, we can
The
talk.
whole pile.
I like the way you think, Pop. I like that.
Don't blow up his head.
I mean, there's not much to blow up here. I mean, I already know I'm the smartest man alive, so
Sure you are.
I don't know.
Smartest man you know, huh?
right.
Maybe it
My
sounds
mommy
weird.
said I was special.
Right. Maybe
do
it
that
sounds
so well.
weird to y'all. I don't know. I just
I always knew I was a legend in my own mind.
right.
I don't know. Was it any cool shit anyway, or is it just dumb shit?
It's just regular old headlamps, and like I said, it was a flashlight, and I was trying to remember, man. I'd have to go
I want
back and
some free
look.
headlamps. I don't know about y'all, but I cannot find headlamps ever. I have like 11 billion of them, and when I need them, can't find them.
Oh shit! I got my go-to. Matter of fact, everybody around here knows if you touch my headlamp, it better go right back where it was the minute you're done. Otherwise, it's not going to be a pleasant. Maybe a week or two. It depends on how mad I want to get. Because my headlamp is my bread and butter. That and the rechargeable batteries that sit right up on top of my toolbox that go in them. I
Those
love
always
them.
get lost too.
Yeah, I've got headlamps everywhere, man. They're nice to have. The thing you got to remember, is obviously keeping a battery in something that you're not using.
I don't remember what kind it was.
I seen that. That sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember what kind it was, but back when doing the frack and the gas full thing, I had this ridiculously bright light. I mean, it was too bright. I was like, man, this thing would be great for spotlighting deer.
Right.
I saw that.
Yeah,
I can read chat now. So cool.
I keep them like, I've got one in my hunting bag, one in a fishing box, and one or two of them in my truck. And
we got one store up here. It's like one of those truckload stores. They buy pallets of they got fucked up or whatever.
It's a pin.
I'll go in there, and every now and again you'll find like the good ones in there. Find them in there, and I'll snatch them up every time I can, just to throw back. About half mine are lost now because the boy likes to play with them.
Oh yeah.
No, that was my vape shop. This is when they try to market you shit. It's got the little stylus thing for touch pads, the little rubber tippy. It's got a pin, and then the flashlight.
Oh, that's nifty.
And I thought it was it's like whatever. But how many times I've reached in the drawer because I was like, oh wait, hold on just a minute. I'll sit there and read something holding that for a minute. If it's dark, handy little dude.
Yeah. Put that in your purse.
I feel.
But then you got a flashlight on this, and you always carry one of these stupid things around. You got the flash. Mm-hmm. But do not download an app for flashlight. Just swipe down on the top and turn the flashlight on.
Yeah, I've got one of them Olight, one of the small flashlights. The Olight, it came with because I've got an Olight on one of my ARs. It's got the pressure switch, and then the off-on switch on the same deal. And when I bought the Olight, it was a special. You get the Olight little pocket flashlight or whatever. It's got a little pocket clip on it. It stays in the ashtray of my truck.
Man, some of my gear guys shit on Olight so much, and I'm like, if it works,
Mine, I've never had a minute's trouble out of mine. So
no, I've got stream lights, which they're good. They're not as good as Surefire, but those Surefires are stupid expensive.
By the way, on a side note, the little lights on your rails, and your little finger button, if that ever wears through, you can use shrink. Wiring shrink. Just slide it on about ½ inch, ½ inch, slide it on there, heat it up a little bit, and it'll mold right back over to the button, and you can still.
I love that stuff. I got it when I was doing the wire splicing, but I never used it because I ended up doing those boxes and filling them with silicone and stuff. But I kind of want to play with it.
I've got the Streamlight.
It started to glow even so much. The possibilities just came off. He smiled so big.
I got a Streamlight on my 9 in there and on my HK.
No.
I looked at them Surefires or whatever, man. They're too expensive. I was like, eh.
They went up that
He's
much?
got a couple. What?
The
What'd you
Streamlights,
say,
they've got
Cornball?
that much. I haven't looked at one in a while, but they used to not be that much. You get like a little TLR 1 and 2 for a couple $100, 150, $200. But it's been a while since I bought one.
Yeah. Everything's gone up.
I've never heard of a Olight blowing up. That's new on me. I don't know. I've had mine for over 2 years now.
Kiss off. Pee-pee.
Oh gosh.
Hey, is Hutch coming to the meetup? Have you talked him into it yet?
I'm gonna say it like this. Probably not.
There's another one coming up. Sorry.
Yeah, and I'm going to it, Corn Pop.
But there's a possibility he will.
Where's it at this time?
North Carolina.
Oh, hell, anyway. Oh, Nate is. Nate and goes. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I thought about last night. I was sitting there just, because there's just not a lot to do right now, and was just sitting there thinking, and Hutch and I was actually talking about, that particular meetup and how it was, how it's so early in the year.
I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
And good probability of there being, like snow or lots of rain, cold fronts. I thought about hitting Native and Ghost up and maybe talking to them about moving it like a month and a half later and combine the two and maybe move, you know what I'm saying? Combine the two meetups, because we're doing ours like 2 months later.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And we were talking about doing it maybe in northern Arkansas, up like by the Buffalo, or up somewhere by one of the bigger lakes, or something like that. But I don't know. I thought about talking to them about it. I mean, they're starting to kind of set it in stone pretty good, already.
Oh yeah, I've already reserved a spot.
You did?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well, I don't think I'd be able to go out to Arkansas or anything like that. I mean, I can do this because one, it's before I have a garden and a lot of my work at the farm. And then two, it's close. It's only 3.5 hours away from me. So that's not bad, And it's not going to be that expensive.
Well, just to be flat honest about everything, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to afford to go or not.
Dude, really?
Like just straight up with, because my wife and I was sitting down and talking about it, and just the expense of gas there, because they're already saying gas is going to continue to go up a little more. It's all the inflation, the money that I saved, throughout for winter time, from my spring and summer work, the money I saved, like last year, it carried me through, and I still had, several $100s in that account, when spring started back up.
Right.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you, and that account that's supposed to get my mower payments and get me through, for the little extras and stuff, like I have like $400 left. It's gotten so expensive. I mean, I'm just being honest, and then like not being able to work this week because of all the ice and stuff. I'm missing a paycheck this week. So now I've got to dip into that a little more, you know what I'm saying? And it's just kind of like, I ain't gonna lie, man, I'm broke as shit.
In the last 3 months, I've really noticed it too. Like shit's really starting to hit. Like
Yeah.
before it's kind of, yeah, I can see it, whatever. It's not that big of a deal. But like about the last 3 months, this shit's becoming a very noticeable issue.
Yes.
The tsunami. What we felt before was just the backdraft.
Right.
This is
Well,
the tsunami that's coming.
Well, I went yesterday and
Oh, and hey, one sec, backwards real quick. No, Ronnie, I was not smoking a cigarette. Or at least let me rephrase this. I was not partaking of the tobacco family. So there you go.
Right. But like yesterday I went and just bought just normal staples and just our normal things that we consume throughout the week. And I mean, I spent $200 yesterday. You know what I'm saying? It was, and that normally, because it's normal stuff that we always get. That was usually an $80 haul, and it's $200.
Yeah, that's what I was. It seems like it's double what it used to be. Like when I go in and get a couple days worth of whatever, it's about double. Like you're saying, well, it should be $100. It's $200 now.
Right. And and
the quality's
like
getting worse.
My wife and I talked about it again yesterday. About the trip and everything, and I said, if there's any way possible, I want to go. But I can't go at the expense of financial burden upon the house. You know what I mean?
I understand that.
So I'm
Man, I'm gonna be butthurt if you can't come.
Well, it's
I'll
just
finally be able to go to one. If everybody backs out, I'm gonna be like, okay, well, fine.
well, Ghost
Screw y'all.
Ghost actually texted me this morning, and he said if Hutch don't come, just plan on crashing at my spot. It'll save you some cash.
Yeah,
So
there you go.
That would help a lot right there.
And you get like 30 miles a gallon in your Barbie car, don't you?
Right. It gets about 33. Is what I've got.
Hey.
I got it estimated.
Do an auction for one of your leather works.
Yeah, I could.
Pull a rescue. I mean, that, in my opinion, is a smart way of going about things. See, we're gonna make it so that you don't have a single solitary excuse.
Well, I mean, you know what? Here, I'll put it to you straight and simple. If you have recognized that you're in a bind and you need help, and you're going to call people on this platform, your friends and stuff, then the alternative would then be say, okay, I don't want to ask anything for free, and I understand that. So you say, well, I've got this stuff, so let me do an auction, and then my friends will do what my friends want to do, but I can at least offer something in return. So
I mean, maybe an auction.
that's exactly why I did it, and that's, to be honest, it was the first time ever for me, and it's still, but it's taken me a little bit to still process because I've never asked nobody for nothing, and it was kind of weird. But that's I gotta say, and just I'll say it, and anybody that doesn't have any faith, just skip over this part. But that's just God kind of has just stuck me in the head and let me know that sometimes you have to humble yourself, and we are here together. And so you're supposed to love thy neighbor like thyself. Well, sometimes you got to be on the receiver. You can't always be the giver.
Well, if we will quit getting these ice storms, let's put it this way, because I can still do my work if it's sprinkling or raining a little bit. I mean, that's not that big of a deal. It's just an inconvenience to me because I got to go out there and get wet. And it sucks, clearing brush in the wet and rain. You know what I'm saying? But if the snow and ice and stuff will hold off, I can keep working every week and it won't be an issue. Just this week, everything kind of piled on. You know what I'm saying? With not getting to work and just a couple of little extra things. I do got a daughter about to go to college. She's doing a lot of extra stuff, but
your leather work is kind of like a work. So if you can't go outside and work doing that type of thing, if you sit down and make something, you put it up just to let people would
Yeah,
want it.
I know what you're saying. I
Especially yours is because it's handmade. That would be backwoods made. You can't, that'd be like a personal thing.
I'll put it to you this way. I made a commitment. My wife and I, we were talking about it, and I made a commitment that I'm not going to allow my daughter to be in financial debt up to her ears just to go to college. I'm going to take on that burden. You know what I'm saying? My daughter will not go come out of college owing hundreds of, thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure she is, financially as, borrowing wise, as little as possible. Does that makes sense?
That's awesome, Backwoods.
I'm gonna make the sacrifices. I just am.
You're a nicer parent than me.
Uh-huh.
I said you're a nicer parent than me. I looked at him and I was like, well, you'll figure out how to either work your way through college or go to the military and get a GI Bill or do a trade school.
She's gonna work. She's gonna work. I've already made that clear. This ain't just daddy does everything. You're gonna learn the responsibility of working and paying bills. There's no doubt about that. Absolutely. But
oh yeah,
I'm gonna take on a lot of that burden for her. You know what I'm saying, to make sure she's gonna be a vet.
Take care of your baby girl. Oh really?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
That's
she is
my
dead.
youngest wants to. Well, she wants to be a vet tech.
She's wanted to be a veterinarian for about 3 years now. Just dead set on it, and she's still dead set on it.
That's awesome. Hey, and that's actually like an investment into your future too, because if shit goes down, you can end up having like a vet.
Hey, no, mate, I got your Uber Eats. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Oh. You're welcome, buddy.
So she actually did do the sandwich.
You get the juice box too?
The Uber driver's drinking the juice box right now. Like, ha ha.
Some bitch must have took it.
Right.
Probably took the cookie too, huh? Son of a
I don't know.
If you tell me there's a cookie in that, I'm gonna chase some bitch down.
Oh, there was.
Batman and the sweets.
I mean, in all honesty, I fully plan on going to this meetup. You know what I'm saying? Just there's a possibility. You know what I mean? Just depending on weather and how much I get to work in between now and then. I mean, once the grass.
Well, we'll just do some non-rain dances and.
Well, once the grass starts growing in the spring, I'll be good. I've got plenty of accounts and stuff. I make really good during the spring and summer, like really good money, to enough that I can save money and make it through the winter time, with not getting to work very much,
It's awesome, kiss off.
Yeah, having more seasonal work sucks. Makes it harder. Go away, kitties.
Well, and I do reinvest in my business, and get more and more equipment, and as I get more time invested into my business, it'll hopefully, I'll have the right trailer to be able to start doing real leaf cleanup and things like that, as I grow. But it is what it is. I'm gonna say there's probably about a 98% chance I'm gonna be there.
Good.
Because I told my wife, I said, I mean, whatever we got to do, without, borrowing money, basically, I want to do what we got to do to make sure I get there. I want to go. It means a lot to me to get to meet, everybody in person,
Right.
but it's going to be fun.
I think it'll be fun. It's actually kind of hard to get people together for a meetup because I was thinking, too, there were some other people that I was going to get in touch with while I was down there from a totally different community or whatever. See if we could do some training or whatever. And it was really hard to drum up interest. Or people were like, you can come,
Bug out, shut up.
Baby. I just saw that.
Freaking bug out. If he wasn't such a badass, I'd kick his ass whenever I seen him talking all that crap.
Maybe he can't go because it's on
he'll run away.
It's on the East Coast. He should come.
It's well, hell,
Where's it going to be at? I know North Carolina, but where? It's at a national park or something.
Pilot Mountain.
Pilot Mountain.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It should be fun. And I think Virginia's coming. That's who I plan on bunking with.
North Carolina or South Carolina?
North.
North.
That would be a highlight for sure if Virginia.
We would get into so much trouble, her and I.
That would be a highlight for sure. Seeing her, meeting her in person. She's awesome. Yeah, Hans. There ain't much people around here that cares about any de-icing. It's mostly country folk where I live. When the ice comes, everybody buys all their stuff and just stays home till the ice is over, because we always know it ain't gonna be here more than 3 or 4 days in a row. So
is it as bad as it was when I was out that way? Remember that week? It wasn't bad by the time I got to you, but or we went and looked at that property, but before that,
it's at least that much, yeah.
I gotcha.
Yeah,
I'm still looking out that
hours for me.
I picked up this 1 yard last year, and I'm pretty positive I'll have it this year too. And they had a little concrete driveway, and so I edged it and trimmed, around the driveway, edged it up, made it look all nice and stuff. And they come outside and was looking and was like, I never really would have thought about doing that. And they was like, you don't have to do that. Like they didn't even care about edging their driveway. Like they don't care around here, man.
Right.
It's just
Lucky day, they're talking about meeting up in North Carolina. They're having a meet up in North Carolina.
Now here's the conundrum: do I tell people my name, or do I just let them call me Milk?
Milkers.
Well, that's your particular nickname. You're allowed to get away with that, and only you.
Who says you have to give them your real name?
Oh, some people already know it.
Hey, this is 2023. You can just be Bob.
Huh?
I'm Bob. My preferred pronouns are.
There is one thing I got to get between now and then for the Barbie car, and that's a full-size spare tire. It's still got one of them donuts in it.
If you roll up in that, you better be blasting, I'm a Barbie girl.
It's got a little bit of stereo system in it. I could it's wired up for a subwoofer amp, and it's got a spot in there for my subwoofers that I've got in my truck. And everything's interchangeable. You know, I can just move my sub amp and my subwoofers over, and I could thump all the way. You know, when I pull up, I could be thumping.
I can see it now. You'll be like lean back in your car, hat turned sideways.
The gangster lean.
Yeah, the gangster lean.
Well, I'm not trying to make fun of myself, but I can't lean back very far in there because then I can't reach the pedals or see over the dash. So I can't lean back very far. If I try to lean back, man, I'll be running into shit.
What you talking about? You're like 6'4".
Yeah, right. Damn.
Oh my god. I can't do the gangster lean either, because I tried. My husband would, because he'd get these little cars, he'd have to fit in them, you know, and so he'd lean his seat back, and I'm like, why do you drive like that? How can you drive like that? And I mean, he still does it, but like, I would get in and I'm like, I can't even see over this freaking steering wheel, man.
I don't know how people do it, man. It's weird. I can't even drive like that anyway. I tried that before, you know, and lean back, and I'm just all like, you know, doing like this. I'm like, man, I was like, this just don't even feel right, you know.
Right.
I'm more of a race car style driver, you know what I mean? Just like I want to be up on the steering wheel and like have, you know what I mean? Just
you really want to eat that airbag.
Yeah.
My daughter does that.
Most of mine's just running equipment and stuff, and just like you'd sit in a crane or in a dozer, you just sit up there and you just grab the wheel and just drive the damn thing. And
yeah.
She's only an inch and a half shorter than me, but for some reason I have to move the seat back after she's been driving.
Now riding is a different story. Now if I'd get on two wheels, oh no, I put them highway pegs up there. I put my feet on top of them highway bars and lay way back.
Oh, do you?
Oh yeah.
Wait, you do the ape hanger thing?
Yeah. That was.
Don't your arms get tired? I've never understood that.
No? It just goes with it, man. You just lean back and it's like, oh man, nothing. You get the wind, sun, you get to see everything. You enjoy the world.
I asked Touch about that, you know, because especially like the first time that I ever met him, you know, when I was going to that harvest party, you know, and he's all riding like this, you know, take down the road and stuff, and I'm just like, man, don't your arms get tired? And he said, no. He said, really, it's like it just feels natural, you know.
Yep.
The only bike I ever had was it was a Buell XB 1200, but I had to be very careful. I couldn't lay it down because I couldn't get it back up. If I did, I accidentally did when I was learning at Fort Benning. I wobbled, and then all of a sudden it went over, and I was like in a neighborhood kind of place, one of the rundown ones they have there, and a soldier drove by and saw me and was nice enough to stop and pick the bike up for me so I could get back on it.
Would you believe that you could pick that bike up?
You know, Nikki sent me some videos. Do stuff, Nikki?
Yeah.
And I was like, holy shit, because there was like a little girl, and she managed to pick up a bike.
Big old dresser.
Thought, oh, wow.
Was it the video of the big dresser? Did she pick the big dresser up? The big bike.
No, this is at some bike show or something like that.
Yeah, that was one of the Harley dressers that she was picking up.
Oh, I thought you meant like a clothing dresser.
No.
I didn't know where that was going. I got scared for a second.
Yeah, walk it backwards. That's what that's how you use your thighs and your hips. And women have good thighs and hips.
Lean back against it and stand it up.
I meant strong.
Good birthing hips.
Huh?
Get them good birthing hips.
Birthing hips, yeah.
My grandpa always called them, find you a woman that's got good birthing hips.
That was always the wide hips.
Mm-hmm.
Well, some women these days don't have hips or stuff birthing hips at all because they're not really women. But anyway.
Man, what's up with the fucking bubble butt
Sure,
shit?
they are. If they say they are, they are.
I'm just saying, man, that's just kind of weird, you know. It's like a woman's supposed to have nice hips, damn it. What's wrong with
Used to,
you,
you only
man?
found this stuff
Excuse
in
my
Thailand. Shit, now it's everywhere.
Hey, Grumpy.
You used to have to go somewhere exotic to find that kind of stuff.
What's up, Grumpy?
You can get butt implants. Men get calf implants. I'm pretty sure. Okay, there's this dude. Cannot stand this man in our town. He has Tourette's because he took too many steroids. So he has this big old bubble like beer gut, right? But I think he got bicep implants or something because they kind of flop down. It's like the weirdest thing. And I always know he's in a store because I can hear him chirping. He'll be like, you know, like he makes these weird noises. So every time I hear that in the store, I go to the other end because I don't want to deal with him.
Make it because he couldn't make it.
He kind of like is stalky and weird.
You wouldn't know anything about stalkers.
No.
Weird guys never bother you.
Never. Asking me to make sandwiches.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you made it or not. You delivered on it.
What?
So I don't know if you made that sandwich, but you delivered on it. You got the Uber here, so it's a thought that counts.
You're welcome. I'm moving inside.
I'm just ready for it to dry up a little bit around here. I can deal with a little bit of the cold, you know, but it's just so, you know, the atmosphere is so wet right now. It stays that way sometimes in my shop.
It's like super dreary here right now. Like, you know,
Humid.
that gray, wet,
humid.
cold, just overcast and nasty. It's not so bad if it's cold or even wet, well, I guess it wouldn't be sunshiny if it were wet, but you can deal with the mud a little bit easier if it's in the sunshine for some reason. Gotta put wood on the fire too. That reminds me.
G-Mo. Crush me up. I sure don't need no more bubble on my eyes. I don't know, man. All this, just people just do all the weird shit to themselves, and it's like, I don't know. Things that make you go,
All right.
I bet you think nose rings are weird.
Shoot, no, man. That's what we've used those for, 100+ years leading cattle.
Right?
You got to be lead-headed somehow. I guess everybody's got their preference. Some go by nipple action, I guess. Some do the nose. Some.
Oh, geez.
So you got that one dude who made the memes. I think he got it all like his whole face just got some kind of, somebody went bedazzled all over his ass.
Mm-hmm.
He got it all on the eyebrows, I think, all around his ear outline. What he had it, I think, on the top lip or some shit. I don't know. Homeboy looked like some little kid went crazy on a bedazzler.
With the little rhinestone thingies.
Oh man! And then some of the weirder ones that I've seen is when people go do that weird implant kind of shit, and man, they're like doing the whole little horn thing and shit, and getting some. I mean, it's like whoa.
Have their tongue split.
Oh yeah, and you know that heals back like super fast. Apparently.
Really?
They have to keep doing it. Oh, well, yeah, tongues heal faster than pretty much any body part, if I remember correctly.
I didn't know that.
That's why, like, if you take out a tongue ring, I don't have one, but my daughter does. She turned 18. She did what she wanted, but
there are far worse things.
Oh yeah,
right.
Actually, what trips me out is I've always wondered how people really. How are you okay with that? Doesn't it drive you nuts? Like you got something in your mouth. It's like, damn.
Y'all see the size of the damn needle?
Spit that piece of gristle out.
That damn lawn dart thing pierced it. Jesus Christ.
Yet they do get infected faster too.
I
Well, I mean,
wonder.
think about all the bacteria that's in the mouth. It's the other end
I
of the
wonder if.
ass tube.
I wonder if the way that this stuff has been going, with all the weirdness and stuff happening, do you think that a lot of it is just, um, for lack of better words for me, because I'm just an old feller, keeping up with the Jones type thing, or do you think that it has maybe something to do with the fact that we really haven't been teaching our children in schools? Like, when I went to school, we were taught there was a purpose, of why you had to learn math, why we had home economics and, in school and, where they taught us, about home stuff and the reasoning, of working and the purpose of your life. It was like, that's kind of the things they taught us in school. And it don't.
You had an education backwoods, not an indoctrination.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I think that a lot of the
have
stuff,
purpose.
yeah, that we're not teaching the kids, the purpose of life, it's kind of like, I remember specifically, believe it or not, even back then, our home economics teacher teaching us that one of the things that people fail at when they move out of their parents' house is they're used to having, big, TVs and back then VCRs and you got all this stuff, that you grew up with. And when you move out, you tend to want to get all that stuff now, and you don't realize the fact that it took your parents 20, 30 years to acquire all of this wealth, or to acquire what they have. And people, I remember him saying back then, he said, I'm telling you, we're going to see an uptick of this as things go, of people, moving out, and they're going to get in debt, because they're going to want all that stuff,
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely a thing. I still have hand-me-down furniture.
I think between the introduction of the credit system, when we started doing that and started changing behavior characteristics, and then when the introduction of the internet introduced instant gratification, and when all of a sudden you can do the craziest things and you're not kind of like off to yourself anymore. You're not kind of on an outcast side. You're actually trending. You're actually picking up followers. So you're actually promoted to do that. Mm-hmm. You can hear that talk about TikTok, but if you actually just basically zoom it out to the internet and the digital interaction, the phones, everything being on that quick instant gratification, it changed the whole perspective. And when you're already lacking in a department of the parenting is starting to kind of fall down, that just escalated it then. So now you end up where we're at with kids that don't even know basic shit. And yet they went to a school system, but then we lost sight of the schools just sitting there sucking up tax dollars. And it was a convenient babysitter. So people stopped paying attention to the school. I'm guilty of it. It wasn't until my kids later on. And then all of a sudden my son brought a CD home. And I said, well, what's up with that? He said, oh, the coach gave it to me. And then that's when I kind of started to get more back active with the school. But other than that, if I have to look back and kind of be honest, it was almost like a known babysitter. Kids are going to school. Okay, because now we can drop them off. We got to get to work. Pick them up. Okay, attend to this. That just became part of the routine. And didn't really notice that, oh, wait, during this 8-hour process, you're starting to change the way that my kids are thinking and kind of processing shit. And
You
I'm
don't
just
say.
fighting battles at home, being the frustrated parent going, man, what the hell is going on? Boy, this what a hell of a day. And you think it's just you. And you don't talk to your neighbor to realize that, oh no, they're having problems. And then you realize that, oh wait, the school is changing the narrative. And then now, and of course my kids are 30s, so now it's like I would not, man, kids today in public school, it's atrocious, the shit I see. How it
So
even got there. It's not just what they say, it's just how we got there. It's like, how did they really introduce these kind of books, these kind of topics? Nobody ever picked up on their kid maybe using some weird wording and kind of going, hey, where did that come from? You know, what were, I don't know. Anyway, so
well, to
go ahead,
answer that very last part of it, it's the minority that want that kind of stuff are the vocal, loud ones, and the majority that don't agree with it are the quiet ones. And they've made it to where if you tell the loud one, "Hey, you need to shut the fuck up," you're automatically the villain. You're the criminal. But anyway, on the whole other thing is like the education system in kids. Is that an American thing or is it a worldwide thing? I mean, are other countries in the same boat we are, or are they better off?
No, it's definitely an American thing. You know, TikTok, for instance. Well, TikTok, for instance, you know, China, for instance, their TikTok is nothing like ours.
Right.
Like it's all educational stuff, like real educational stuff. And then, you know, TikTok here is nothing but, you know, a bunch of young kids wanting to be, you know, show their body off and who can be the weirdest and who can eat Tide Pods and all this kind of BS. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, I'm not, man, I really hate to say this, god dang. And no, Rescue's like, oh shit, here we go.
Y'all are gonna hate
But
me for saying this.
well, because I'm about freedom of speech, but man, I'm gonna tell you that's one thing I think our federal government should be involved in is get TikTok out of our children's lives. I mean, I can tell my kids don't do it and not allow it in my house, but I cannot stop them when they go out. I don't, you know, that other kid that's hanging out in the crowd with them has got the, you know, the TikTok, and they're like, look, you know, look at all, look, and they're sitting around looking at TikTok videos. You know, I can't, you know, I can only do so much, and yeah, I can only do so much and say so much. That's why, like I said, I hate to say this because, man, I hate government. I hate the involvement that government has, but that's one thing that I think the federal government should be involved in is blocking things like TikTok, you know, because
that's an internet border that they should be protecting.
But then you open up that whole can of worms, you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile.
I know.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I know it. Yeah.
What it boils down to, I think, honestly, is it is parents' personal responsibility. It's like when my kids, I found out in elementary school, they were watching porn on the freaking school bus. At least it's not magazines anymore, but you know, it on the school bus they were being exposed to that. I didn't find out about that until later, even at the school lunch tables. So then I was like, you know, they were like, oh god, 4th, 5th, 6th grade, you know, and it was pretty much after that I ended up pulling them out. But I mean, which a lot of people, the way we have it set up now with the way our society works and the economics of the home, like a lot of people can't afford not to send their kids to public school. So then what do you do?
Well, it's kind of the old saying when it comes to dealing with these kids and how do we fix this, it's almost like when, you know, when we talk about socialism, for instance, it's easy to find yourself into, you know, in socialism, you know, because of things that happen. And in order to get out of it, you've got to shoot your way out of it. You know, you've got to go to an extreme to get away from it. And, you know, I've sit around and thought sometimes, you know, how do we get our kids out of this situation? And it's like you have to go to an extreme of almost being, you know, a dictator type, you know, to get away from that and get focused back on because you got to think these kids that are doing this, these are going to be the people in charge one day. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Yep.
It's a scary thought, and I mean, I can do everything I can do to teach my children right, but if 20 parents that that have children that do not do these things, and these kids are around my kids, you see what I'm saying? The influence is overwhelming against me, and they're like, "Oh, your dad, he don't let you do that, boy. He's, you see what I'm saying?" And
Yep.
That's a tale as old as time too.
Well, see, that is a kind of a go with the local and the school board, because and it's really digging into there, and then it's going to be in the county positions. That's the only way really local on a smaller scale number, because it's kind of like, if just to be real about it, you would have hell getting, like we laughed a while ago, and getting 100 people to agree on shit in a YouTube channel. So
good luck.
But you can kind of, maybe if you can get your neighborhood, the fellow kids that your kids are hanging with, and of course I'm speaking from, this whole new perspective that doesn't have that thing. So I'm not trying to dumb it down to make it sound easy, but you go to the parks and you try to talk and you bring in awareness away from the high hyperbole talk that the news media uses, just the reality of, it's like you thought about the inappropriate stuff that's taught, and then just showing it. And because most people, when they're told, they're shocked. It's like, I don't know how many people I did the little Tractor Supply thing around here that were like, wait, what? And it's like, yep, it's happening.
Do y'all think our parents and grandparents sit around having the same conversations? Because I mean, I can just think about, when I was coming up, I remember I was watching The Real World, the very first season of The Real World when it came out on MTV. Y'all remember that one? And there's some chick in her underwear running around. My grandma seen it. She freaked out that I seen this on TV and couldn't believe that was on TV, yada, yada, yada. So, I mean, is it just a reoccurring thing with same, slightly different issues per generation?
This changed everything, because this spread it around the world.
Well, that's what I'm saying. This is just a change. This is the modern thing, whereas to our parents, it was, you went down to the bar at night after work and sat around having 3 or 4 beers, talking to everybody. Whereas today's thing, we sit here at home on our computer, drinking beer.
Yeah, but see, your area's overall perspective was on the general info that came there. And when it was just off of newspapers, then everybody was getting that little basic same information, so still stayed on the same page. Once the internet came to do, well, now everybody takes thousands of different avenues. One person listens to this, one person listens to this. And so that neighborhood, that community just fractured even more, because now they all got individually connected to whatever they found interesting. So it wasn't just the Chronicle that got dropped on everybody's doorstep. So everybody read the same headline. So you kind of, all of a sudden,
I see that. I mean, I can tell you, I couldn't tell you probably 2 or 3 of my neighbors' names out of the dozen houses that are in this subdivision. Whereas, my grandpa, he could tell you the name of everybody and where their family come from that lived on that whole fucking mountain.
Yep.
Well, for what Kissoff said, I did everything right and our son went left. Basically, even after they taught him, right. I do want to give you a little word of encouragement, Kissoff, like real talk. My mom and daddy, were lenient, but, not too lenient. They taught me right from wrong. They, took the time, and my daddy beat my ass out in the front yard one time for being stupid. You know what I'm saying? But, they weren't like super strict or anything like that. But they always taught me, whenever I would screw up, they would teach me the lessons, but just a word of encouragement, when I left home, at that early age, I went out and I done what I wanted to do. I went out on drugs.
Is that me?
Oh, what the hell was that?
I don't
Sound
know.
like
Sound like somebody standing at the airport.
right. So kiss off. So basically, I went out and I got into the drug world. I did stupid shit. Hell, I got myself homeless for about 6 months. But there came a point in my life to where all the things that my mom and dad taught me started to come back into play. And I got tired of living that way. And I started them teachings of my mom and dad. One of the things my mom has told me nowadays, she goes, one of the things that really trips me out is how much I didn't think you were listening back then. And yet today, you've made comments about, well, I remember growing up, someone taught me about this or someone taught me about that. And she said, and it made me realize that all my work that I put into you, paid off because you were listening. I just didn't think you were. And so now, I've came back around. Well, kiss off. What I'm trying to say is don't give up hope. That's something once I came back home, at 30 years old, I'd gotten so down to the bottom of the barrel of my life that I actually at 30 years old had to move back in with my mom and dad, because I don't want to get that far deep into it. I was in a really bad place, and I weighed about 125 pounds soaking wet. My eyes were sunk in. I looked horrible, from the drugs and stuff like that. And, basically, my mom and dad had to put their foot down again. Even me at 30 years old, my dad told me, he's like, you're going to change your ways or you're going to hit that door, and don't ever darken my doorway again. He said, I'll sell everything I own to help you. We'll live in a dirt floor shack if that's what it takes to help you. But you will receive this help, and you will go on the right path, or don't ever darken my doorway again. And he made me make that choice at 30 years old, and now I'm sitting here with, paid for stuff, don't owe much on my house, buying my own house, things like that, so don't ever give up is what I'm trying to get at. You can you can find 10,000 reasons why you think, it's too far gone. But the one reason you need to find that it's not is that that's still your child.
Yeah.
I have a daughter right now that still don't talk to me. She moved in with us, for a while with my grandbabies, because her and her husband split up, yada yada, all that crap, and we moved them in here. And hell, we just got a 3-bedroom house, and we have my wife and I and 2 children, so there's not enough bedrooms, but we made room for them, and she went back with that guy, and she still don't talk to us to this day. I don't, we did nothing, wrong to her, but I'm still not going to give up hope on her. She'll come back one day.
Well, I know for me, because I can kind of relate backwards, because that's how I've came out of recovery houses to my mom's. I've paroled out twice to my mom's, so I can totally relate. But my mom, to this day, I think of things, and my dad too. My dad was the mechanical kind of guy for me, but you're planting a seed, and that's what I kind of hope with my kids, because they kind of do what they do. I got 2 that are kind of batshit crazy, one that's kind of on the doing all right. So it is what it is. But one thing, and my recommendation is, oh, you got to go? Okay, Milky.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt, but my daughter went out to start the car. We got to run into town.
Well, be careful, ma'am, and stay
Thank you,
warm.
Milkmaid. Be careful.
I'll be in chat. She's driving.
Oh, be careful. But no, it's just, first thing you got to remember to me, and what I do as far as mine is liking and loving are two different things. So, and I tell Mike, I've told all three of them, I'll always love you because you're my child. So that's never goes away. That does not mean that I have to like or condone everything you do.
Right.
And it's no different than anything else. There's boundaries, and there's been we are the oldest. We kind of had to put a boundary up for a while, and it was kind of like, look, and I mean, it was a pretty hard drawn line in the sand for a few years there, because he was batshit crazy. It was, and it was like, look, I did this to mine, and so here's where the line is. If you're going to do it and you're going to bounce off them walls on your own, we'll pray for you. That's that. You just you did your job. You planted seeds, and that's where my parents kick in, because some of this shit didn't even kick in until I started to have my own. Whenever I found out I was going to have a son is when a lot of shit started to kick in, because once you kind of get introduced to the parenting role, it changes perspective. So a lot of things that you don't think they paid attention to, it just got lost in the public mix, because you always got to remember you're the only source of that information. Unless everything else around you repeated what you were saying, there was outside sources. But you're just there. It just takes the moment that it'll trigger, and then they'll go, oh, yeah.
Well, and this is something that even falls back on the Bible and having faith. The Proverbs 22:6 says, train up a child in the way he should go. And now here's the key part of that. And when he is old, he will not depart from it. Okay. So the key part of that is when he is old. See, to me, what I take from that is you train the child in the way that they should be, the way that they should go, the morals and and he will not depart from it when he is old. So that tells me that there is an allowance there for when you leave the house until you start to get a little older and mature, that there's that part in there that they're going to stray from it. Because I think another, if you read another translation, it'll say they may stray from it, but when they are old, they will return, to your teachings. And it happened exactly like that in my life. Once I left home, man, I was wild, crazy, man. It wasn't nothing for me to be driving through Little Rock at 3:00 in the morning with, a half ounce of powder dope. You know what I'm saying? Meth, coke, whatever it was. Driving right. Cops passing by me, and I'm 3:00 in the morning driving to go to a house and sell, and you know what I'm saying, do dope and stuff like that. So, I got way out there. And everything, but you know what I'm saying? I came back to the ways of the teachings that my parents, gave me when I was younger, and not everybody comes out of that, it's just part of life, but giving up, I mean, just, you should never give up hope, I guess, is what I'm saying,
Or you pray for the best, prepare for the worst.
What's on your mind, Corn Pop? You look like you had something to say.
I don't think I want to touch that one. No. I'm
Why
only
not?
Because I don't get paid enough to deal with butthurt feelings.
I mean, If you got something to say it, brother. Hell, don't.
No, I'm good. I'm just gonna stay out of that one. Move on to the next topic. It's almost politics, religion, and her. Things.
Well, yeah. Sounds like they're scraping the road out here.
Well, she was saying that apparently MS fried his brain, so he's got brain damage. So on that side, you just pray, that it's not what. Well, that might be. Well, yes, ma'am. I guess to be honest, you just pray for if that moment happens that it's painless, and you hope for the best. You pray for the best because that is all in God's hands.
Yep.
We switch into politics for a minute.
Go politics. Where are we going?
Just looking at the stuff I'm getting today, and the Republicans taking over, and they sure seem like they're doing a lot. They're throwing up a whole lot of stuff. I was saying earlier they put up a vote denouncing socialism to make the Democrats, and they split that. And now I just got one that they're going to investigate John Kerry over his secret negotiations with China. And then all the other little crap are they doing? Are they just putting on a show right now? And it's going to go back to normal.
I watch it on the House, the actual committee, cameras and stuff. And even in the committees, they're starting to call them out because what it is they're starting to nail them down to America. This is America, damn it. It's like they introduced a thing that before every committee hearing, they want them to pledge allegiance, say their pledge, stand up and take the pledge. Well, hell, they started griping, and they even started calling them out on that and going, so you're going to tell me that we argue and debate for an hour about you pledging allegiance to this? And then they they're starting to call them out, but like they're starting to dig too, because Jim Jordan.
Huckleberry just said the Pelosi Act from Hawley. Did y'all see that? The Pelosi Act from Hawley out of Missouri.
Yep. Yeah,
Jim Jordan's going after the FBI with the school boards, and that's and he's serious about that.
There's another one called the Pencil Act, and it's named after what Trump called Adam Schiff, Pencil Neck.
No shit. What about lying or foreign intelligence?
I think it's let me look it up here.
It's Swalwell that got caught with Fang Fang.
Yeah.
But I don't remember hearing about shit. I know he was just a straight up liar, stood up there with the packets. We got the papers, they're right here.
Well, what they're pissed off about with him, and it's Jim Jordan won too, because it's on the Intel committee, and it's because he would literally sit in the Intel committee and hear the truth, walk out the door and bald-faced lie. And they're calling him out on that, and he doesn't need to be on Intel committees. He's not trustworthy. He's not honorable, is the way they put it.
It is. So Matt Gaetz introduces a pencil resolution barring Adam Schiff from accessing classified information.
Nice.
So I think these young guns, if I think they're serious enough, that and this could lead to some other people that are getting into politician that are like them, but maybe have been a little nervous about, trying to take on such a big establishment as the Swamp. This might give some others courage, the encouragement to stand up and say, because they, like Rescue said, I've seen some of them things on what's that, the C-SPAN, where you can go in and watch some of the actions going on in Congress and stuff, and I've seen a few of them lately, and they're flat freaking calling these people out, dude. They're putting them, they're like forcing them to either admit to this or go, and a lot of them that they're really targeting is swing states. So go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm rabbit trailing, going on this. What's their what's their play to stop this?
Right now, it's the purse, it's the money.
Yep.
And like, because Rand Paul was actually asked about, because he's so hard, boy. He wants little OF man so bad, But the Senate, he knows he's kind of pointless in the Senate. But he even told somebody, he goes, no, but the House can actually do something, because dude, they got that church committee going, which is a pretty powerful thing, and they're the purse strings. So while they can talk about, well, we're going to send that, you're only going to send it if they open the cash door to let you do it. If they don't open the cash door, you ain't doing nothing but bumping your gums. So that's where they're really the power. So it's because we're supposed to be a 3-branch government, and there's not really supposed to be one over any of the others. But they're fixing to show exercise the power of the House, which is going to cause a ripple in the other two. It can be a hopeless belief, but I think that the system, because you listen to their rhetoric and they're going old school and they're doing it for a reason. And it's because everything that gets said on that floor is documented, and it becomes what you'd say a binding, a legal. That's the stuff that they can't erase when they put that down.
The key important thing too, Corn Pop, to remember is these new young guns are forcing votes on the floor. You see what I'm saying? They're forcing like rhinos, for instance, that are in these mostly red states. They're forcing them to come out and say, man, I'm for this or I'm against this. And you see what I'm saying? That because the way it's been running as of the last couple of years is, man, they just vote from home and are,
voting,
they just, and it just kind of gets washed under the rug.
My question is, what is the establishment's play? What are they going to do? What's their speed bump to slow this down or stop it?
The purse, the power of the purse, man.
You mean on the system side?
Yeah, they're gonna. They got to have a plan on how they're going to stop these people from accomplishing their goals that they've made pretty clear and are very vocal about right now, that don't go with what they want to do. They want to keep that status quo, good old boy thing going. What do they throw in there? Who, what, how? What's their plan to Tea Party this movement? They made the Tea Party go away pretty quick.
Well, but see, that's all right. So what they're all
overseas shit.
What they're already trying to do is they're like, if you'll notice and if you'll look it up in the headlines, Marjorie Taylor Greene is this, she's done this. They're trying to dig up dirt on them to make them look bad so that they don't get any play, and because that has worked very well for a long time. But the problem is people are starting to I read an article just a few days ago that they said that they have used that place so much, put dirt on them, well, this guy said this 25 years ago, and so look, this person is terrible. They've used that place so much it is losing its meaning at a really rapid pace. You know what I'm saying? It's like Marjorie Taylor Greene said what 20 years ago? I don't give a shit what she said 20 years ago. I know who I was 20 years ago, and it's not the same person I am now. You know what I mean? So a lot of people are starting to recognize this and starting to go, yeah, I'm not buying into this crap. And the way I know this is like, I've got Newsbreak app on my phone, so I get all these news feeds all day long. Well, I started reading, I'll read the article and stuff, but I really started focusing on the comments. There'll be 500, 600, 1,000, 2,000 comments. And I started focusing on the comments and just reading through. Of course, you're always going to have them people that will cut their nose off to spite their face. They'll never give up. But there's a lot of people I've noticed started going, well, I voted for Trump and everything, but man, I think classified documents, I don't think any of them should have classified documents, and I think they should, and you start seeing just this kind of a emergence of people starting to go, yeah, I'm not buying into this crap no more. They're after a certain agenda, and I'm starting to see more people agree with it. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So the establishment is going to have to come up with a new playbook in order to continue to keep their establishment power, because too many things are coming out. I mean, you got
What do
a
you think is in that
president.
playbook?
You've got a sitting president right now that people that voted for him are going, man, hold up. This guy was taking
I might have
documents
fucked
when he
up.
was senator. This guy, the FBI, the DOJ they knew that he had these documents just before the midterm elections, and they didn't say nothing. People are starting to put two and two together because
Here's another one, man. It's kind of
Pull up the house. It was the house floor. I couldn't mute it fast enough.
Oh.
Yeah,
I'll watch it.
makes
They
you
got
wonder,
called
what
out.
are they going to pull next? Out of all the stunts they've pulled and the things they've done to keep control, and now they're kind of losing control. That snowball's building up momentum. I want to figure out what they're going to throw in front of that snowball.
I don't think there's any telling. I don't think they're prepared. It's like they're trying.
They got rooms and rooms of people sitting here doing this.
You want to know a conspiracy?
I think that it's kind of some of their shit's backfiring. It's like, because I've noticed in some of these committee things, they keep the border stuff. That during every hearing, they keep trying to play the race card type thing, and they actually now are finally getting verbally shut down and done it out loud, and so it's dying down. So that's one of theirs. But it's kind of weird that they would dip in and grab that one for that. That's why I think that they were banking on they're really hoping the Ukraine thing I think that's if we can crest that about the moment, then they can try to do a last shuffle for the next one.
Well, one of the things that is going to help a lot with these new young guns is, they're wanting to have all the cameras in Congress. They're wanting to have them all publicized. That's going to help a lot if they get that done. So in other words, like, you're going to be able to go on C-SPAN and see everything, even when they're just standing around talking. They want them mic'd up and stuff. Okay, transparency. So but my thought. This is something I've thought about, because I kind of actually thought about what you asked there about how are they going to get ahead of this, because their old ways are dying off, and it's my belief that they're going to screw themselves. But what they're going to do is there's going to be a big false flag event, like a real false flag event, not some of this. Well, 3 people got shot up. There's going to be a real false flag event, and I think with these young guns, there's enough exposure going on that some things are going to get exposed, and I think it's going to actually bring more people together. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Speaking of flags, all the substations, one got really publicized. That's not the only one.
I know.
Why? Who? What? When? Where? Why? Why aren't they talking about that? Which side? I don't say which side, but
yeah.
What's going on with it? I mean, and all the riots going on right now. There's multiple cities having pretty big, summer of love type riots right now that aren't getting talked about.
Well, they can't talk about them because they know everybody's getting tired of the crap. But the problem with it is that the more they tried to hide the information and the less they talk about it, people wake up to that, because people that live in them cities are like, man, what the hell? Good God, and I even watched a YouTube show last night, were it was 5 black men on talking about the thing that happened in Memphis, with that horrible, unforgivable beating death that they gave to that young man. And they were all talking about it, and they were like, look, this one guy on there, he said, basically, we've been thinking it was, this white supremacy thing, that these white cops were doing this, and now we're starting to see the reality that it's police doing this. Black men that beat a black man to death, that had police uniforms, and they're starting to see, because they talked about some of the defunding of the police, for instance. And they said that when you do that, obviously, you're telling the good cops are leaving. You know what I'm saying? The good cops have left, and now you're stuck with getting thugs and criminals in as police officers. And they started calling this out and holding this to account. These are the things I'm saying. The tides are changing. We just have to be patient and keep putting out this message and keep, standing up. One of the things that I done about 5 days ago is I sent out some stuff to Holly and to Marjorie Taylor Greene, to a bunch of these people, and just said, hey, I know you don't know me, but I'm actually not one of your constituents in your areas, but I'm pressing my constituents to be, my representatives to be like you. Keep doing what you're doing. And them little letters like that, them little emails, they get, they've got somebody that reads that stuff and tells them, what I'm saying, of what's going on. And we just need to keep pointing this out. We need to stay strong, man, with the message of
Well, we need to be involved too.
Yes. Well, yeah, that's
what I'm guilty of. I know is that, and I said that numerous times. I just never really I just raised my kids and thought I just hit a lick, pay my taxes, raise them kids. There you go.
Yeah.
Didn't really
That's how I was
pay
up
attention.
until the last 5 to 6 years, whatever, since 2016ish, I guess. But I figure most everybody else since when Trump got elected. Before that, it was you live, you die, you pay taxes in between.
That's it. You just hit a lick and move on. And then you kind of realize, and then you start to see just how batshit crazy this has gotten to where it's just like, I don't know nothing about no 30, 40-year plan. All I know is right here, right now. And that's some batshit crazy. And I know I watched some little silver-headed fucker sit right up there on numerous Senate committees and bald-faced lie, go sit out on national TV and lie. So I know a million people died right here in this country. So,
look at
some intentional shit.
Let's take, for instance, look at what Abbott and DeSantis did with the illegals, shipped them right into their front door. The hypocrisy that went on woke a lot of people up, because they're like, oh, wait a minute, whoa, you can't, what? And then what the establishment tried to do was say, look, you're look how you're doing these people wrong, and just ship them across the country and everything. And and they tried to spin it off, and wrong it may be, but at some point, sometimes you have to punch someone in the face to get people to stop punching people in the face. You see what I'm saying? Sometimes you have to be the criminal to make, to point out what the criminal is doing, and it sucks because, don't get me wrong, I'm sure there are a lot of people that are coming across that border that just want a better life. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? I have no doubt about that, and I don't blame them for that. But at the same time, you cannot have an open door policy like that and not expect that there is going to be all kinds of, like Huckleberry saying, the drugs, you know, and you know, coming across the border, and the bad people, you know, they're talking about how many getaways, you know, so these are people that's just gotten away and just hauled ass into the country versus, you know, the ones that they've caught that, you know, that just 2 days ago, I saw an article where they caught this dude's like a 5 or 6 time child sex offender. You know, I mean, like bad stuff. And
Yeah,
they
they just had a dude up on the floor yesterday. He had him up on a big old poster thing going, "This guy has been arrested for felonies 5 times over here and sent back. When does he stay over there? Or does he stay in prison?" And all
Now, a
kinds
lot
of
of
shit.
people overlook too the fact that a lot of those coming across the border that we should be worried about aren't from South American countries.
Right.
Oh no,
Exactly.
dude, that's over 120 countries.
Yeah. I'm talking about, like, you know,
And it's 5, by the way,
Middle
according
Eastern,
to
Asian, you know, countries that we're
Representative
not friendly
Hunt,
with.
yesterday afternoon, it's 5 million have crossed the border.
And you know, there's got to be a lot of shitheads mixed in that 5 million.
That's what they were just talking about yesterday in the border committee hearing, and that's what Hunt, because they had that one sheriff dude from one of the main counties up there testifying just how bad they had that Gonzalez, that El Paso judge. Wasn't it? Yeah, it was El Paso where Biden went, and how it was basically a shit street. And then all of a sudden it's like, look, y'all got to go somewhere for the day. Look, it's fine. Biden walks by and it's like, okay, y'all can all get back. Yeah, they got his ass up there and calling him out on his
every year. They do the same thing in like Super Bowls, world, you know, anything like that. Yeah, they clean it up and it's clean for a month and it's back. But speaking of them fessing up to stuff and getting called out on stuff, did y'all see who fessed up to the ownership of a certain laptop?
Yep. You talking about Hunter?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, he finally fessed up that it was his. I forget what he said his defense was.
Well,
yeah, he finally fessed up that it was his.
Okay, so what they're trying to do on that is, because I read up on this, is basically Hunter is coming out now and going, yeah, that's my laptop. And to get ahead of it, what they're trying to do is he's filing a lawsuit against a certain group of people for stealing or for making public private content, you know, for stealing his private or personal information.
He don't have a leg to stand on.
Yeah, no.
I mean, and the judicial system, he don't have a leg to stand on because he gave that laptop over to somebody for services, never paid for services. They claimed the property. So, I mean, yeah, he don't have a leg to stand on that. And then it becomes theirs. Once it's theirs, they can do whatever the hell they want with it.
What's up, Hutch?
What's up, Hutch? He said it's not potholes you got to worry about, it's potheads. You let one in, next thing you know, there's a drum circle 2 miles wide.
Right. But yeah, but that's the thing, seeing people, that's what I'm saying is you get these young guns in there in the house and they're starting to point this stuff out. They're calling people to the floor and making them on camera, on record, admit one way or another, you know, and you know, these people are, you know, I seen which one was it? God dang, which one was it? He went against Maxine Waters the other day and just, man, he shut her down, son. I'm talking like had her bum fuzzled. She was like, well, he's like, did you not say this? This is the transcript from what you said. And she was like, well, I reclaim my time. You know, I reclaim my, you know, and you see what I'm getting at? They're holding these people to the fire. You know what I'm saying? They're really making them, you know, and people are starting to wake up to this stuff, man.
And I'm really afraid of what the them is willing, capable, able to do to stop
anything and everything.
Gaining the momentum like it is. The level that they're willing to go to is what concerns me.
Well, Hillary Clinton already said it.
We know what she does, Vince Foster.
Well,
Well,
she's already said we'll go scorched earth if it's necessary.
well,
I can
and
see
to
that
be
they're
honest,
saying
to
that.
me, it's not the elected officials. It's that deep state that knows as they dig deeper into like the FBI, the IRS. Dude, did you hear about the IRS agents that scammed over several $1,000,000 out of the whole little Koofy fund shit?
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, it's so funny. And then they started, but see, they're calling that out. And that's what I like is that this is now out on the public side that none CNN, Fox, none of them get to control how that gets put out. It's like, there's the facts. This is what was found. Here's the actual details. Da, 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 da. And
Well,
that's, I love it. Hopefully it brings, I'm like backwoods. Hopefully more people on the younger side. It's kind of like the Make America Great thing again, only this time with a wave of people that are going to go get involved at that level and hold, because it's like, I love it that they're going in with the Constitution as one of the primaries. It's about the Constitution, First Amendment and the Second Amendment. This is the Constitution of the United States of America. You swore an oath. Man, it gets me wound up. I love the hearing it.
But weren't we saying something pretty similar to this back in 2017, 16?
Well, it was more of
just out here under the flag. If I had to do my little perspective,
I think that Trump was a necessary evil to expose, to get a lot of this going. You know what I'm saying? If you think about it, I'll take mean tweets for cheap gas all day long. You know what I'm saying? Type of thing.
Well, he was the non-politician. He was the interrupt. Everything was career mode. Right. There was a cycle. Right. He was that hiccup. He was that scratch in the record.
Right. And so sometimes, we didn't get in this mess overnight, and we're not going to get out of it overnight, so we have to understand, especially when you start talking about thought processes and you start talking about the establishment norm and you start talking about all these different things. It takes time and patience and willfulness to fight against it, and you have to understand that, people are not going to change overnight. You're going to have to keep showing a series of things going on, just like the deal with the COOF money, and now the IRS, that they're exposed that, man, they were just stealing taxpayer money like crazy, man, and just giving it to whoever and putting it in their own pockets, and people out here, that are normal everyday citizens that are voters, for instance, they feel them effects of when they go to the grocery store and what used to cost them $80 now costs $200. They see this. And then when you start seeing articles starting to slowly come out, even on CNN, dude, articles, people there, even CNN is starting to go against some of these people, like, hey, look, basically they can't hide it anymore. We're sending, you got a man standing in the White House right now who absolutely said he basically told Congress, he told the House of Representatives, he ain't dealing with shit. You're going to do it this way, my way, or I'll do it anyway. You see what I'm saying? He's like, you're going to, basically the Democrats want a limitless debt ceiling. They don't want there to be a debt ceiling. And that's basically what Biden has said. And people are starting to see what Trump said, for instance. I've seen some people in some of these comments literally say, I hated the very thought of Trump. But now I'm starting to see what he was saying, because they're spending money at an enormous rate that there's no way we can ever pay it back. And yet we're sending money over here. We're sending money over there. We're giving money over here. And yet I can't even afford to buy enough groceries for my family because I've got to pay this light bill that's, you know, twice what it was last year. And this, you know, people, that's the whole thing of what we were going with the House of Representatives as well, is that it all boils down to money. People, when you get into people's pockets, when you normally buy this amount and now you can't, that makes people think, you know, what the fuck is going on here, you know. Does that make sense, Cornball? Is that kind of answering maybe?
Yeah, it's another perspective on it. You know, I like to hear everybody's opinion, whether or not I agree or not. But yeah, I'm right there with you on it. And I love to play the what if game. I'll what if anything to death.
I will say Rand Paul
play devil's
yesterday.
advocate on it. I like to play devil's advocate too. So
Rand Paul was saying yesterday when he was asked about that all, he actually pointed out he's got a plan, and he said it'll be rough, but it can be done. But within 5 years, we could actually break back even. But
I'd rather have 5 rough years than 50 bad ones.
Well, then it would be stopping, and it's probably, like he even pointed out, he goes, there's just so much money that's being pissed off that doesn't have to be, but it's not thrown into the equation. And I forgot, he rattled off the basically the cocaine into the Beagles, how we funded that, the snapping the Thanos finger type shit. There was
you know,
what attracts a male to a female parrot? That was, I think, $100 or $200 and something $1,000.
I can get behind like that kind of stuff if it's American universities doing it, and I can deal with giving money for stuff like that. But all this shit we're shipping out overseas to other countries, bring that stuff back.
Well, we shouldn't even be doing that, really.
When our country is in good shape, huh?
Well, with federal taxes, we shouldn't do that kind of projects because that's that's the problem, though. The federal government, you have to kind of go, okay, we want you to tend to the outside border and the international stuff. Other than that, state to state decides. Well, then because like people in your state, maybe we decide that we want to go out here and see how long a squirrel can survive in a pine tree with nothing else, and we want $200,000. Well, it's your tax money that we would be pissing off on some goofy ass idea. When if nothing else, it should be a
tax money spent on a goofy ass idea that makes people think. If that money is spent in country and benefits his country, I mean, people thinking like that, having those kind of discussions, you know, the rocket science version of what we're doing right now, you know, is what built the country to where it is. So I'm cool with that kind of money being spent, but all this shit that's going out with nothing coming back in, I'm no mathematician, but that math don't add up.
Oh, no, we shouldn't be accountable for nobody else, especially when it's so brazen that we're going to literally document that we're sending money to this country for your border protection. Well, 5 million people have come down our southern one, and nobody even wants to do a news story on it.
Did y'all see the little meme picture thing that Pilgrim put up earlier? You got to go check it out. It meshes perfectly with what you just said.
I'm trying to find this because, man, I cannot think of the country. There's a country that has just, like, over the last day or two, is like launching a full investigation into Pfizer and the jab. It's a country that has basically broke contract with Pfizer, and they're because the king daughter is in a coma, and it happened like a day or two after she got the booster, and she is in a coma now, and they were trying to tell her it was a viral, and they were trying to tell, you know, the king or whatever, that it was a viral infection. And then a guy came out, man, what, It
Trying
was
to feed them the same line of shit they feed everybody
huge.
else. Only homeboy was high up the food chain. Somebody went, "That's bullshit," and he's like, "Wait, what?"
Well, it's
What's
a
up,
doctor.
Bobo?
It's a doctor that, man, I'm trying to find it here. I'm so terrible at this. You know, with the
It was just on the fly, so it's not like it was right
yeah,
there.
but it's
I'll
this
say, see, that's what I said is, and that's why last year I used to say a lot of the correctiveness will start from the outside and work its way back in, because this is where the freedom part started and rippled out. So it'll come back in. And more of these countries are starting to have these things. Well, they don't have all the little bullshit that we got to suppress all this. So they just get out going, hey, this is what we found. Well, you can, we got so many people go international news, it'll start bleeding through. And I think that's what's starting to happen. You can't, that's why CNN's even starting to change some of their tone and having to kind of go, well, Trump's bad. It's like, damn.
man.
I can't wait for them to just get, man, little old gray man's got to be here. Ooh, hold him accountable.
Huh?
I said that little gray man got to be held accountable.
The gnome.
Yeah, but dude, just the bald-faced lion, and that's, I don't know. Too bad it didn't go back to the old school type days when old Rand Paul got so mad he just got up over that bench and went over there and started thumping on him when he lied to him.
That's what we
See,
need
it's like
more
that.
of that.
When they did that little house thing with the speaker and took so long and everybody, they tried to paint that to be a big to do. And man, you go looking at history and there's been shootings and shit in the house. They've had throwdowns and shit. There's been some serious shit in the old days. And see, and that's what I like with Backwoods was talking about a while ago. I like where this bunch is trying to bring all that transparency back. It's like, no. Say what you mean and mean what you say, damn it. Do it right out here in the open.
Here it is right here. Princess, and there's no way I could say this name, daughter of the King of Thailand, has been in a coma for 3 weeks. She has been in a coma for 3 weeks, and they're remains unconscious while the doctors continue to provide medicines and use equipment to support the functions of the heart. And she's only 44 years old, man.
Vegetable.
Huh?
She's a vegetable.
Yeah, there is a doctor that was warning about all this stuff ahead of time, and he's Thailand. He's Thailand.
He listened to us instead.
Yeah, a Thai person, and now. So the king is like starting to listen to this doctor, and they're like suspending this and fixing to launch a full investigation into this, man. This kind of thing right here is huge. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because now you got a whole country that's like, nope, hold on a minute, And
don't mess with the people that make Thai stick, man.
Right. Man, I miss some good old Thai stick back in the day. Woo. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. So it's
there's stuff coming.
That's what I'm saying. So yeah, it's just patience, man. It's just we didn't get here overnight, and we're not going to get out of it overnight.
I don't like being patient. I want my instant gratification.
Dude, it was so funny. Me and my wife laughed because let's see. It'd probably be about 27, 26 years ago. The cell phones or something. And I even told her, I said, man, these things are just going to turn the whole damn world into a bunch of damn cokeheads, because everybody's going to want their shit right then, just like they ran that shit right then. And then I'll be damned, here we are, 2023, and buddy connected. They even got VR. We're doing the Neuro thing before long. We already done got chips into your skin to keep monitoring all your shit.
And I'm just as guilty as
Here, wear
everybody
this
else.
watch so that everybody around the world can know what your pulse and heart rate and everything is, and where
I
you
can
are.
order this on Amazon and have it tomorrow instead of taking 30 minutes to drive down to the local store. And
well, and then you got all the little quick loan places. I love this commercial, dude. Have y'all? Because I only watch Pluto TV on the tablet, so watch my westerns. But unfortunately, it's a free shit, so you get these commercials. Well, there's a commercial, and I don't know if it shows on regular shit or not, but it's one version is a chick sitting in a car, and she's talking to her phone, and she's like, "I need gas, and I don't get paid till next week. What should I do?" And then the phone, like, oh, well, and it send her to this loan place to get a loan.
Sounds like a
payday
modern
loan.
check cash and shop.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, wow, there you go. Let's not, maybe hint at the fact of, I don't know, maybe stop going to Starbucks and shit before you started getting low on gas and save what's called gas money. I think it was used to be this stupid ancient term called budgeting, but, can't do that. You're supposed to just get whatever you want when you want it, I guess, nowadays. I just thought, and the look on the face, the smile, oh, okay. And then I think another one is a dude. Well, I don't get paid for 2 weeks and I need this. What should I do? Well, just go get a loan. Don't worry about a thing.
There's Redacted is Devil Dog mentioned that Redacted is a good one to watch. A YouTube channel called Redacted, and it's real. They have a lot of information that you don't see on mainstream media, and they back it up, with articles and stuff, and everything, and
oh yeah, dude, he's had a damn general on just a couple of days ago talking about the shit going down over there and the shit that's potentially because some 4-star dude done come out and said we're probably going to be in a conflict with China by 2025.
Well, there's basically a guy out here called Peter Zion, something like that, and he's a geopolitical analyst, and he's actually works with the Department of Department of Justice or somebody, and he done a thing on Joe Rogan's show, and he talks about some of this stuff, and he's like, well, there's obviously things that I can't talk about, here, but he talks about he says that China only has about 10 years left, and they're going to be like a third world country again. And he breaks down the reasons why, and it's actually to, and you can kind of see if you kept up with things that are going on in China, you can kind of see, what he's saying is like, okay, I could see that point, not saying it's true, but just saying I could see that point, there's some really interesting stuff going on, man, that just don't seem to, obviously hit. You got to dig for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I gotta hop off here. I gotta knock out some honeydews around the house and get ready to go work here in a little bit. So I will
appreciate you,
brother.
brother.
2 loads of laundry on the bed too. I've got to fold and do something. I've got 2 loads of laundry I've got to do, and plus another one I need to wash. I've been lazy the last couple of days. I ain't gonna lie.
I wish it would stop raining.
Well, it was supposed to. We were supposed to get another round of that stuff last night, and it was a little bit of snow rain mix. You know what I'm saying? It mostly rained though. We got just enough of that warm air pushing up, to keep us from having ice. So we got a lot of rain last night, basically.
Looks like it might be around now. I guess later tonight there'll be another wave. It looks like. Let's see for you. Well, it looks like a little bit of rain, but I get well. No, you're not in rain now, do you? Is it raining there now?
No, no, it's cloudy. Cloudy and 40 degrees is what the little thing down here on the computer says.
You might get a little bit of a break. I don't know. It looks like the second patch that'll hit us later tonight might end up at your way later, but it just depends on where it drifts.
I think it's staying just south of us. I think Tuesday we're supposed to get something though. Well, the thing everybody needs to really understand is that the little bit of stuff that we see, we can make a decision one way or another, yada yada. But when you really start digging deep and you start understanding that, for instance, there's 350 million people in this country. Actually, there's probably more, about 360 or 370. But anyway, there's there's a whole lot more going on than what we see. You know what I mean? And when you dig deep enough and you dig hard enough, you can start to find things that make you go, well, maybe there is some people in the background working to fix this shit. That not everybody is against you. Um, there are people out there that really do love this country and love the freedom that we have, and there are people in the right places that love our country and have influence. And there is things out there going on. A lot of people just keep it to mainstream media, and some people go, well, I don't watch Fox News and CNN. But if you're watching any kind of news at all that's getting out there, you're seeing mainstream media, because it's
Well,
alternative.
that's all that frothy shit, and it keeps you distracted and keeps you stirred up. You're emotional. And but you just slow down, and then you start to see the bigger things that are happening in the back end that actually driving the machine itself, and where I guess you could say.
Well, you can't go out there and look at your vehicle and say, well, that set of tires right there, that's the whole car. Well, in some sense it is. Your vehicle don't drive very well without tires. But at the same time, them tires ain't shit without the vehicle. You see what I'm saying? There's so many working parts that you have to take into consideration here.
So many cogs in the wheel.
Yeah, there's so many cogs in the wheel, and it's I don't know.
Well, then because it's easy to get that's what I said before. Negative. It just, man, negative will grab you in an instant. The positive takes effort to stay pushing on the positive.
Yeah.
It's a positive. A negative will draw you in. A positive is a resistance type. So it takes effort. It takes force. You have to stay on the positive. And that's sometimes, hey, we all have our moments, because ain't nobody perfect, but you just got to try to remember to always come back to the positive. There's shit happening. You just got to try to join in the fight, be part of the solution, not the problem.
Well, and a lot of people don't want to listen to it. Kiss off there. I don't listen to the shit. But I get it. But at the same time, there's a lot of us out here that do listen to it, that do want to know what's going on, that wants to try to find, is it all just this one way, or is there really people out there, that are doing good things? And there are. You just, like you said, you have to fight to keep on that positive side. and it's so much easier. People, I equate it to the right now society. I can trade. I put it on the throwaway society. Throw away things and let's just get what makes us feel good right at the moment. And sometimes, unfortunately, what makes us feel good is to go, oh, it's just all a bunch of bullshit, and it's we're just all doomed, and sometimes it just feels good to just do that. And be right now in your feelings, because that's what matters right now in society is your feelings. And so we have to take that into consideration. I'm not going to ever stop fighting, man. I'm always going to keep looking for the positive and know where to put my energy towards. um I don't want to live miserable, man. It's miserable enough going down and spending $200 for damn groceries that cost me $80 last year. It's miserable enough, pumping $3.50 gas when I know it was $1.90, a year and a half, 2 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So it's miserable enough with this without taking on the misery of just looking at everything in a negative way. You know what I'm saying?
Yep,
Jeez.
exactly. Well, I don't know. Sometimes I think because it's real easy to take on that negative side, especially with all the pump. That's what everything's based off of. It's like what we are. Well, we'll all talk about clickbait and stuff. Well, that's what news does. They'll do headlines to and heighten that. You're getting it just there's and they do that intentionally. You know,
You know
and
why?
it's to keep you all stirred up, and you're getting all flustered, and you're looking at this. But meanwhile, in the back end, this bunch is trying to do this, but they don't want you to hear anything of that because then you encourage that. Well, that picks up momentum and that can change things. So look over here at all the craziness.
You know why they do that?
What's up?
So basically, there's a bunch of these writers, or these reporters, or whatever you want to call them. They do that because they know they can flood you with so much information. They can flood you with so many articles that you will not take the time to read the whole article. People today, because like I said, we're a right now society, and
Headlines.
people will read the headlines and that first intro or that first paragraph, and they'll move to the next one. They'll be like, "Yep, see, this is what I'm talking about," and they'll think, "Well, that next article, yep, see, look at what they're doing over here," and they don't read the whole article, and they don't take time to research what this article is about. Trump said this, or whatever. I'm gonna grab them by the, what. Well, everybody just freaks out. Oh my God, that's a president? Well, at the time he actually wasn't president, and any man that is honest. I mean, how many times have men been sitting around and talk a little nasty? You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on, man. You know what I mean? You know, I mean, we're men. We talk dirty, we talk bad. Sometimes we get gruff. You know what I mean? So when they brought out that President Trump said that, I was like, okay, that's typical locker room talk. I mean, hell,
Sound like a construction site.
go to a construction site or go to a bar on Friday night. That just because someone says that doesn't mean that he can't be good for the economy.
That was probably said at one of the construction sites building one of the hotels.
Right.
And actually, what's funny about that particular comment was because that out off that bus, that the whole reference to that statement was he was actually telling Homeboy just how narrow-minded and greedy some of these women out here are because you have money or because you own something, they will just throw themselves at you, and then hence you can grab them, and then there all of a sudden is the clip of the statement that got transmitted. But he was actually pointing out just how people can get over money.
You want me to get you want to see me mess with somebody? Rescue? Watch this.
Uh-oh.
Kiss off. And sometimes you men are just effing idiots, says a woman in control. Well, stop surrounding yourself with effing idiots. But then maybe you like it because they allow you to be in control because they're just effing idiots. Just saying.
She watches Sean Hannity, and she also voted for Fetterman, so you know.
Yeah, there you go. Because a real man won't let a woman be in control. Just saying.
Where's Chuck? Damn it, where's Chuck?
Rescue's like, come on, man, you're getting them stirred up before. Come on now, don't get me in trouble over here.
No, Chuck is her husband. He might be listening, although sometimes he's watching Fox, she says. Oh, there's Nikki now. There's trouble.
I know. If she jumps up here, I'm leaving. I'm kind of scared of her sometimes. No, I'm just saying, man. You know, it's man. You know, the right now society, man. They have trained us to be that way. You know, they've trained us to be that way with all the information at our fingertips. You know, and yet, you know, the dumbing down of society. You know, people can say, well, we're getting a whole lot smarter. I mean, look at the technology, but yet the technology is actually making us more stupid, you know, because back in school, you know, we used to have to read that crap, you know, our assignment, we'd have to read it and we'd have to research it and we would have to write it down and we would have to present that in class. Now, all you got to do is go.
Shit, they've done busted some students using that chat GPT shit or whatever to complete whole assignments and shit.
Yeah.
So it's like, there you go.
And that's the whole thing that's what it does. And it actually makes people dumber, you know, because take that phone away from them and then ask them questions. You know what I'm saying? They got an A on that paper, but take that phone away from them, you know, a month later and ask them questions. They can't tell you nothing about it.
Well, there's something to be said, and I actually brought this up with her the other day. We were talking, and I was talking about the nail guns, the cordless nail guns. And I was like, you know, I never thought about it. Hell, I always thought, damn, this is cool as shit. But then I was tired of hammering that E-swing, driving the nails, doing the paths to this, and I thought, damn. But now, if I could look back and I could go back now, and somebody handed me one, I'd be like, nah, I think I'm just going to keep driving these nails. That way I can kind of keep my physical shit the way I'm supposed to. Because you figure all these little things we did just slowly changed part of who we are and what we are supposed to be. Where our structure, metabolism and shit is changing. You know, everything we don't spend time out in the sunshine, pulling that, breathing the air, getting natural stuff, eating natural food. Everything is slowly all screwed. It's, you know, I don't know. But yeah, hopefully, I know my chickens are doing awesome. And my little home dude went to crowing this morning, and I was like, hell yeah. Well, so it's a good thing.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with some you know, technological advances to make things easier. You know, I can understand if you're a contractor that's building houses and you've got, you know, 40 houses in line to go and you got to get these houses turned out. I can understand using a nail gun, you know.
But see, let me ask you something backwards. What if the lifestyle of society at that point didn't require you to have to hump it so hard that you had 40 houses to get done so fast?
Well, that
one and the other, you know what I'm saying?
Right. But that does fall back into the how we have gotten away from actually teaching our children how to live. and how to, because there's a shortage in construction workers, there's a shortage in all these hands-on jobs, man, because these kids, like I said, they're not being taught properly. They went to focusing on, we've got to worry about your feelings, and what about the old school days where, you kicked your kid in the ass and said, get out there and cut the damn grass,
Well, because longer with the sports, but we had sports that used to try to encourage, which was a kind of a 50-50, because then they might just get pushed through a school just because of their size, height, whatever, or they might just get good in endorsement, and they'll run with that and still grow it to be good. But then this whole PC gaming thing, because I got to say, I actually had direct arguments with my own son over this shit. Dude, back then, you could go to some of these gaming tournaments and make $250,000. Some of those teams would make $500,000 back then. And you would divide this up of a team of 7 or something. And you'd have all these sponsors that would send you all these places. And he wanted to get part of that. And I said, no way, buddy. Sorry, you're going to get hands-on. Do you want to learn how to write those games? I'm with you, and we're going there just to sit down and go, no, bullshit, homie. Well, see, I was always considered one of those asshole dads. And it's like, yeah, call it what you will. But then again, that's the one son that's actually on the decent path right now. So he might still be a little pissed off, which he actually games on his own time now. But he doesn't do this, I can go make a living at this. No. You don't need to make a living sitting behind a keyboard and a mouse playing a game. You need to go put your hands on shit. This is a form of entertainment. And that was a direct conversation with him. So yeah, I think that led to a lot of the slowing down, because then you had schools, and when we go back to that aspect, wasn't encouraging, a lot of schools stopped encouraging trade skills and all that type of stuff, started doing more of the artsy, just little side stuff, and just got crazy.
Wizard, that's a whole nother conversation right there, boy. That one right there can get heated quick. I'm gonna tell you right now, if something happened to my wife or something happened between my wife and I wouldn't date anymore. There's no
hypergamy. What the hell was I talking about that sounded like hypergamy? I don't even know what the hell hypergamy is. I ain't gonna Google that word.
I don't know. I'm not into the gaming thing. My son is actually. My son actually is on a team, and they do make money and stuff. He's I'll give him credit for it. He's like, they have meetings and stuff, and like they're legit serious about it. And
oh yeah, dude. Hell,
he's
some of
good
them sponsors, they get sponsored by people like in NVIDIA or Intel, AMD, that type of shit. Oh, they get sent all over, man. He had some friends that got into that.
He was like, the other day, he was like, dude, he's like, Dad, man, just talking about some new controller or something. And I was like, dude, I told you, man, we ain't got the extra money for that stuff right now. He goes, no, I got, on my account, I've got the money, and he had the money on his own, man, and I was like, well, my rule, you've got to save a little bit. And, so we figured it all out and everything. And he was able to afford the controller he wanted. And then he's gotten a set of headphones and, upgrading his equipment and stuff. And he's saving some money, so it's kind of hard for me to try to put that down, because honestly, bro, computers and things like that, man, it's the way.
Doesn't he participate on the outside stuff still, though?
Yes. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
see, there's the difference. A lot of these just get well, you can do that, and you can do, like his friends had parents who basically go, okay, all I got to do is get you this set up in your room, and now I don't have to tend to you. I just pay the internet bill, and then they can kind of come and go. And then they were kind of cool, because then they could brag about, oh yeah, they're going to go over, because I got to say, it sounded good. I mean, it's cool if your kid's getting sponsored to like go to Taiwan and play in this competition thing. Very cool, awesome. But
You
if
know
as
what
a parent you aren't at home making sure that they get out and kind of do normal shit and incorporate that, then that's where the failure came. And that's unfortunately his friends, those parents just said, there you go, that's cool. I was one of those that was like, yeah, no, you got to participate in the real world too.
You know what I did the other day? He he didn't do his chores, and he came down to grab a sandwich, right? Because he was in this big tournament.
Uh-oh. Did I just
Yeah, you
glitch?
glitched out for a second. Yeah. So he was in this big tournament thing, and he come down to get a sandwich, and I said, son, you hadn't taken out the trash, and you hadn't done your part of the dishes, and you hadn't. And he's like, well, I'll do it later, Dad. And he said, I'm in a tournament. And I said, well, hell, every time I turn around, you're in a tournament, you know. And I said, your chores still got to get done, The trash is full, And he's like, I'll do it in a little bit. And I just stood there and I was like, all right, I got your ass. So I waited till he went back upstairs, right? I heard that door shut. And as soon as he did, I walked over there and unplugged the internet. I just unplugged it, man, and unplugged everything from that little, Wi-Fi box or whatever.
Yeah.
That whatever
Router.
the thing's called, the router. Thank you. I unplugged that whole thing, and boy, here he come down the stairs, and I showed him that, and I stuck it in my pocket, and I walked out the door. Man, I heard the door shut. I looked out my shop door. He was carrying the trash out, bro, and I walked back in the house, and he was in there doing his part of the dishes. And I started plugging everything back in, you know what I'm saying? Let it
That's
reset. I said, son, that's all I ask. You can play all you want to. I'm cool with that. You're doing something good. You're making some money. But you will do your chores, or you do not get this, and it just is what it is, and he was a little upset about it, because he was like, it killed it right in the middle of and I'm like, I don't care. Well, okay. So that's a two-sided question, because, well, first off, as a man, I think on terms of, like, what's the reasoning behind the man telling me not to cross the bridge, and I would ask questions. I wouldn't just take either one of them's word, honestly, because that's just the way I am. I would want to know why. Um, I would feel like there would probably be a reason, if a man told me, hey man, don't cross that bridge, I would figure, well, it's probably structural, and the structural integrity of the bridge is not safe. I would start asking them type of questions. If a woman told me not to cross a bridge, it would probably be more of a, okay, what's on the other side of the bridge that you don't want me being involved in? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what kind of answer you're looking for.
Hey, Connie, it's 38 here, ma'am. Warmed right on up to 38. Yeah, I don't know. I guess all I'd say is, if I came, it depends on which one did I run into first. And the first question is why?
Yeah,
it really wouldn't matter if it was a male or female. It would just be like, excuse me, why? And then they would say why. And depending on how they said it, whether male or female, I would take it serious or not. It would sound like, okay, you sound shitty, or you sound like you're, there's something wrong. Okay. But it would just trying to go all sexist, ma'am, and it ain't happening, because I know I give what you give, so it don't matter about that part. What your pronoun is.
I would listen to the woman because she has a mind frame of doing the impossible. Really? Well, that's funny because who actually does throughout history? Who is the ones who have built history? Who is the ones who have actually put hands on and built that bridge that you can cross or not cross?
Well, it was a mutual job. It was the female having the young man that grew up to be strong enough to build the bridge. It
But
almost sounds like it
it's
would be
still
some kind of like created
but
type thing to work that way, but
it's still probably, construction wise, it's going to be on a 99% percentile of men who built that very bridge. I'm just saying, I'm not,
well, don't they have a saying about behind every great man,
oh,
behind every good man is a great woman?
absolutely. But see, the what I get out of what was just said right there is that men are stupid and women are smart, and I'm not going to go for that bullshit. I absolutely cannot stand a sexist woman.
See, as a woman, I would listen.
Well, when's the last time you built a bridge, Kiss Off? I mean, that's that we can argue these semantics all day long. A man's body is not built for birth, but a man's body is built to build a bridge. To build a
Well,
bridge.
and I gotta say, if you're gonna go there, Kiss Off, then we gotta always remember the fact that it was kind of like man was created, and then it was like, oh, you need a companion, so go to sleep for a moment, and here's a little bit of the rib, so that then there'll be something that's underneath his arm and close to his heart, and so you were the
See,
companion created from that location. Kind of ironic how that happens.
and
Oh,
see,
here's Miss Nancy.
let me explain something to you. Let me explain something to you. I believe real wholeheartedly that I believe in God, and I believe what it says about a woman being created from a man's rib. And I believe that it was done that way so that a woman it was made from a man's side, not made from a part of his head to top him, not made from a part of his feet to be trampled on by him, but that he was made from a woman was made from a man's side to be beside him, to be
Close to the heart.
in the fact that you know there are certain things that a man does and there are certain things that a woman do, and together they are powerful. You see what I'm saying? And so whenever I hear about someone that well, women can do this better, women are better at this and women are better at that, well, you know what, the conversation is over as far as I'm concerned, because a woman can't have that kid without a man, and a man can't have a kid without a woman.
They're
There
working on it.
there are many things that women complement a man, and there are many things that a man compliments a woman on, and we need to get back into recognizing that we are a part. My wife and I are a team. There are things that she way out excels me in, but I can guarantee you, if the car breaks out there, she's not out there trying to fix it. She's going to look at me to fix it. You know what I'm saying? It is an absolute the reason that a woman was created from a man's, the rib, to be by his side, that we you're not to trample on a woman, and you're not to be topped by a woman. It's and vice versa. You see what I'm saying? It's supposed to be a equal partnership. Anybody that tells you that a marriage is 50-50 is only given 50% of what a marriage takes. It is a 100-100. You each have to give 100%. You know what I'm saying? And that's the things that a woman compliments a man on, you know, I will give credit to my wife all day long in the fact that if my wife, if I didn't have my wife, I would not be on this YouTube, and I would probably be in prison, because I have a lot of bad tendencies that I have a temper, and there are times that I don't go out into public just because of my temper, because if I get one of these people in my face, I'm going to do bad things. But my wife keeps me calmed down. You know what I'm saying? Keeps me level headed. You know, she'll look at me and she'll go, now, you know, you're wrong. And I go, you're right, baby. You know, and I back down. You know what I'm saying? So we complement each other. I don't like any of that, you know, I mess with people on here, you know, I'll, you know, milkmaid, go fix me a sandwich, you know, type thing, you know, and I'm just kidding around, you know, it's just a joke, because
Right.
to be honest with you, I do most of the cooking here in the house.
So what you're telling us is you're the sandwich maker of your household?
Most of the time.
Good for you. Good for you. I'm
Yes.
in. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
No, I was sorry. I was listening. I was assembling a couple of casseroles because I'm cooking for the whole family. But did you actually say if I come up here, you were going to hop down? Sir, what the hell?
Yeah. He said you scary.
I am not that scary. Well,
No, I was just
that's
giving
not-
you a hard time.
Right,
you know.
right. No, I actually, and I just hopped up at a perfect time, I guess, because I have to say, I 100% agree with you, because it's Team Solace around here, man. Like, he and I, you know, when he is lazy and doesn't feel like doing stuff, and he's like, babe, I'm sorry, I'm tired and whatever, I'm like, nope, no problem. Or there are days when I have my days or whatever, and then there are days when we both get after it, and it's teamwork. I'm gonna tell you what, it's teamwork, and we definitely, that's, you know, ultimately that's the goal, is to find somebody who you're that in sync with, or that comfortable with, or whatever you want to call it, because he doesn't give me shit, I don't give him shit. You know, there's a limb out in the yard, a big ass one that's like too big for me to
Don't let
drag.
her lie to you. She's got a
You
stick,
know what?
and she
That
goes,
is,
Jeremy. I said, she popped
that is
him on the
not,
ass here when she was here. I don't know how many times, and Jeremy had to
dude,
take
that
off
is
running.
so not true. You know better. He's talking shit now. No, I'm saying literally there is a big ass limb out there that he told me like 2 months ago. I'll grab the chainsaw and cut it up. Guess what? It's still there. But does he hear about it? No. Because you know what? He'll get around to it. It's not, you know, pick your battles. Don't
Right.
stress over the little shit in life. You know what I mean? Like,
That's it.
don't stress over the little stuff, man. It was like, you got to roll with it. Like today, I was only cooking for like 5 people, and then I got a call in the middle of the, you know, a little while ago, and it was like, hey, man, if they were cooking, I'm just not going to invite them. I'm like, come on, bring it on. I'm cooking for like 9 people now, you know?
Right.
Oh,
Cool,
backwoods. I
whatever.
don't know if you kind of caught it, but Kiss Off was basically trying to provoke you, so that we wouldn't be talking about the politics stuff as much. That's what she does.
Well, that's cool. I don't like
That's why
politics
now
either.
she goes, now you're charged.
It's,
I like this conversation, because I also have to agree with men. I mean, what the hell happened to women the last 20 years? Some women, whatever, the last couple decades. Men are stronger. I'll give you that. Physically stronger. Yes. There are certain things men do better. Yes. We rely on them. Yes. They rely on us for certain things they can't do as well. I'm in on that. That's actual feminism, to be quite honest, in my opinion, but I'm old. Right?
well,
Teamwork.
I'll be honest with you. You know,
Teamwork makes the dream work.
That's right, sir.
like all this college stuff, you know, for my daughter. I mean,
Oh.
I, you know, I just kind of put my hands up. I'm like, you know, and I tell my wife, baby, you're gonna have to handle all this. I don't, you know, I can fix the car and make it safe for her to drive back and forth to college or whatever. But you know, all the details and stuff, you know, I'm just kind of like, well, this, you know, some of this is over my head here, you know, and my wife takes care of that, you know, and I'm grateful to her, you know.
Right.
So, you know, yeah, it's a team effort, you know, you
I
know, Go ahead.
I agree. Yeah, I'm just saying, I totally agree with you. And I feel like people have lost their ever loving, well, not some people have lost their minds lately. You know what I mean? Like, why can't you be a team? Because it works out far better when you're a team and everybody's not in it for themselves, strictly. I don't know. I don't know. Good conversation. I like it. That's why I hopped in.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Yeah. Yeah. It's great. I mean, there's there's just a lot of things, that
Yep.
it's so funny. It's so funny because like my wife handles most of the financial side of things as far as it goes for, just triggering the bills to pay and things like that. But at the same time, she does ask me about things, and we it's so funny because we were pulling up to the bank and we were going to put some money in, right? And um I don't even remember all the details. Just all I remember is so I took this stuff from my wife, because I was driving, and as it was coming across like this, I just kind of looked down, and it was some cash and a check, and she was depositing like 75 in cash, right? And depositing the check, and then it said there withdraw $40. And it just bam, it hit me, and I stopped and I looked at her and I said, well, why don't we take the $40 out of the 75 cash and then put the rest of the amount in the bank? And she just looked at me real funny, and you're right. She goes, dang it, I was just in that. She was in that mode, of we got to put cash in the bank, but we want to have some, you know what I'm saying? She just
Right. That's what I mean.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's not that she's dumb, obviously. It's just she was compartmentalizing things, and she was putting in them, and I just simple old me, I'm just like, well, why don't we just keep $40 cash and put the rest in the bank, type thing. So I mean we complement each other, in them kind of ways, and I don't know, it's I'm gonna tell you, man, I would not even close to where I'm at if it wasn't for my wife. I mean, I would admit that all day long, you know.
Right.
And my wife will tell you, she saved, no telling how much money over the years of me fixing things versus before she met me, she would have to pay to have them fixed.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
so there's all kinds of things.
Yeah, no, just the basics. I mean, we might be opposite in different ways, like you and your wife and Jeremy and I, a couple of the
Right.
things you mentioned. I'm like, well, it's still teamwork, but we're kind of opposite on that. Like, he actually does all of our finance. He's
I'm
got all
not
that
that.
stuff online. He does it, from his phone
I'm
at
not that.
work, just boom, 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 done. I don't even have to worry about it. But then I'm over here helping my mom, because she's by herself now, and I'm handling some of her. She's like, hey, can you look through all my mail and bills and this and that? And so, and then he goes and helps his mom with certain things, and it is what it is. Everyone, the dynamics are so different for everyone, but ultimate goal is the teamwork. However it works for you. You know
Right.
in your situation. So that's cool. I respect that. And what is with everybody getting so offended about everything lately? Sorry, I'm assembling a salad. Big ass salad, y'all. Um, no, I'm just laughing at the wizard earlier. Can we say the C word now? I'm like, I'm down. Nothing
Right.
offends me. Like quite literally nothing. When you work in law enforcement ever at any given time ever, we didn't have the right to be offended. So I've probably heard everything there is to hear. And I know some people don't like it. Sorry, Brian. Um, that and they don't, it's kind of a generational thing, but you know what? Bring it on. I don't care. Let's go.
Right. Right.
Sorry, I'm having a good day, y'all. I'm just sitting here. cooking and prepping food to take over there and bake and assemble because I'm cooking for the whole family. We got people in town, so I'm having a good time. Just doing my thing and listening to y'all.
I had a good day too. I actually got to sleep in today.
I did too, sir. I slept till like 9 o'clock. Well, that's not accurate. I was up at like 1:42 this morning and all the way till like after Jeremy left because I cooked him breakfast and made his lunch and everything. But then I went my ass back to bed and slept till like 9.
What movie, G-Ma? I don't know what movie you're talking about. I've actually had people. I've talked about several movies. G-Ma saying she's pissed at me for the horrid movie. I had her.
What movie?
Oh, Whitetail. Oh, yeah, man. Okay, I'm telling y'all that movie Whitetail. It's on Movie Central on YouTube. It's a free movie you can watch. You'll have to watch some ads, I guess, if you don't have an ad blocker or like I do the YouTube Premium, just because I don't have to watch ads.
What's it about?
It's no,
Whitetail deer.
It only sucked if you didn't get the gist of why I was telling people to watch it. So basically it's some people that go hunting. They end up finding a guy that's been shot. The guy was in some type of a cartel type gang thing, and the guy had a bag full of money. And these are just a couple of people and a younger kid, going hunting.
Yeah.
They found themselves in a situation that it ended up, man, it turned into a really bad deal, because the person that came looking for the money, man, he was not a nice.
Does that have that guy from Lord of the Rings in it? The guy that was the ranger guy?
I don't watch Lord of the Rings.
It was, the old original one. I forgot that guy's name, that actor. He's been in some other shows. Let me ask you this. Does the movie have a thing of like him silhouetted with look like maybe a backpack, and then he's got like his kid right there with him and they're like in the woods? Is that kind of like the cover?
Well, it
sounds familiar is the only reason I ask.
Well, it's just to me, the movie it's not got any real stars that I noticed, they're like real recognizable people or anything. It's more of just a movie that to me could happen to somebody out in the woods. You know what I'm saying? And I thought it would be a good movie to make people think, of what if I do come up on this situation, because everybody knows, man. I mean, if you live in any part of America that has any kind of meth heads around, for instance, man, you could walk up on this shit in a minute, out in the woods, and how do you deal with that situation? You know what I'm saying? How do you walk up on someone that's shot and bleeding to death, and they're going to die if you don't do something? And you look in the bag that's sitting there and it's full of cash, and you're like, damn, you just got yourself in a really bad situation, because where did all that cash come from and who's looking for it, and now I'm involved, you know what I'm saying? And it was more of me trying to get people to look at that and think, how easily you can find yourself caught up in a situation just going to the freaking store. I mean, how many things have you seen on the news lately of I saw where some dude walked up into a Circle K or 7-Eleven or I don't know, something, walked up in there and just started shooting people. And killed like 3 or 4 people, man. Killed one dude in the parking lot. Dude was just pulling up to get a fucking Slurpee or something, I mean, it's just, I don't know, if Grandma, G-Ma, if you didn't like it, I mean, I'm sorry you didn't like it. Hate that you had a bad experience with the movie, but I just thought it was a really good movie to really think on a tactical or maybe a life preserving standpoint. You know what I'm saying? You know, maybe if you see someone laying over there at a certain distance and you ain't heard no gunshots, you know, you've been there overnight and you ain't heard no gunshot, and you spot somebody, maybe you stop and take your binoculars out and look over the situation before you approach it. Man, it would suck to walk off from somebody bleeding to death in the woods, but at the same time, you know, your human instinct to just run up and, you know, you want to help somebody. You don't want to see somebody bleed to death and die. You know, I mean, what kind of morals do you have to just walk off away from somebody like that? But at the
Well,
same
that's
time, you know,
part of your situational awareness.
the guy had a child there, man. You know, a young kid. You know, at what point do you stop and you have to stop and think, you know, about the situation? That was the point of of the moral compass, exactly, Wizard. And that's the thing. The moral compass would be to go over and help the guy, right? But then they found themselves in a situation to where not only did you put yourself at risk of dying, but you put that child at risk of dying and the other person that is with you. You see what I'm saying? So I mean, it was just something to make people think. You know, it was. I thought it was an outstandingly good movie. You know, go ahead.
And it's called Whitetail. Is that what it
Yeah.
was?
And it's
Okay,
on Movie Central.
right. I'll have to check
If
it out.
if you type in whitetail movie,
Mhm.
bam, it's right there. It's
Okay. I've never seen it. I'll have to check it out.
yeah, I pulled
I
it
mean,
up.
I
I'll
watch all
just
kinds
save
of
it for later.
crazy ass movies, but you're right. I mean, well, and that's the thing. Some people, I mean, some of us have. Ooh, that's a tough one. I mean, just in general, that's a tough topic for a lot of people because yes, I mean, those of us who are just good people in general, yeah, you obviously immediately want to help someone in need or whatever, but at the same time, if you're not smart enough to figure out the situation, then you're screwed, you know? Like if it's a trap or it's a shady situation or you get this feeling, you know, that's what I'm saying. I mean, luckily I'm old and I always just go with my gut feeling. The older you get, the more you learn to trust your own instincts and gut feeling. And I may be on the side of pessimism. Jeremy's optimist, I'm a pessimist. See, that's another reason we balance each other out. I am a pessimist and he's a optimist all the way. But I'm also very leery of strangers and in general.
Well, that's what I was. You know, you would have to process the layout. I mean, I hadn't seen this, so I don't know the visual. But it's like if I was in hunting gear and
Right.
we're out hunting, and all of a sudden there's a shot, and it's like, oh, and it's like, well, I don't know. And then we're kind of walking, and all of a sudden we see somebody, and it's like you don't have hunting clothes on. I see, me personally, I'm automatically going to probably get on my knees right then and start looking around because you didn't just have an accidental hunting shot.
Yeah, but that's the thing. There was no gunshot.
Oh, they just come across him.
They just come up on this guy that's been shot, and he's bleeding. He's turning pale and shit. He's looking bad, you know.
Oh, see, I would have probably helped them myself. I mean, I would have probably, if I had like my kid with me like that, then I would have stationed them over to the side and said, stay right there. If you hear this, you need to head this direction. And then I would have gone over.
Right.
Make a plan. That means it happened far or at a different time. So I would assume that the direct threat might not be right there. It could be wrong, but I mean, I would be kind of paying attention.
That's something else too. Gmal just reminded the kid, I think, had autism, or I think it was autism, but I'm not sure. I think it was autism the kid had, or there was something about the kid that, you know, he wasn't like a normal, you know, kid. I don't know how to say.
A handicap of some sort.
Yeah, had a handicap of some sort. Yeah. Mentally and yeah, man, I don't know, dude. Wow, you know, yeah. When I first watched that movie, I watched it a couple of times actually now, you know, and I man, the first time I watched it, I was like, oh my God, because see, the thing about it is the property that they were on, the guy, the property owner actually lived on the property, and it got him involved. I don't want to say too much, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying it got the guy involved as well. And so, it just showed how a situation that maybe you meant for good, and it even tested the morals of the people that found the guy, about the money and so forth, the bag of money, the guy shot, there were no gunshots, there's nobody around right now, type thing. I don't think I'm giving too much away, Magic. I hope not anyway.
Right. I'll check it out. Like they could have taken. He was so injured they could have taken the money and just left. And so there's
Oh, absolutely.
some multifaceted, movie plot. It sounds like so. That's cool.
Yeah,
I'll have to check it out.
there's multiple directions that they could go, in this situation, and it's just interesting seeing how it plays out, the direction that they take, so yeah, it's I mean, at the end of the movie, I was sitting there thinking, all right, I know what I would have done, of course, this is what I would do, but coming up on that situation, I like where I hunt, it's out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, there's a few houses down, but this dirt road is, man, I think altogether this dirt road is like 15 or something miles long, and it goes actually up into Missouri, and it's like a cut. You can, the back way you can kind of cut through. So there's a few houses down through there, but it's basically, I mean,
like
you
a
got
logging road.
well, no, yeah, I mean, it's a sort of maintained road, if you want to say. Yeah, but I mean, it's way out in the middle of nowhere, and I have found beer cans, on this property, letting me know, that hey, there's been somebody out here recently, what were they doing, hunting out of season or what? Because we're there most of the season, so it's it's something to you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, the family property we have, when I say family, my dad, bought it like a couple of years before I was born or whatever. And I've been going up there my whole life. And he owns it. He owned it. My family owns it. But I have to say, it was, I guess, the weekend after opening weekend or whatnot. My cousin had his nephew up there or something, and the nephew shot a deer. Well, he said he shot it, and they say they found a couple drops of blood, but we didn't come up till the next day. And then me and a neighbor and my husband went out looking because they hauled ass and left the next day, but we stayed till Sunday. And they were like, man, we looked for this. So on our own property, we were walking like the fence line and way down by the bottom 38 acres or whatever where it originally got shot. And I found this this tree stand, like the deer, like a tree stand, and there was this tarp or whatever put over it and stuff. I have never seen that. It's 138 acres, so I don't walk the whole property all the time, but I'm tell you what, I don't have any clue who put it there. My cousin didn't do it, I didn't do it, Jeremy didn't do it. It's like, where the hell did that come from? So there's people coming in there hunting illegal, whatever. Yeah, I'm just saying. So you're right. You could walk right up on somebody who wasn't supposed to be there. I mean, know.
You could have a Cheney accident.
No, I'd rather ride with JFK than hunt with Dick Cheney. Just saying. We have a bumper sticker that says that. Not some shit. I'm showing my age now, y'all.
Well, yeah, and that's the whole thing. It's you can think that your property is secure with your no trespassing signs and your purple paints, and but there ain't a piece of property that exists in the United States that people don't know about. You know what I mean?
Yes.
and that
Yes.
people don't go on to. You know, it's.
Right.
I mean, hell, my mom and dad, you know, they just got 40 acres up there, and you know, my dad's pretty watchful. You know what I'm saying? And hell, there was when I deer hunt over there sometimes, and yes, it is true, Grandma. I'm sorry. I argue with Gma about this shit all the time. She thinks she has this perfect piece of property that nobody will ever enter. Nobody knows about it. It's secluded, and it'll never be. I can tell you, before you were there, there were many people that were there. I'm just saying, you know, my dad keeps a watchful eye on this property, and he's got a neighbor over there that does, and yet I've still found evidence of people being on my dad's property since I've been there last.
Right. That's right. Same here. And our property, it's landlocked, to be honest. I mean, it's 138 acres. On one side of it is the Champion Ranch, which is almost 6,000 acres. And on the other side is just family property of other people. And we have to drive through other people's property to get to it. And I mean, we're friends with them and we know them and love them. But, you know, it's literally landlocked in the middle of the woods, in the middle of nowhere. But I'll be damned if I didn't stumble across I'm like, none of my family that goes regularly knew anything about this tree stand, this tarp,
Well, no,
any
but
of that.
that's actually typical and common because it's just the very fact that you are landlocked. And what happens
Oh
is
yeah,
people don't pay attention to shit, and they just get to walking, and they said, "Oh, this is looking good," and next thing you know, it's like, "Yo, homie, you should have stopped 300 yards back over there."
right, right.
I'm just saying, I don't. Gmaw's saying there's still land in America no human foot has stepped on. I don't believe that.
Well, no, I do.
I don't.
I mean,
Now, whether it's livable and accessible right still to this day, and no, but I think there's spots that nobody's walked on. I do believe that.
There may be, but I'm gonna tell you it's very rare. And
Oh
not
man,
very
all the
much.
mountains and stuff, all the mountains, the caverns, it's like even with the Grand Canyon, type stuff. There's certain spots that we concentrate and go, well, no, people were there. Yeah, they might have been there, but they weren't up in here.
Well,
that's why I wonder.
Whether you believe in God
But I
creation,
understand what you're saying.
or whether you believe in God creation, or you believe in evolution, or if you believe the world has been here for millions of years, and there, whatever it may be, you got to understand that this earth, from what the science says, that there has been multiple generations, or there's been multiple mass extinction events on this planet. If you believe in what God says, then the Bible is, or the earth is what, 6,000-7,000 years old. It would be arrogance to think that, because they're even finding stuff now that is changing what we believed as history. They're finding evidence even here in the United States that Vikings were here. You know what I'm saying? Way before the Christopher Columbus stuff, and they're finding evidence. The evidence is ever changing. Of what's going on. We can only know what we know, but the arrogance, to me, to think that there is stuff that has never been explored just seems outrageous to me. I'm not saying anything bad about anybody at all. I don't mean it that way. I'm just saying my thought process when I sit and think.
Well, no, I understand what you're saying, but some of those events, I guess you could say you and Gma both would be right, because yes, somebody had walked in that area, But with this eruption or this event that happened, that shoved a different landscape over the top. So now it's different soil. So
Yeah.
and because that's what we're discovering. The LIDAR has opened up all kinds of things, because the minute we could penetrate that soil and kind of see things under there, it's like, wait a minute. And then they start doing soil samples and it's water, and they go, oh, there was the big push. I gotta say, there's impressive shit about the eye of the Sahara. I gotta say, the Atlantis rabbit hole. But
Yeah.
on the factual side, that dude on that stuff's got some pretty factual scientific data that shows how that just the development natural.
Now, see, I can get with that thought process of, you know, the landmass, you know, something happened, a big event that you know, pushed dirt over dirt, you know what I'm saying? And then now that part of the land is lost. And yeah, there's, you know, there may not have ever been nobody step on that. I get that. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, you know, several thousand years in existence or millions of years of existence, you know, you have to think that, you know, I mean, we're like I said, you know, there are things that are being changed in history due to archaeology, and you know that we're like, oh crap, wait a minute, you know, you mean there's, you know, the Oak Island. I love that show. My wife and I, that's like one of our favorite shows we watch, and you know, they just discovered some stuff that they've never discovered before, that there was actually like some stuff from BC before Christ, you know, was there, you know, or however they call it nowadays, but you know, it was BC before Christ, and then AD after death, you know.
We got nerdy.
You know,
until
but
we get nerdy.
Yeah, but I'm
Oh,
saying, you know, there is you know, they found evidence that people might have been there even back, you know, thousands and thousands of years ago, you know, was on Oak Island, you know, that they was like, oh man, this is crazy. There's no way we would have never. There's nothing in the history books about it, you know, nothing that ever talked about it, but yet here's evidence that they were there, type thing, you know.
What we're where? I just popped right in. I didn't even know what y'all are talking about at this point.
So we've moved on into are we believing the science or are we not believing the science? Because I'm torn on that subject, to be honest with you. I was a big ass science nerd in school, like biology especially, but I damn sure do not believe in the theory of evolution. That is the I mean, I might piss some people off, but what? Wait, what? No, that just does not add up for me. You know what I'm saying? Theory of evolution, not adding up in my brain. Certain
Ever since
scientific.
I first heard that, I was like, okay, so let me just break this down. So I can go out here right now and find this water puddle and watch this thing go from tadpole to frog, which is real evolution. But you're telling me that somehow this process just magically started and then stopped and we never see it again. And it's like,
I'm just saying.
Have y'all read
Well,
Darwin's Black Box?
Well,
I have not.
let me give y'all something on that. I'm gonna trip y'all out with a little. Backwoods has a little bit of knowledge here.
All right.
So let's take a
Backwoods
giraffe.
know stuff?
Yeah, Backwoods know stuff. Let's take a giraffe into consideration, okay? For on the evolution or creation side of things, a giraffe actually has a sponge at the base of their brain where the blood is pumped in. A giraffe's heart is such the size that if the giraffe bent over to get a drink of water, its head would explode from the pressure. So there's a sponge. This is true.
Sorry, I mentally envisioned things. Sorry, go ahead.
So the giraffe has a sponge in the back of their brain that actually collects this blood, this blood flow and stops it, and only releases enough to keep the giraffe conscious. And when the lion comes out of the bushes and is like, I'm gonna eat your ass, you know, and the giraffe throws his head up and takes off running, that sponge automatically starts releasing more and more blood flow to keep the giraffe conscious and keep the giraffe from passing out from lack of blood flow. This is a proven fact of a giraffe. So how in the hell did that evolve that way? It had to be a creation type thing, because are you telling me that giraffes thirst to death for 1,000 years because the first giraffe bent over and drank some water and his head blew up, and the other giraffes were standing there going, fuck that.
Okay, we know what to change.
You know, what we're going to have to do now is, I've got it. You know, one giraffe says to the other, I've got it. Let's start thinking about growing this tissue like a sponge in the back of our brain, you know, to, you know what I'm saying? To release the, you know, to hold back the blood flow from our big ass heart. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's, well, I'm just getting at you know, when you look at that, it really kind of puts a pause on the thinking of evolution. It's like, well, how the hell did they evolve like that? I mean, why are they not extinct from their damn heads blowing up? Because they've got to drink water, you know. I'm just saying, and
hey, here's a side note for you. Humans have that same kind of sponge in the back of their base of their brain, but guess what happens when we drink alcohol? It collects in there and it forms into a substance called THIQ, which is some big fancy ass word. And if I can remember this from 40 years ago, it's tetrahydroquinonazine or some shit.
Dang,
but it
boy.
is more potent than heroin.
Really?
Nice. Is
Look
that why
that
I'm
up.
so happy? No, sorry. I'm just kidding, y'all. No, it's cracking me up. I'm gonna have to do some research on that whole giraffe brain sponge thing, because I've never heard such a thing. But I'm with you on the, you know, like Darwin's theory of evolution. I'm not buying that shit.
Well,
No, I thoroughly believe in Darwin Awards, though.
Oh yes. Oh, I see those every day. Woo.
And see the guy, the original one that the book is called Creatures That Defy Evolution, and the guy is a scientist, and he was an atheist, and he believed in evolution. You know, he didn't believe in God and creation and stuff. He believed in evolution, and he was an atheist as well, I should say, because I think some atheists believes in a higher power or something, but they don't necessarily believe.
Agnostic, you mean?
I was gonna say maybe an agnostic, maybe. Yeah.
Well,
They're on
no,
the
it
fence.
says
They
he's
don't
an
know, but they won't say one way or the other. They,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah. Well,
neutral.
the guy, it says the guy, he says he was an atheist, so I don't know, but it's called the Creatures That Defy Evolution, and it's a very interesting to see, because he gives multiple ones. You know, the giraffe one just stuck in my head because I made that funny like I did a while ago when I first was listening to him. I thought, yeah, this giraffe probably bent down and his damn head blowed up, and all the other giraffes was like, oh shit, you know.
Yeah, I'm out.
You know,
Your story is way more interesting than my, or your way of looking at it, because I was like, I borrowed a book and I kind of sort of haven't returned it from my father-in-law, called Darwin's Black Box, and it was written by this guy named Michael's whatever, but like it didn't get into giraffes' heads blowing up. It was more like the biomechanical aspects of things. Probably a little more boring, but it was interesting to me.
Well, does it not seem like it takes more faith, maybe, to think that there was nothing and boom, there was just an explosion, or just that?
But see, that's the catch. Backwoods, they can never explain that. When you say, okay, well, what caused the bang?
Yeah, Big Bang Theory.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying, if you have nothing, how can you get something out of nothing? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, we were space bird shit that dropped down in here, and we slithered our way up out of the water. Didn't you read the book?
Well, there's hubris going on there, because people keep saying, oh, we know now, and every time they think they know now, you know, like dark matter, if you get into like quantum physics, like all this stuff that they think they know, but then things defy, oh shoot, what are they called? The constant rules. What are they called?
Oh,
Like
don't.
the third
I'm
law
not
of
getting.
thermodynamics and, those kinds of things. But then they've got, these UFOs that are defying, all
Physics.
explanations. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So maybe we just don't freaking know,
Well, and that's kind of my thought is that it's we how many over the years, especially for rescuing myself, being older gentlemen and stuff, you know so how many things have we seen in our lifetime, honestly, that was true science when we were kids, and now it's like, yeah, no, that's not true,
Right.
Exactly.
So many things have been redacted for our generation,
Yeah.
and we're like, wait, what? Wait, what?
Like
Well,
going to the moon.
unfortunately, the most exciting
Oh,
time
you
of
went there.
discovery of my youth is actually the one prime target that it seems like half the population doesn't even think happened. So
Right.
sometimes I
Is that
feel
it?
really lost.
I can really stir something up here, and I think there's one or two of them in the chat.
Somebody get a ladle.
Flat
Here we go.
Earth and round Earth.
Yep. I knew it was coming.
Mhm. Mhm.
I'm
Dude,
just
okay, so I have figured, because I listened somehow, I stumbled across this a few days ago, and I thought they got me thinking, and I thought, if we ever go into this again, we'll go jump way out the rabbit hole just to prove the fact. So feel free to follow sniping or any kind of gunfire and learn some physics and geometry and shit with that. And you'll learn that there is a curvature of the earth even figured in with long distance shots. So
That's a
there's even a whole
conspiracy.
other side note to that shit.
Oh Lord.
Oh, I'm
Here we
sorry.
go.
I shouldn't have. I did. I totally did.
I know. I was like, you went there. Here we go.
Mhm. It's just so much
I
fun.
freaking
I
I
know.
love, like, I absolutely love
Hey,
conspiracy
wizard.
and rabbit hole stuff.
I can't see the chat.
Well, I guess I don't understand how, and this is legit too. I mean, I don't know, maybe it's just because of the age, but I mean, how do all this that's like based off of this whole circular spherical type life, gravity and shit, and now none of that is like, no, it's really this. It's like, okay, where did this come to play? Like, when did this like become like, this is the new story now, this is the mainstream, we are erasing all this and this is the narrative, and it's like, where the hell did that come from?
Well, you know what I've realized as I've learned more and more?
What?
That I don't know shit.
The more
Like-
you know, the more you know that you don't know. Hey, I think that's a song.
Uh-huh.
But see, some things you
It's
do
also
know.
a
It's
graph.
like you fly in a plane at 32,000 feet and you just know that there is a circumference down there because it's there.
Right.
I don't
And then
know.
it's just,
Well, I will say I subscribe to the round Earth theory.
Yeah, me too. And I'm going to tell y'all, because we have plans later this year to jump out of a perfectly good airplane. So I'm gonna try some at some point to film that and see what I see.
hey, do it towards the edge, and then if your chute doesn't open, maybe you can just bounce off the edge and you'll get a second chance for the chute to open.
There you go. Or just
Hey,
kiss and ask goodbye. One or the other.
Y'all want to really test y'all's thought process or your theories?
Not today, sir. Not today.
Well, I'm
No,
just
I'm
saying,
kidding.
in
I'm
your
joking.
own good time, you can do it.
Yeah.
Go and look up Randall Carlson and Graham Hancock, and listen to what they talk about. It is very interesting.
I'm gonna have to write that down.
It has to do with pyramids and how they were built and lost technologies and things like that, dude. And
In Atlantis.
I think that they talk about. I think they're more it's not necessarily of the pyramids and Atlantis as far as it goes. It's more of how
The
they
power.
done it, like lost technology. You just got to listen to it. It's
That's what I'm
real
talking
real
about.
interesting to listen to. I'll just put it that way. It'll kind of test your boundaries. You're kind of like, that it's a possibility. I don't think there's any possibility that the Earth is flat. That's just my personal opinion. But it's not about flat or round Earth. It's not about any of that. It's more about the lost technologies and stuff that. One of the things that they say is so interesting to me is that they believe that one of the things that hold us back from discovering things that might have been lost is that we're looking at past centuries through ourselves, what we're capable of, or our thought processes, of oh, that's a conspiracy theory. There's no way that could have happened, because we can't do it now because we don't have the technology. And them saying that if we would stop looking at past technology of how they built the pyramid through our own eyes of what we are capable of, and looked at maybe there was something that got lost, through one of the mass extinction events, or something that happened that got lost between then and now. And boy, the way they talk about it, it makes you stop and think. It's just like, wow, that's I mean, look at how we've advanced in just 100 years. Hell, just look at how
And
we've advanced in
common
50.
common thinking shoot. I can growing up. I kind of was always used to think, why do people forget that there were mass amounts of people that were kind of like forced to do jobs, and so there were like to lift that block, there would really be maybe 200, 250 people pulling on a rope type thing, and that so it was kind of a lot of
It's
things,
some,
but now all of a sudden it's like, no, they couldn't have done that. It's like the Mayans. Hell, for years, they said for decades, forever, they've always gone, oh no, they lived this way. And then all of a sudden, LIDAR goes, holy shit, this was like a whole widespread community that goes 100 miles wide and has paths. And it's like, ooh, well, maybe we didn't quite describe that just right. And it's like, somewhere along the way, they stopped saying just what they found and here's what we saw and what we know on hand. They started filling in gaps with their own personal shit to get that. Because I used to laugh way back going, it seems like everything gets based off of who has the most initials after their name, and everybody goes, we're going to call him the smartest. So if he says this is this, then that's that. We just stopped thinking for ourselves.
There are
We
people
stopped.
that are silenced as well.
Yeah. Well, now you got money.
Well, yeah. I wiggle down those rabbit holes every once in a while just for shits and giggles. I mean, it doesn't change anything for me as far as my objective, because that's kind of how I view everything. I just have an objective and I'm going for it. But like when I look at those, I'm like, okay, that's like the 10,000 mile view,
Yeah.
Where you zoom out for a second and you start looking at everything and you're like, okay, like we're just little tiny drops of rainwater.
Well, and I do, to be honest, and this is nothing overall, I think sometimes it's almost like there's this big directive to prove the Bible wrong. So,
oh, yeah.
And when you really look at some of the way things went, and then you kind of look at what they discover and what they have written off as, oh, well, it was really this. It's kind of like when they discover these things that have been washed into the ocean, and it's kind of like, well, I don't know, but it sounds kind of like this thing that was talked about some flood, but maybe I'm reading that wrong. But
the Great Flood has been kind of in every single culture, every history. They talk about Great Flood.
That's true. That's true.
No, it's like, but they try to blame it on, oh, well, it must have been a meteorite, or it's like, there might be something to that.
Yeah. 100%. Well, and Sorry.
Go ahead, Mary.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying, it's not that any of this stuff I'm saying, well, I believe that. That's the way I'm going. I believe that 100%. You know, it's more of just testing myself and you know, looking at different aspects of thought processes, you know, and you know, I don't know if I'm trying to explain this right. You know what I'm saying? It's more of a, I like to challenge myself. You know what I mean? I don't want to be just stuck in one little box, you know, of this is it, you know. I like to think outside of the box and you know, go down these different rabbit holes and just look and see these different theories, you know, because sometimes, I mean, look at Nikola Tesla, for instance. You know, he had something that could produce power, you know, that would have enough power for the whole world without using any type of fossil fuels, you know, and yet it got hidden. It got hidden, you know, he got dead, you know. I mean, just a lot of things happened that make you go, you know, wait a minute, you know. And now actually they're talking about using some of the going, you know, drilling down and using the energy somehow of what's coming out of the earth to power stuff. You know, they're finding things.
Geothermics.
Yeah,
Or
yeah,
power.
things like that. But that's what I'm getting at is they're saying now that they have a way that they can use the geothermic somehow to produce enough energy out of one hole to like power multiple cities, some of our largest cities. You know, and so I'm just saying, you know, to close your mind off and think that there's only one way to think, I think you're doing a disservice to yourself, you know.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Agreed.
No, I must say on your Tesla was because I actually just got through reading up on this. Miss Nikki, you got bad feet.
Yeah, you've gotten in a service spot or something where it's.
Sorry, I might have to mute you for just a moment. Oh wait, there she goes. She got it.
Sorry, I was loading. I was going back and forth and loading the truck and listening to y'all. But I'm back in the house. So. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, it just kicked in some bad feet, but it's all gone now. But no, Tesla, it was actually, going along with the same, but just kind of out on a normal side of things, I guess you could say in a way. But actually, he actually had JP Morgan as a good backer. Okay. And it was over communication because they actually were trying to develop a communications, and then JP Morgan was behind that. Well, he got to a certain part, and that's why everybody sees the pictures of the cage and stuff. He got to that part of he had taken that money and kind of been doing a little bit of both. Well, then he ran out of money, and when he went for more money and told JP Morgan, this time he decided to go ahead and tell him about it all, the electric and the communication. And JP Morgan, which was also tied into already with the power, just wasn't for that. So, but that's where wireless, I think, technology and stuff comes from. Yeah, that was part of the founding, but it's like little business. And I guess it's not hard for me to see that back then because you had people that came out here with dreams, but then you also had people that came over here that were like bookies. I mean, they were ready to bring the same scam that was elsewhere, bring it here. So as soon as the industrial age came along and people were developing shit, yeah, JP Morgan, Rockefeller.
Yeah,
shit,
what Wizard said.
There's quite a few of them that they were at the right spot at the right time, and they were the power grabbers, and they grabbed it, and people were busy. Well, I can make this, and they were getting bought up. Just kind of like today, you develop something really cool, somebody's fixing to come and hustle you to sign you up and buy that up.
Well, yeah, so they can control it. It's just like the oil companies that have been working on like alternative energy sources so that they can patent it, so when it comes out that they can. And that's what one of my husband's uncles, that was his thing, that he worked for an oil company and his job was like R&D for alternative sources. And it was like, I can't remember, I think it was like Shell company or something like that. But I mean, that's why people get disappeared if they have free info out there.
Yeah. And there's nothing for free.
Or
Nothing,
prohibition.
Even when you take this green
About
deal,
alcohol.
you take this green deal and these little electric cars, and it's like, yeah, even if you get over the initial price of buying the car, it's not going to be cheaper to maintain because the batteries and stuff alone, much less every little sensor that would now be on that car. So but it feeds into that economy of the capital, the greed, and it means you're going to be coming to a specific dealer. So now we've eliminated mechanics in their driveways. You'll come to designated spot and keep the money in house.
Okay, for electric vehicles, there's a couple of things. Like, one, my husband was telling me that there is not enough lithium in the world to provide batteries for the state of California.
Right.
To all have electric vehicles. The second part of that is it's a control device. It's like they're going to put, what is it, starting in 2026, they're going to put kill switches in all vehicles. Or I can't remember what year it is, but it's all a control thing. Like, if you can control movement, you can control communication, you can control the economy.
Well, if you
it's all about control.
You're controlling your income source. I mean, think about it. If you had full control on your day-to-day life and everything you interacted on, how much money you could pull in from each thing, you'd be trying to get as much as possible. And that's what they sit there and do. They want as much. The power is part of just the backup to the money, but get control of the money. It's the greed.
I've got a public service announcement.
I do.
Sorry. Oh my God.
That's all right. It ain't no big. So CDC warns not to use eye drop brand as it investigates death infections across 11 states, and it is the Ezra Care artificial tears. Ezra Care artificial tears. It's so apparently there's been they're not made a definite link yet, but they are thinking that it's pseudomonas,
Pseudomonas.
Yeah, it's AERUGINOSA. Pseudomonas, whatever that word is, bacteria.
Mm-hmm.
And it's highly resistant to antibiotics and can cause infections in the blood, lungs, pneumonia, and other body parts. And they're saying it's investigating 50 cases in 11 states that have led to hospitalization, permanent vision loss, and even one death. And the cases are located in California, Colorado, Connecticut, Florida, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, Nevada, Texas, Utah, and Washington. So take it for what it is. Y'all can make your own decision. It may just be a bad batch, whatever. Just telling you, if you use the tier stuff, I guess that would be for dry eyes and stuff. Is that correct? Artificial tears.
So just think sad thoughts and throw the bottle away.
Do what now?
Think sad thoughts and throw the bottle away.
That's awful. That's interesting though. And I mean, in a bad way, interesting to me because my mom uses something like that for her dry eyes. So there you go.
Check that out.
Yeah.
They should have batch numbers if they're concerned.
Well,
about
I mean,
that.
if they're saying it's caused some vision loss and even one death, and I mean that's maybe just a bad batch got out there. I don't know. I would hate to know. I didn't pass that information along, and then I hear, out here, man, my mom was, something
Right.
happened, so.
All right. Hey, good chat. Love you guys, but I gotta hop off. I'll be listening. I gotta hop in I loaded all the stuff. Gotta hop in, take a quick shower, and go hang out with the family and cook for everybody. So I'll be listening.
Bye, Nikki.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Nikki. Have a great day, ma'am.
Bye. Bye, y'all.
See you, Nikki. So anyway,
Yeah,
that
the
was
Washington Post has it up. It says 55 patients in 12 states were identified with infections caused by a strain of the extensively drug-resistant Pseudomonas
Pseudonoma?
aeruginosa
I gotta look
bacteria.
this shit up.
Yep. Says although patients identified 10 different brands they had used, a majority had used that Hydrocare for preservative-free over-the-counter version. They're sold at Walmart through Walmart and other stores. Advertised as a dry eye treatment that refreshes, lubricates, and moisturizes. There's that damn word, moist.
Oh no, moist.
OMG.
I'm really curious about the bacteria though that they're saying that is in there. Ezracare,
It
Pseudomonas,
says
yeah.
that bacteria is found in the
Aeruginosa.
environment and skin and typically enters eye drops through contamination with environmental agents during handling. Oh, and that's from the ophthalmologist at the Singapore's National University Hospital.
How do you pronounce that?
The bacteria is a common cause of corneal infections, microbial keratitis, which can lead to permanent visual damage or blindness if not properly treated.
That sounds great. I'm being sarcastic, by the way.
right. Yeah. No. It's
Well, and this whole drug-resistant bacterial thing is a touchy point for me because, it was years ago that I was looking into this, but talking about drug-resistant bacteria, like recently we put an order in for some antibiotics from another country.
Hey, Craig.
I trust the person that I, decided to go ahead and get it. But we got some that were supposed to be, kind of sort of effective against MRSA, but then there's Versa, which is vancomycin resistant. Oh gosh, I can't remember. I used to remember how to pronounce the bacteria. Basically staph that lives on your skin. Staphylococcus. Oh, it starts with an A. Aurelius, I think. But anyways, the problem is that the companies that make antibiotics, they isolate one compound that only has one specific thing that they fight against or one mechanism that they use to fight the bacteria. And bacteria can actually pass on genetic information by just like being around each other without even having to reproduce. So it spreads, that resistance spreads way faster than people are even coming up with the R&D for antibiotics, which is why I started getting into plant medicine.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, kiss off.
Well,
Make
it's
it a
really
good day,
interesting
ma'am.
and nerdy. Yeah,
we'll
Nikki.
see you, kiss off. Have a good day.
Later.
Yeah, but
well, that's some of that good common knowledge that getting back to is the plant medicinal side of things, the natural medicines.
Well, people don't realize, there's chemical compounds in plants, multiple chemical compounds, and especially if you use multiple plants, bacteria cannot develop a resistance to plants as easily because of the multi-pronged approach, basically.
What's up, Craig? Yeah.
Cool as fuck, but boring. Sorry, I'll shut up now.
No, it's not boring. I mean, actually, I I mean, over the last 2 or 3 days, because like I said, I've been just kind of stuck here in the house. There ain't nothing but ice. I've read lots and lots of articles, and I've seen, god dang, so many articles kind of like this, of there's a recall on this and recall on that and a recall on this and a recall on that, and I mean, it's like, god dang, man, the quality control has went down the tubes. People are just about money, and then with the coop stuff, and the lockdowns and the just all the things that are going on, you can see where this can easily happen, and we probably need to be way more vigilant on, just because we've been using that product for 10 years, doesn't mean that it's still safe right now. If we go buy one right now, because of this is something we probably need to be vigilant on, of doing our research and don't just take for granted that, I'm going to put this stuff in my eyes and it's safe because I've been using it, because
Well, and there's a shortage of medical stuff that's coming too. And that's I was listening to the Bear Independent the other day, and one of his actually vendors that he uses on his refuge medical thing even told him that things are getting short. But then he also fired up that they got a new DOD contract for some supplies that was outside the normal ordering.
On that note,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Real fast on that note, how do you know that, the normal chemicals that have been studied and approved, the drugs that are in this eye drops or whatever medicine that you use, how do you know that maybe they couldn't get a certain particular one and they've changed it, made a substitute and thought, yeah, it'll be okay, because this is harmless.
It's kind of like the plastic rice kernel.
And it's harmless in a different application. Go ahead, Milk.
Yeah, they've done that with food ingredients too. But what I was going to say, Lucky Dame brought this up the other day. So I'll back up here. The reason that we have put in another order for human antibiotics has to, I don't even know what the legality of all that is. But anyways, I have a family member who prescribes medication, right? And this family member let me know that they were starting to have issues with, general antibiotics like Augmentin and azithromycin, things like that, right? They were having issues with patients being able to fill them because they were not available. So there's a shortage in that department. Also, coming in June 2023, see, with livestock, you can get over-the-counter antibiotics. Like, I can go to my feed store and get, a thing of penicillin, injectable penicillin to put, give cows or whatever. I don't really use that. I have it just in case, but that hasn't required a prescription from a vet anymore. Now they're going to change it so that all antibiotics have to have a prescription from either a vet, or a doctor,
right,
unless you do other stuff. But I don't know how that affects fish medication either, but it's something to consider. People need to maybe consider that. You know?
Yep.
Hey, Craig.
Well, it's 4:00. My wife just got off work, and I'm gonna go in there and hang out with her for a little bit. I'm trying
Tell her
to.
I said hi.
Okay. I will. I'm trying to pin Just Josh down to do a live stream. We're either we talked about it a little bit last night. We're either gonna do it on my channel or his channel. It doesn't matter to me either way. I'm cool either way. But it's a couple of articles that I found that we're gonna really dig down in a rabbit hole, but yet it's not so much of a rabbit hole anymore because now it's actually happening, there. And so I don't want to give anything away yet, and it's a couple of articles that I found, and I.
Oh, you tease.
they're completely different articles, but yet they go to the same. There's a huge comparison,
Two
interlock
different
thing.
magazines arrive at the same topic.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. And I'm trying to pin just Josh down right now. So
What
soon as
time
I
is
can get
that?
him pinned down, huh?
You don't know what time? Because I think I have to mod over at somebody's
Well, that's what I'm saying.
later on.
I don't know yet. That and I do. I know there's some people out there. They're like, oh, everybody goes live, and just go live when you get ready. But I actually still don't believe that away. I like to, I don't want. I don't want 30, I don't want people that watch me and watch, the milkmaid, and we've got a whole bunch of the same people that watch each of us, and then you're going to do
You
a
don't
live.
want people double dipping?
Yeah, well, you don't. If people are double dipping or people are trying to, do both, you're really just talking to, you know what I'm saying?
Are you trying to say you're just a single dipper kind of guy?
Yes,
No double
well,
scoops for
I'm just
you.
saying, I don't. I'm just saying if we're going on there to make a point to talk about a certain specific topic, I mean it's not right if I go live over the top of Milkmaid and she's trying to make a specific point. Well, then nobody gets either one of our points, because you're double dipping and you're back and forth in chat, and you know how it gets, So
Mm-hmm.
that's going to be a consideration. Milkmaid is who's going live, and
Oh, gotcha.
and so yeah, so I'm trying to get Josh, narrowed down here, and that's hard to do. But soon as
He's
I know,
squirrely on you.
soon,
Okay,
yeah,
Craig,
soon
you
as we
just have to email me and let me know when you want to go, and then I can shut mine down so you can get it on it.
Oh no, it'll be if we even go today, it'll be later on this evening. Obviously, probably around the 8 or 9 o'clock hour.
He's
And
got
if
his singing show.
huh?
Craig's got his little singing show. He sings.
Oh God. I know.
Does he wear a wig?
Well, I wouldn't call it singing, but anyway.
Well, according to Brazil's Got Talent, all you got to do is make a noise.
I'll be honest with you. Craig is somebody I would love to meet in person. I would love to go hunting with Craig. I think that would be a fucking blast.
He's
man.
got a hell of a
Don't let
radio
him take you out
voice.
there in the bayous.
Yeah, he's kind of crazy like me, and that's why I like him so much. He's just kind of.
When
Oh,
you
he's
start
straight up
hearing them
nuts. I love it.
banjos,
Yeah, I know,
actually, I
right?
don't even know. I don't think they play banjos on them swamp houses out there. You just kind of happen to look at that tree, and then all of a sudden you don't know where you're at.
Right. But yeah, I'll keep everybody posted. I'll post it, once I get Josh narrowed down. But it's a very interesting topic, and I'm telling y'all, there's going to be a lot of people it's going to blow some minds up. You know what I'm saying? You're going to be like, whoa, what?
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Do we need to install our giraffe sponge?
You might need to. You might need to. Yeah, like no doubt. It's anyway. So I'm gonna go on here and spend some time with the wife, the old lady, and everything.
Hey, thanks for hanging out, Backwards.
Yeah, man. Thank you for having me up, Milkmaid. Always a pleasure talking to you. And even when you grouch at me,
I don't grouch at you.
Well, you have.
Oh, well, I have once.
Yeah, I respect you. It's all good, So anyway, thank y'all so much. Everybody in chat, be safe, and we'll see y'all on the next one.
Yeah,
Later.
Later.
And then there were two.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I want to try to get with BB, and I thought about you, and I was trying to think of somebody else because I'm thinking about maybe looking into doing some mushrooms, growing mushrooms. But I've seen some, and they seem like they'd be easy enough to come up with because it's humid, it's got some damp areas.
Oh yeah, it's all about temp and humidity is from what I understand. I haven't done it yet and I really want to. Like there's a store, a hippy dippy store that sells like pre-inoculated logs. You can even order them online. But I've kind of wanted to try to learn how to do it myself. I mean, that's just some mushrooms, but those last years, they just keep producing.
Oh, because I just thought, hell, there'd be a little source. I could do a little hustling for some meat or something from some of the little local restaurants or something like that, or people that might want to barter.
Oh yeah.
Just thinking of useful
Well,
stuff.
and all, if I understand correctly, all mushrooms are cancer fighting. Did you know that? They all
No,
have
I did not know
compounds that are. Oh yeah. BB was saying that his mom, took a turkey tail. And that's really easy to find in the woods. That's one of the few mushrooms I feel like very confident in identifying because it's so easy to identify. Oh yeah,
Uh-oh.
Nikki,
Nikki
they are.
says mushrooms are complicated.
Well, that's why you got to watch that Rusty. What's his name? The Rusty something. It's Sean something or other. The fucking chickens guy. He does mushrooms.
Effing chicken guy. Oh, yeah, I'll have to look that in my
Oh,
little
sorry.
list.
I keep swearing.
No, you're good. Hell, I said it earlier. I started off with a little tirade.
Yeah. Yeah, Gma. Grumpy, I never mean. I have no idea what you're talking about. Rusty eyeball. Yeah, that's it. There, I told somebody the other day, I can't remember who it was, another channel. There's so much to learn and only one lifetime to learn it all. Drives me nuts.
Well, but see, here's the thing. I will say one thing I've learned now over the years that I didn't pick up when I was younger. I wish I had have, but is it to slow down and to enjoy those moments of just picking up
Not learning?
something and learning about that and just kind of going,
Mm.
okay, whether it's growing a bush, a plant, a chicken, or, but you just kind of get vested into something, but it's slowing yourself down. That's the one thing I wish I could go back and redo. I'd slow myself down because
I
the
would have
corporate
stressed less.
capitalistic world is evolving, and it's designed to be a constant vacuum. It keeps you involved. It's the blackjack table of life.
Yeah. I wish that I could go back and tell myself to stop caring so much what everybody thought and to find interest in things, like I learned that over the years. If I want to learn something, all I have to do is find one thing I'm interested in, how it connects to me, and boom, all of a sudden I can retain it,
Yeah.
Yeah, Grumpy, exactly. I think I was just exhausted all of my 20s though. I was
Well, it's
overwhelmed with
when you
diapers and
when you're growing up, the environment's all new to you, and then even emotions during events and scenarios and things that are happening in your life, they're new. And then as you get older, because you're getting older, then the younger events and activities are slowing down. And that's, I know for me, whenever I came to a stop, is when I actually had time to kind of stop processing my younger years, kind of going, yep, well, I see that now that I didn't see
it's,
before.
yeah, slow your roll. Yeah.
Exactly, Nikki. Slow your roll. Slow your roll, homie. Slow your roll.
And something I think people don't, and I'm guilty of this too, but sometimes there are moments where you have to just go and just be and sit and observe. Like, I used to do this. I'd go up in the woods, I'd sit on a rock, and I would just be, you know, or in a field or something like that. You can't do it in your house, I don't think. I mean, I guess you can, but for me, I have to be outside. But it's refreshing. And all of a sudden, you can start thinking things and things become clearer. I'm probably making no sense whatsoever. Yeah, Gma. And the backs of the turkey tail is a big sign too. Oh, did I just kill the conversation?
No. In here, everything you need to. There you go. Canadian. He's half Cajun,
Yeah.
half Canadian.
He was amused by the Cheetos thing. Oh, jeez. Yeah, it was
So the
funny
flaming hot
because,
crunchy, or is it the puffy?
well, I hope it's not flaming hot crunchy.
I mean, there's different Cheetos. That's such a vague term.
It's from another streamer. You don't want to know the details, man. It
Oh,
went
no, I
sideways
kind of poked
really
on purpose,
fast.
but I didn't know the details. I just knew that they were already pretty a deeper topic, so that's why I just poked a little bit.
Yeah.
I knew it was a good catchword. It's kind of like the moist thing. I don't really know where that came from. I just know it became at some point. It became a thing, and then it was kind of
Dude,
like funny, like of all words, and it was like really. So there was an issue over the word moist.
I guess
Okay.
some people don't like it. I mean, personally, I think it's probably a good thing, but you know.
Well, I mean, that's such a big word for so many things to go, oh, that word. And it's like, well, I don't know. I guess it depends on the context it's used. I mean,
You know what I've learned in all the time around the military? There is no such thing as a safe word.
oh no,
And I'm not saying
not
that in a
around those
weird
parts.
way. I'm just saying like
Well,
nothing is
and in
sacred.
reality, Milky, that's around every fire department, every ambulance
Construction
service, every
crew.
construction site, every pipe,
Yeah.
yard, every refinery. It's all the same.
You know what I'm noticing a trend here?
What?
It's a male dominated profession.
Oh, you feminist, you.
It's true though.
Well, hey, see, we didn't realize back in the day of how many mics might be around for the hoo-ha. So we didn't, if they ever said
Right.
something about grabbing the hoo-ha or something, nobody ever caught a thing. Now all of a sudden it becomes national TV and it's an issue.
Right. Well, yeah. Even canning's
But,
not sacred. We've figured this one out. So, and honestly, women are just as bad as men. So, you
right?
know.
You know how many times I heard people used to talk about, a guy's bathroom, and I go, I don't know, man, but all I keep hearing from these females is yeah, I see a female's bathroom. It's the nastiest damn thing ever.
Oh, well, I don't know. Like, so I used to do catering, and one of my jobs at the very end of the night, if we went to this certain hall that we do a lot of catering at, I would have to go take all the trash out of the men's and the women's bathroom. And I gotta tell you, the men's bathroom definitely smelled worse.
Yes,
I don't
nasty. Yes.
understand how it's so hard to freaking aim. Like y'all got it
Because
so
they have a
easy,
toy
but
that they can play with, and it never gets boring. And I don't. That it's kind of like everything else. You ever seen that little clip of the dude that TT puts up that does the little pistol thing and it goes off in the wall behind him? You ever seen that one? Where the dude's doing the little spinning thing and it goes off and shoots behind him, and he's like, oh. Well, see,
oh,
that's
dude,
what
okay,
they do with those. Even though they have a weapon down there, they just point the damn thing and they act like they're some master aimer and an expert and a marksman, but they're not. And it just splashes everywhere because they don't handle it like a 303. They handle it like a M203.
God.
So it makes a big difference.
Oh man, I almost told. Should I tell it? I don't know.
Uh-oh.
You know how like if you're in the country, you can just step off the back porch.
Hell yeah, you let it whiz, let it rip,
Right.
Tater.
Well, my husband did that. He was talking to me about something, and of course, I'm his wife. I don't really I don't care. But the male cat decided that, oh my gosh, there's like activity going on around here, and he got really interested, and I was like, well, that cat is not getting on my lap for a while, because he got all kinds of involved, and I was like, oh jeez. And my husband was busting out laughing. He was like, look at this shit. He was like, yeah. Sorry.
We used to have a friend that lived down the road, and all I'm going to say is it was a her, but she could actually write her initials in the snow. That's all I'm going to say.
For real?
Yeah. So, but I got to say,
impressive.
I wouldn't have thought. I thought, nuh-uh. And it was like, oh, yeah, apparently so. So, yeah. I mean, it's definitely, I wouldn't say that's what you want to do in the parking lot, but.
Oh, God. You know, the reason why women's bathrooms are gross is because they don't want to sit on the gross seat. So therefore they do this weird thing, and then they get all gross, you know?
They hover.
Yeah. I don't like public bathrooms, I'm not gonna lie. I'd rather go find a stall or the woods or something like that than go into one of those. I'm not gonna lie.
Hell yeah, just pull over somewhere, find the pine tree, and just squat and let her rip, tater chip. It'll all be over in a minute.
When you're toilet training kids, that gets really tricky when you're doing long road trips. Because they're like, gotta go now. I actually had a cop pull up behind me one time because I was helping them on the side of the road because there was no waiting.
Right. Got to go, you gotta go.
Oh, how did we get on this topic again?
There's just no telling.
Right.
Random shit happens. It just happens.
Quantum physics to pissing on the side of the road.
That's it.
Oh man. I actually have to go feed my cow here in a second. I
See,
can
what
show
have I
y'all.
been doing? 5 hours, 22 minutes. Ooh-wee.
You,
Yep, take
you
us
need
for
to
a
get
trip.
going?
No, take us for a trip first.
Oh, well, I gotta go all the way up into the barn and get everything, but yeah, I can do that. Yep,
Well, you
there's just gonna be
offered,
some
didn't you?
noise.
Well, that's fine.
Maybe
Hey,
I'll
man,
put on
my
my
boy
work
was
boots.
crowing this morning, and I was digging it too.
Oh, he crowed?
Oh yeah, he crow. He's been kind of crowing off and on. He's getting better. This morning was a pretty good one. It isn't quite peaked out with the high last little wake your ass up kind of throw, but he's getting there. He's still gurgling.
Yeah, is he doing like the little squeaky voice teenage tween boy crowing? That's kind of how I view it.
He's got the longer, and then it gurgles out.
It's so cute when they first start learning. Man, my battery is dying so freaking fast. Oh, hey, Nikki.
It really was cute. He was doing the, the stupid, goofy, Yeah, it
the
was
gargly
awesome.
kind of.
Yes. Oh my God, they're so cute, and that's what I was telling Rescue. I was like, oh, wait till he starts crowing. They're so funny.
I can't wait. I mean, he's getting better. This morning was pretty too. I got every morning when I get up before the sun starts coming, I go ahead. Matter of fact, she gets mad at me because I crack the door just so that way I can make a point to hear him when he starts crying.
Yeah, she's like, come on, he's time to go out. I know, so cute.
Yeah, he's awesome. I think they're a little kind of pissy right now at me because it's like, man, what's up, dude? And it's like, man, hey, I got you as dry as possible.
Well, dude, it's been raining for like a solid week here, man. This is crazy.
I know. I went through all this stuff to move them because I knew that rain was coming, and I told her, going, no, I got to. And actually, I jimmy rigged a hook on the center front of the coop. And then I put a dowel rod in the back of the mower and used it like an extended hitch. And I had that working for a while until I kind of bumped up, but I got it moved out and about, and I'll be damned. That spot started there's so much rain, everything's wet. And it's like, well, shit. Okay.
Yeah, I know. My backyard looks like a damn river. It's crazy.
I know.
Sorry, I was listening. I was getting ready, obviously, and listening, and you were like, "How did we get on this subject?" I was like, "You never know." I was like,
You
"Y'all are
never
funny." Yeah,
Stuff happens.
shit happens.
Sometimes minute by minute, some hour by hour.
Hey, am I roboting?
No, you
No.
didn't even say anything.
Shit.
Uh-oh.
Well, Miss Fiber.
Your fiber optic has been doing a little better, I have to say.
It was doing good a while ago. It's probably with the Wi-Fi and the extension, the strength and stuff. Plus, if her battery's getting low, it'll actually basically decide for you that, you know what, you don't really need that Wi-Fi connection as much as you need the screen to be on or something.
That's true. She did say it was getting low.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, y'all were roboting out. I'm off the Wi-Fi right now, so we'll see if this works because I'm back to shitternet.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Shitternet.
We'll see.
Sorry.
Sorry for the noise.
I just had to hop back up and join in that conversation. I'm like, wait a minute. This is I'm kidding.
Later, Grumpy.
I'm not
Grumpy
kidding.
said, woohoo, quitting time. See everyone later. Go live a life done free. Right on, sir. Make it a great day, sir.
Later, Grumpy.
Life done
Know what I'm
free.
saying?
I got you.
Hey, Grumpy. Know what I'm saying?
Know what I'm saying.
Did you see that?
No, but
they did a live stream. It was something about gnomes, and I guess his wife doesn't like gnomes, and he never knew it, or something like that. It's kind of funny. I heard about it later on, so I went back and watched it.
like how many times?
Oh,
Man.
All right.
So what
Let's
you're
see if I
saying
can.
is that we need to mail Yoda some yard gnomes.
Oh no, I don't think she'd like that. All right. I'll turn on the camera here in a second.
Oh, I'm not doing that. I'm getting dressed. I'm taking it with me.
Well, don't turn on your camera.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Hold on, let me get ready for this. Okay.
Whoa, no.
That's
Hang on. No, I was listening while I was listening, and I'm like, wait a minute. Chat. I'm in my closet. Looking around.
Well, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
It'll work. I have every confidence it'll work.
That stupid fucking
I'll
rooster.
turn mine off and put you full screen. There you go.
All right, so there's Mama. She's not very big, okay? So, like, this is my hip. That's her withers. And she's gotten way tamer.
Oh, she is not very big.
Those are the other guys. Oops. And here's the baby who's going to be all skittish.
So sweet.
Come on, little man.
Oh.
Come here. The jerk is over there. He was in the stall earlier. Every day I contemplate whether or not he should live.
Oh.
No, he started attacking me again. I dang near killed the poor bird.
I know. I heard you say that. I heard you say that a few days ago.
But yeah, there's Mama. She's doing all right. I'm not milking her right now because she dropped weight so fast.
Mm-hmm.
And he was kind of weak that I decided, okay, he gets all the milk. I'm not going to push her. Right. And yeah, I guess she's going to need grain. So that kind of sucks. These guys are so jealous right now.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
And ignore the mess. This is my old run-in shed. I'm going to sell that girl. That boy right there, he's dinner later on. Her, I'm probably going to sell. And then the bull, he's a punk.
He's a punk.
Yeah.
Is he Bruno? Is that kind of like a brindle?
He is brindle. Like in the summer, you can see better the stripes, but in the winter they get all fluffy because he's half Scottish Highland, half Jersey, and then she's half Scottish Highland, half Jersey. I haven't named her yet though, but she actually has some brindle colors. It's just hard because she's actually fluffier. But yeah. And I had some cardboard in here, and I keep finding remnants. But yep, that's them.
Cool deal. Look at them.
He's such a little cutie, though. They get skittish after a couple of days. Look, you got milk bubbles. You gonna say hi?
Looks like he might end up with a little brindle.
He may. And you know what's crazy? Sorry, lawnmower and shit. What's crazy is that he came out without horns too. Jerseys and Scottish Highland are both like horned breeds, but if you cross them, it seems like their babies come out without horns. And he's another cross, and he looks like he's not going to be. He looks like he's, you call it polled if they are born without horns. I'm sure you know that, but other people might not. Are you trying to get a snack?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sorry. Got too close. All right, I'm going to take the screen off.
Okay.
Because we're stuffing in cow shit.
Cow shit. Avoid the bit.
Well, I found out
too. Can't wait for mine to be that clear.
Oh, this one thinks he's king of the hill. It's ridiculous.
Well, I gotta say, the other day, whenever I went to move the thing, they had gone in, and I swear that little shithead, he hears the front door or something squeak, and so I got to go out. Well, he goes and pokes out the door, and I go, nope, you need to go in because I'm going to move you anyway. Oh no, his ass wants to come on down. So I had to go in there, and I'm like, man, well, he just kind of bowed up a little bit, and he pecked at my hand, and I went, oh, no, sir. And I grabbed him, and he said, whoa, and I put him in. He turned around and just looked at me and hadn't done nothing else. So, I mean, as long as we can understand
figure out this dude. Well, I've established our relationship a couple of times, and he is not getting the memo. Like, he does this thing where if I'm walking towards him, he walks away. But as soon as my back is turned, he comes running. I can hear him running.
Oh, but you ought to just box his ass up and grab him and just hold him for a little while. Just hold him.
If I do that, I'm probably just going to end it.
Well, you know, there's always that too.
I mean, not in a mean way. It's just like,
there's
if I get a chance to catch him,
sandwich.
I'm on the fence about it. He's a good rooster when it comes to protecting the ladies, but beyond that, and especially with the little one, if he were to attack her, because he's not a small rooster, and he's gotten me pretty good with his spurs. So.
Oh yeah, see, no, that's I gotta say, no, I'll knock BB Smooth out.
Yeah.
And just because, and because I do believe that it's just like most animals, and you can pick that vibe up, and if they're going to be an ass, then it's just, well, then you weren't wired right. It didn't come out right. But because I got to say, I have pretty good luck with most animals. I can pretty much take to most I can go to. I went to friends before, and their animals will take to me. I'm kind of an animal person. Because I try to care about them, but I also will establish that bull of the pasture mentality pretty quick too, by whatever means necessary. Well, and it might be hard for a female.
Who, me?
Well, I mean, it might be hard as far as on like a scent or something. Maybe that some of them are just too, what would you call it, too basic or something, too primal, and so they just go, nope, you're a hen, you're a hen, and no matter what you do, they just focus you as a hen. Some dogs are that way.
Yeah. Oh, Huck. Yeah, I think I actually did. And I whacked him good another time. I did have this goat. He was a buck. And me and my girls all noticed that at certain times of the month, he became way more aggressive. Especially if he was in rut, which was, it was so fucking, gross. But I'm like, go away. But yeah, they get kind of more aggressive.
Well, that's some breeds too. I guess some animals, I guess, just instinctive. I don't know. So far, I hope he doesn't give me a fit because I hope he just kind of tends to him. He's part of the original group, but then again,
With him being
which so
10
far,
though, it shouldn't be too bad, but he will be protective of his ladies. Hopefully. I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing.
well, no, and sometimes they apparently they have these conversations up in there because I've been sitting out there and then out of nowhere, all of a sudden I hear a big old ruckus up in there, and it's like, well, apparently somebody moved over into somebody else's space or something, but or you hear
Yeah.
this, and they go at it and talk a lot of shit, and then they end up going quiet. I'm like, this almost
Animals,
sounds like the break room at a store or something, or in a job. It's a bunch of
oh, there's a reason that it's like when women laugh that it's a bunch of hens cackling. Like, I don't know if you've ever noticed. Watch a stream and watch a whole bunch of women laugh, myself included. We sound like hens. It is terrible, but it's true. I'll own it.
Shoot, yeah, I own that shit with pride. Cackling hen.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, yeah, especially if you get 5 or 6 of them. Back when we
Hey,
were
there you go.
catering, I was young then, but I worked with a bunch of people who pretty much were like my mother's age, and we would be up so late. It'd be like 2 o'clock in the morning cleaning up after a function, and people would start to get slap happy, and it was like everybody was drunk, and it was so hilarious.
Damn.
This is why I don't hang out with people my age for the most part. It's getting better now, but I couldn't when I was younger. I was used to hanging out with people at least 10 years older than me.
Oh yeah. Well, that's kind of how I grew up. Once I
Yeah.
kind of got divorced, I became just I was kind of had to grow up. I was the man of the house kind of thing. So all of a sudden you're hanging out with everything, and then friends just became the older people, and
Yep.
and nowadays it's really better because shit, man. Which I can't. Well, my age is the older bunch, I guess. Started catching up with the end. Start becoming one of the old folk. Canadian said, if you're a room full of women and it's quiet, you better be careful, right? Because they be plotting then, buddy. If it's a room full of women and you don't hear nothing, it's because somebody's fixing to get taken out or something because they plot. That's the napkin writing and the ear whispering.
Oh yeah, the silent treatment, except squared, quadruple, whatever you'd call it, cubed.
Oh, who says I love the hen that can't stop clucking after she lays an egg?
Isn't that all of them? The I laid an egg song.
Man, I can't wait. That'd be cool. I can't wait. That'd be cool.
Oh, you'll hear it. And it's very similar to the "Oh my God, there's something trying to eat us" song. So I lost about 4 hens recently. Something was getting into the coop. I blocked the hole though, but it had dug in. It's just what I had that was here when I moved in, so it's not like super reinforced or anything. But I had a friend there because I had told them I was drowning in eggs and I could give them some, and then they texted me the other night and they were like, "Do you still have those eggs?" I was like, "Well, not anymore." Like, I
That's it.
probably
None
should
of
get a
them
few
up.
more hens. I've got
Should
7
I get
hens
a
now.
Should I get
Hmm?
a fake egg or something to? Because I noticed some people do that. I don't know. Is it a certain amount
You
that you do
can. You
that?
can
Or,
put an old golf ball in there. I mean, people say that, but hens, they naturally want to find a place to lay. That just encourages them to lay in, the nesting boxes. But it's not necessary. I mean, people have done it forever without having eggs. So, you
hell, I
know,
don't give a shit where they lay. It's going to be inside there, so that all works
or
for me. And ain't really got to hunt for them.
how about just hard boil an egg once they're getting close or they start laying and just throw it in there? Although you're going to
Well,
have brown egg layers
how do I even know when they get close? I just figured that
about
one
five
day I'm going to
months.
hear something.
Yeah, they'll
Yeah,
figure it out.
I think we figured that to be around the end of February or something, or in the first of March. I can't remember.
Yeah, you're coming up close on it.
Yeah, it's something
They'll
like
let you
that.
know. They'll be little to begin with, and then they'll get bigger and bigger.
Although I guess, well, I was going to do the first round, but I guess Billy was like, "Nah, you don't want to do the first round." So I guess the second or third, I'm going to try
Yeah,
to start.
I'd wait till
I
they
guess
get like
wait a week.
normalish size. Yeah. I mean, let them get into their routine or whatever. Oh, Nikki says March ish.
Ish,
Ish is my favorite add-on.
ish. Well,
But
see, because I can't wait. I want to, because man, to hatch some more. Because I'd like to have. Well, really, actually, the way things are right now, I wish I had like 8
more.
or 10 more. I mean, I would
Well,
gladly
that'll
like to
come.
have a little flock
And
because
you've got a
that's.
big enough coop that you've accidentally accounted for chicken math
I think I could hold about 8 in there, huh?
easily. That's a decent sized coop. They don't, especially if you're moving it around and everything, they've got enough, room to move around. They'll be all right. I mean, ideally, it's great to let them out, and I love it when people tell me, "Oh, you should just let them free range." I'm thinking, okay, yeah, and then they start dying off. And then I've got the dogs, and that helps. But um, if I'm out there, I could watch them, but they're kind of stupid animals. I'm not gonna lie.
I tell you, sometimes I kind of think that this little bunch they got personalities. I don't know. Maybe I'm just becoming some chicken person or something, but
Oh, they do have personalities, definitely. I haven't gotten to know mine because they all look the same to me. Oh, and Tiger said she never laid an egg. I never did, or never laid an egg. Never had an egg, and they laid where they were supposed to. Yeah, Tiger, isn't that funny? I used to laugh because I had these hens. They were all golden comet, and for some reason, and I didn't have a rooster at the time, and I'd walk in and they'd all squat. It was like they were bowing down as I walked into the coop. It was hilarious. I was like, dang
okay.
straight, I'm your queen.
Bow before me, mortals. I
Well,
can't
they
wait.
recognize,
What?
huh?
What?
Go ahead.
What? No, you were going to say
I
something.
can't
I
even
said
remember what
animal.
I was going to say.
Oh well, now there you go. That's the way to hold a conversation.
It was a woman moment.
OMG, she said it. It's recorded for the whole world to hear. She said it. I didn't say it. Those words did not pass my lips.
Mm-hmm.
Might have been a head nod or two, but the words did not pass my lips.
No, man, I'm in some chat with some like gear junkies and gun guys and stuff like that. I'm I I'm the only active female in there, and some people have taken to calling me mom because they're a bunch of younger people, and you know, but I can roll
Oh,
with it because I'm
Mom.
used to it. I'm used to the way they talk, so it doesn't bother me. And they're always saying woman moment. I'm like, yeah, okay.
Oh, damn. Tiger said I could probably put 12 in there.
Probably. It's a decent sized
Right.
coop.
I know I want to try to get me, I want to build them. I think because I want to do is I'm going to change up, I think, eventually the way I'm doing it and make the coop part. I don't know. I want to make the big ranging part bigger. So I think I'm going to bring the coop down a little bit closer to the ground. But then I want to make the rectangle bigger. But I'm going to do it out of PVC pipe, so it'll be lighter.
You could just do a little temporary thing and open the door.
I've been thinking about some chicken runs, but I'm like, man, I could do it if it hadn't been raining. I'm thinking I can do that. I can make some up. And I can just run along and just stake it out with my chair folded over and stake it on the other side and create its own little tunnel.
I wouldn't stress it too much. Like I was watching the other day, you were worried about them being in the mud and wanted them to get under where it was dry. If they want to, they will. Trust me. Like, but it probably doesn't bother them as much as it bothers you.
Well, but it bothers me.
Right.
It's like, damn, I don't want my chickens walking in the mud and shit. They deserve better than that. I need to be a better caretaker.
Tiger, I know. I'm sorry. I kind of like tongue slipped there.
No, I never laid an egg. Never, 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 never.
I mean, technically, we kind of do. Just not out our butt.
And yet sometimes they still act like a turd.
Uh-huh. Man, I gotta get these cats off me. I go on the porch, and if it's cold or rainy, I instantly have 2 or 3 cats that are like, oh, you're our heating pad. And they all congregate on my lap. I've had 4 cats in my lap at one point.
Well, maybe in cat language they call you mom too.
Apparently.
You're just a warm mom.
My
You're the
husband
heater
laughs in the
mom.
morning. We'll go out and have coffee, and all of a sudden I have like cats all over me. I didn't invite them. I didn't ask them, but they assume. But it's okay. They keep my lap warm too.
You have warm body temperature, and they're like, "Yep, I'm all there."
Well, I keep trying to convince them that the barn is the best place because they can snuggle up in the hay and everything. And apparently they've just decided the front porch is where they need to be, which is not cool because some of them crap on it. I mean, I don't mind, but
talk about laying eggs, and here comes BB. See, all the ladies overweight when they smell my pheromones. So technically, I can lay eggs too. Oh Lord,
he's so full of it. Good Lord. Some artificial grass sheets. I mean, you could, but here's my thing. Chickens are really dirty animals. Like, they just don't care. They crap in their water. Like, so you keep it as clean as possible, but mud's really, unless it's like cold mud, and then it can kind of be bad. But I mean, when they free range, they'll go through all kinds of stuff. Manure piles are their favorite.
well, yeah, I just got to get a little bit better set up for now. I'm going to see how the rain's going to come in, and I'm going to prepare better. That way they can.
Right.
Plus, I should have got the leaves out of the yard better, and then that would have let the water flow a little bit more. But that's, man, so much rain. That's what happens. I wonder how much I want to measure just to show you, y'all. I wish I had done that at the beginning. Then we could have done a year and everybody would have seen. But measure the gap from the porch to the door. And every time we have heavy rains like this, it's like it moves just a little bit more. And I told her, going, I just wonder, what is the magical moment when all of a sudden I'm back there and I hear this, and it's like, oh shit, wait, and here we go.
Oh Lord. Yeah, that
Yeah,
would be a
because
little
this one will be
stressful.
about a 4 foot. This will be a 4 foot drop back here. Up on the front part of the house, it's just about a foot off the ground, if that.
So you really are on the slope.
Yeah, it's an incline, definitely. Doesn't really look at it when I show you all outside at an angle, but yeah. You can look at probably some of the older
Yeah.
footage and realize that at the top of the driveway, the grass goes right up to the porch, but on the back end of the house, there's like enough room for a lawnmower to drive underneath there. And it's like, yep,
Kind of like a
it's
shed, huh?
slow. Yep.
Velociraptors. Yeah, they really are little T-Rex velociraptors. They move like them. It always reminds me of Jurassic Park. And then they
Right?
cock their little eye at you, and I'm like, oh God, that's creepy.
Yeah. It's like, what are you doing? You get that one eye staring up at you, and it's like,
Yeah. Definitely creepy at times. Well, I mean, they're sweet too, though. They can be sweet. I had one, the Lucy, the one-eyed chicken, who would sit on my shoulder and stuff. I mean, she still cocked her little eye and looked at my eyeball, kind of funny, like that looks interesting to peck. But if she sat on my lap, you can stroke like right under their chin and along their neck, and she would start to fall asleep. It was kind of cute, even on the top of her head.
yeah, Thelma's getting pretty friendly.
Mm-hmm.
Which are after that little round with BB, now I can rub him on the chest and he's all right. But now little old Nikki, she's actually getting better because I fed her out of my hand the other day, but she's always been real skittish about everything. But
They
she
warm up
realized
after
because I
time.
saw, boy, and they bully her too. She gets cut out of everything. She gets last to stuff, and so I got to where I go in there and I hold like I pick some bread over in one hand, and then I'll feed her out of the other one and stuff.
Well, you want to know why Lucy was so tame compared to all my other chickens was when she had that issue with her eye and she lost it. We isolated her because we didn't know if it was like infectious or if it was an injury. So we isolated her and put her like in a little dog crate and fed her separately and took care of her and everything, put drops in it. And, so she got used to being handled, and that's why she became so friendly. And it's the same thing with that cow that just had the calf.
Yeah.
She wouldn't let me come near her in the field. I was like, oh man, this is going to be hard to train her to milk. But as soon as I penned her up, and I had to do that because the calf was getting dangerous for him with the bull. So I penned them up and started feeding her separately because they weren't going to let her eat anything. They would just take it from her. So now that she's confined, you saw I was petting her and everything. And I've even, like, that first 2 days, I got them in the running shed. The bull knocked over a cattle panel. Did I tell you this? Or was I telling somebody else?
You didn't tell me this.
The bull knocked
Not
over
that I know.
yeah, he knocked over a wire cattle panel. I went out on my porch in the morning and I heard him bawling. So I went to see what was going on because you can tell if they're in distress. You know, I thought maybe he'd gotten stuck away from mom, but the bull had knocked over a wire cattle panel that I hadn't secured well enough. And the calf was pinned underneath of it with a bull standing on top of the cattle panel. I was like, oh man, I'm gonna have to put this calf down. Like I thought he was a goner. And I got it off of him, chased all the other cows out, penned her up, and then I had to like kind of hold him up so that he could nurse. I didn't know if he was going to make it or not. And then, I mean, he's fine now, obviously. He must not have gotten too injured, but yeah. Oh, it was you, Nikki. Yeah. But yeah, that poor thing, it was pinned underneath. I felt like crap. I was like, I knew I should have secured it better. Because, you know, the old farmer thing, you use twine.
Yeah.
Twine is strong, but, you know, several points are better than one or two. And
Baling
double,
wire.
triple wrapping. Yep.
Baling wire. That would have worked. Which
Now,
I
when
don't
you
know.
say baling wire, are you talking about actual wire or are you talking about twine?
Yeah, no, wire. It's a
You
baling
use
wire.
wire?
Yeah, it's a spool, and it's actual. Well, actually, I got a spool in there in my little cart. That's actually what I made little clips with and tied the little string down. But it's called baling wire.
See, we just use twine or netting. Because I've never seen wire. I wonder if that's why they started doing magnet boluses. You know, where they stick a magnet in the cow's stomach, her
Oh,
stomach. Yeah, it's a bolus, which is basically like this, like little, for lack of a better word, it's like a caulking gun, but it will stick a pill down a cow's throat. So you stick kind of the gun in the cow's mouth, and then you depress the lever, and it releases it, and they can't throw it back up.
right.
So they do that
It's
with
a
like
pass choke point.
medicines. Yeah, but they'll do magnets, and what ends up happening is you put a magnet in, it goes into the cow's stomach, and that way when they're grazing or whatever, if they happen to pick up a piece of wire from fencing or a screw or a nail or, you know, anything like that, that it will attach to the magnet and not move through the rest of the intestines and kill
Well,
them.
their stomachs.
It stays lodged in their stomach.
Okay. Huh. Well, because I wouldn't mean I don't see how they could chew that up.
What?
And so, like, if you had a piece of round and tying that, then I don't. Because it's pretty stiff.
I don't know, but they managed to swallow stuff.
Hold on a second. I'll be right back.
Okay. Tiger, you talking about the cows? I wonder. And I'm kind of new to these breeds, so I kind of don't know at this point. It's like a constant set of experiments when it comes to animals. I'm always trying to find those ones that are going to be able to make it without me propping them up. That's what I think people don't realize later on, like, oh, well, you know, there's going to be cows and stuff, but most of them require inputs. Most animals or the livestock. Hans, I don't think so. I mean, maybe, I guess. If it was actually iron that they swallowed, but not the magnet.
Just pull a baling wire.
Huh.
And so
That goes around the bales?
well, around several things. You can use this for all kinds of stuff, but it's pliable. So, and like what I did out there is I just cut little pieces like this and made U shapes, and then took my clines and twisted them together to secure that hardwire cloth to the hog panels and stuff.
What'd you call that tool?
My clines?
Yeah.
The clines?
Are those
Yeah,
those
clines.
spinny ones?
Well, some have a handle where you can grab it and spin it because it's for twisting.
Yeah.
Or you have
Those are
basic ones that are
cool.
just, yeah.
I used those to make my rabbit hutches the first time when I was attaching everything. Hey, Nikki.
Now, are you
Back
talking about
again.
the ones that are like a hook?
Well, they're pliers, so like you grip the two wires together that you're going to twist, and then you kind of let go and you pull down, and it kind of like, I don't know how to explain it, but it spins.
Twist
Yeah.
it up. Yeah.
handy as hell, man. When I figured that out, I can't remember if they're called C-clamps or what, the other things that you would use, but I couldn't get
Oh.
those in between with the hardware cloth very easily when I was making hutches. So I would use the wire that actually came with the hardware cloth. I would cut pieces of that.
I know what you're talking about. Those little clamps that take forever to clamp all those things. Oh God, that's what we did. Oh Jesus,
Pain in the ass.
Yes, making rabbit cages. Oh, I mean they work. You have to get the little tool to clamp them. Oh, it was. I mean, yes, it's a slow process, but they do work.
You know what I did for the dividers between the things? I would actually take that same wire and I actually like kind of wove it. So where the vertical piece would meet the horizontal bit, I would actually weave it in and out across. Weaving maybe is the wrong word, but spiraling it through those spaces. And then I would secure it with the twisty thingy.
Yep.
It worked pretty well.
It does.
I remember
I've
when
had to do so much repair work on those cages because rabbits are crazy.
People think they're all like tame and gentle and not loud. Get 5 or 6 of them going on water bottles and you'll see how loud they can be.
There you go. Tiger says, yes, baling wire is amazing for all kinds of things.
Oh, yeah. Even twine. Twine and duct tape and WD-40 and you've got a farm.
Twine, duct tape, wire, all good.
Yep.
All essential.
Tiger, I have not actually done meat from Scottish Highlands yet. There's a guy, he used to go by the Swedish Homestead. I don't know if he still does, but he was milking Highlanders. But they have a high butterfat content. The only problem is using them down south. They have a really hard time, staying cool because they're all fluffy.
Yeah.
They're like the pot smokers of the cattle world. They're chill as hell.
It's rough in the hot weather.
No, they're so chill though. Like they really do look like they're dopey.
That's funny.
And jerseys are kind of high strung a little bit. So if you cross the two, you get kind of sort of a normal cow. Where are you going, Nikki?
To Mom's.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm driving, obviously.
So you're driving like 5 minutes? Maybe.
Well, it's a little longer now. They have all this bullshit in the middle. They are putting up, okay, I don't know if y'all can see that. All this stuff in the middle, all that, those, whatever you call it, all the concrete. Yeah, this is what they're doing to me, Rescue, on 105. They're putting up all this concrete where, kind of like in the woodland, where you have only certain places you can turn. They just turned 105 into that, and I'm pissed because I got to go all the way down to like Pine Lake and turn around.
Yeah.
How dare they?
Yeah, it's a mess. It's a damn mess. But yeah, normally it was 5 minutes. Now it's like 8 or 9. Because I got to go past and do a U. I know. Isn't it great? Man, I can't believe you're still going. It's like 5 o'clock. It's crazy.
Oh, sorry. I kept
No,
him.
no. I mean, Rescue. Like, this is.
That's been 6 hours.
It's awesome. I was like listening while I was cooking, assembling casseroles, and listening while I was doing food prep, and listening while I was in the shower. I was like, oh my gosh, this is great.
I still gotta go cook. I actually might make chili like we said earlier with beans.
I don't know if you saw my comment, but I said put extra beans.
I did see your comment. I was so proud of you.
With some cornbread.
I wasn't being facetious or anything like that. No.
Oh, I know.
You know what? I did buy a whole bunch of stuff to make chili. Like I went to the store yesterday, $530 later. Now we're talking about grocery prices.
Holy shit.
Hell yeah. I mean, but I only go like once a month. But $530 later, you know, because Jeremy did comment a couple days ago. He was like, "Why don't you make some chili?" And I was like, "Okay, I got you." So that'll probably be tomorrow. The chili, the real chili.
You know, if we ever meet up, I want to try your chili. Because I'm not going to lie, like beans, I put beans in chili to stretch it, is what I really do. If I could have an all meat chili and peppers, oh, yeah, that would be good.
Yeah. Peppers, onions, all of that. Yep.
BB said I had to stop listening a few times because I had to talk to myself. I don't like to take all the attention off of me too much, so I had to have some personal time.
Of course he did.
And Garrett's talking about apparently China getting the airspace, I guess.
Say what?
I saw a story about apparently the Navy has been test fired a laser and shot down a drone on a test flight with a laser.
Huh. Interesting.
That was an interesting story.
I've gotten a little overwhelmed by world news. I mean, I know I have to pay attention and swivel and stuff like that, but at times, yeah.
I do the same thing.
It doesn't change much.
No, every now and then I'll turn it on, but there's no way I can watch it every day or every other day, even like I used to. It's just. I get so sick of it.
It's like a chore.
It is.
What?
Watching news or paying attention. Like, I still do it because I'm a firm believer that if you aren't aware of what's going on in the world, then, you know, you have a hard time swiveling and making decisions long term. But at this point, I've realized that a lot of what comes across the wire is stuff that is either a distraction or it's a diversion. Well, I guess that would be the same thing. Or I'm not fully seeing the picture here, you know?
Oh, wow. Yeah, Garrett said some crap to China's 3 times the size of a bus. Oh. Oh, and there you go. Tiger says Milk Maid, you ought to go skydiving with her and Nikki.
Yeah. That's who I'm going skydiving with. For real. This year, we're going skydiving.
You know, there was a time in my life that was on my bucket list. I actually did remove it though after I had that like car surfing accident.
Well,
and then I listened to my brother-in-law when he was talking about all their like airborne jumps.
Yeah,
and I was like, yeah,
maybe not. No, we'll see.
It would be a fun sensation.
It's been on my list for a long thing, but when I was younger and I had kids, but my kids are grown and I have grandkids. Now, granted, I want to see my grandkids get older, but I always said when I was younger, once my kids are older, established, all that, I want to do this. But, you know, being a
go for
mom, yeah, but being a mom, you're like, well, I'm not going to quite do that until I'm not the one taking care of them. You know what I'm saying? So
I told you about my grandfather. He did it for his 70th birthday.
Yeah, I know. That's awesome. I'm actually here.
Bug Out said if y'all are skydiving out of a Super Otter or some other plane that gets good free fall altitude, I might be interested in that.
Who said that?
Bug Out.
Maybe.
Oh, come on. No, he just wants to watch us crash.
No, he just wants to show us like that he is better than us in that sense.
Oh yeah, I've never been, so no doubt he's better than me in a whole lot of things. No shit. But I'm not afraid to give it a try though. I'm right there. Let's do it.
Take him somewhere, Nikki, where he has to skydive with a trainer. That'll really piss him off.
Oh no. Yeah, apparently some places you can like pay extra not to have to do that. My sister would go skydiving in North Carolina all the time.
By herself. Well, there's a place in Houston, and I had a friend that I used to work with in Montgomery County, and he was all about it. But he went through the whole class and got certified or whatever the hell it is. And he would go every few weeks, and he was always trying to get us to go. And I was like, I'm not quite ready yet, buddy. Anyway. But yeah, my first jump obviously is going to be a tandem because I'm not going to know what I mean, it is what it is, you know, but
Right.
I don't know. I'm still going to do it.
My sister and cousin would always fight over who was the hotter guy to like go tandem with because they were young and everything, you know.
Right, right. I can't believe y'all are still going. I mean, you're still going. All right, I got to get out of here. I'm at mom and dad's. I got to unload like 2 casseroles and all kinds of food and stuff. But y'all have a good evening.
Yes, ma'am. You too.
Have
Make sure you're
fun.
a good one. Have fun.
I don't even know. Happy Thursday, whatever it
Yes,
is.
ma'am. Happy Thursday.
Oh, y'all are some of
I'm
my
not
favorite
calling here in a
people.
minute. I'm
I
probably going
couldn't
to call it
resist.
so I can go eat some supper myself.
Right, I couldn't resist. Y'all are some of my favorite people. So y'all have a
Oh,
good one.
likewise.
Y'all have a
Bye,
good one.
lady.
Take care, ma'am.
Yes,
Talk to you
yes,
soon.
okay.
So, okay. So Wizard's gone skydiving, BB's gone skydiving. I still haven't. I mean, I guess yellow, right? But yeah. I would, I guess. I'd rather go on a ride on a helicopter.
Oh no, that's badass. I gotta say, that's awesome. If we, by God, if we ever get to where we get some cool little just air travel type shit, I'll be cool if I could afford a helicopter and just be able to zip around. Boy, that'd be badass. Have a little bird or something, just fly over to the grocery store. Ooh.
But it'd probably be like how I was with motorcycles. Like I was content for the first ride or two being on the back. After that, I wanted to be in control. So I'd probably want to fly the helicopter.
I don't know. I gotta say, I did not have a problem sitting right there watching that pilot Bob fly that thing because I'd watch his feet going netted to nothing, both his hand and his arms. And I'm like, yeah, you just keep us going. But boy, we had weaved them Louisiana bayous. That's how we used to get a kick when we'd fly out to the platform. He would take us for cool little rides, especially if we were taking out some like manpower help that was going to just like scrub and paint handrails and shit. Oh, yeah. Nothing like scaring people, buddy, and get to swinging that bad boy. And they're just, you can literally watch the ripples from the wash on the water and they're sucking wind. It's like, hell yeah, this is fun shit.
As I've gotten older, I've mellowed, but as a kid, like I was the one who would get on a roller coaster and I'd make sure that my harness wasn't that tight so I could feel it, you know. I was a bit of an adrenaline junkie. I didn't realize that was a thing, but I loved it. That element of danger, man, it was kind of pretty exciting.
Riding on the edge. Well, that's why I gotta say, I don't know that I would go skydiving today because one, I'm not confident in me packing a chute, and I'm definitely not confident of anybody else packing the chute. So I'm looking around at 2023, and my confidence is like, I'm just not there no more, man. Yeah, you people can't even make a Big Mac 100%. Oh.
Well, I don't know. Like, I think they have to be kind of stringent, but then again, if you're talking military, I don't know.
Well, I
Well,
mean,
you
I
must
don't
have your
know. You
backup
hear
one
about
too.
civilian shit too. You just got to dig for the stories because nobody ever really reports on it. It's like, oh, couple didn't make it. Oh, that was bad. It's like nobody that does, unless you live in that little city, you don't hear it.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you were, I guess, if you happen to have that accident happen like in the middle of the Super Bowl or some shit, and then everybody's going to know.
Right. I've heard some stories.
Cross straps are a bit tight, just a wee bit, boy, and if they ain't lined
Oh
up
my
right,
God.
they will let you know all about it.
Look what Moonchild said. Holy shit. That's funny.
But they were talking about getting pinched quick. It's like, oh yeah, wrong spot.
Well, us ladies don't have to worry about that. Well, ish. Man, somebody had posted a video somewhere and it was a jump gone wrong And luckily he was the last dude, but he got caught pretty much. There was a loop in the strap and it caught him on the arm. And it was a airborne jump, you know, like when they were just practicing and stuff. And they managed to pull him back in the plane. Yeah, he was getting drug along by the plane. They managed to pull him back in. And here was the thing that blew my freaking mind. The guy is howling in pain, right? And I was impressed with the one guy because he was really chill and saying, "Hey, calm down. It's all right. We're going to take care of it. You got this." Very encouraging and everything. But none of them had a tourniquet.
Huh.
And his arm wasn't ripped off or anything like that, but they were concerned about that. And I was like, what the hell? Like, you would think that they would have that just in case, you know? I don't know.
But yeah. Well, you had thought that had been right there on the damn plane, if nothing else. If they didn't have it on their person, they'd at least be on the plane.
That's what I was thinking. But they were like trying to get back so they could do an emergency landing and have medics available when they arrived because they didn't have a medic on there. I don't know.
Yeah, that's bad.
Well, see, my son-in-law is a medic with airborne. And he's pretty competent from what I can see. Like he moved on to instructing, you know. But
you ought to ask him about that. See if that's the norm. Or you know, maybe that was just a fluke. Maybe that's not the norm.
Well, yeah, and they slowed it down. They showed where it went wrong. And it was just the way that his arm was, and he wasn't paying attention to the strap.
Oh yeah. No, I meant them not having the kits on that plane or on their person, or having a medic standby or something, while there was no part of that whole atmosphere addressed.
It's the Army too. Like, we had a buddy, I'm not going to say his name, but he used to come over a bunch when we were over in Germany. Well, later on, you know how guys keep in touch afterwards or whatever, but he was, I forget what school he was in, but it included, you know, jumping, and the guy on the ground was kind of lazy, and so he miscalculated the wind, and because of that, like, there were a bunch of bad jumps. But this guy, he ended up breaking both of his legs. It completely screwed the rest of his career. It was bad. I still remember his face. He was a goofy looking motherfucker. Sorry.
No worries. The Boeing 727 now has a switch for the tail door. Thanks, DB Cooper.
I don't even know what that is. A squat switch?
You don't know who DB Cooper is?
The name's familiar.
The guy that jumped out that they never found, that took the money.
Oh, okay.
He jumped out of a plane. And then there you go. The whole rabbit field takes over because there's been nothing official that they found him.
Right. Okay. Now I know who you're talking about.
He's usually, you'll see his picture, he's got the ball cap and just the sunglasses, and it's like DB Cooper. That's all they know him by, DB Cooper.
You're stretching and stuff. Are you done?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. It's been fun.
Oh, it was been a blast. Way better than I thought it would have been. Hell, I was just getting on to bitch about stuff.
See what happens?
That's it, almost every time.
No, I just happened to see you were live, and I was like, it's kind of one of those lazier days.
Yes, it's nasty, wet, cold.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely a chill mode. I appreciate you hanging out and stuff. I think it's been awesome.
No problem. It's been fun.
Well,
I'll
yeah,
hop off so you can say goodbye to everybody. Night, everyone.
Yeah, I got my cool little "That's Life" song now. I play as I leave. I like that song. Actually, play that song multiple times in the morning. It
Sounds
has one of
good.
those good little rhythms to it. Well, cool,
Well, I'll
man.
hop down in the chat. Y'all take care, all right?
Make your evening a good one, man.
Yes, sir. Bye.
Bye. Hey, Kush. Well, welcome. Sorry, I'm fixing to call it, sir. So, but I appreciate you being here. And blessings to you, sir. Yeah, chat. I think I'm gonna call it. Get me some grub, little grub bug. Got to fuel the machine. And so, what I'm going to do is I'm going to encourage you to make your day a good day. It's all in the perspective you choose to look at it, life through. So, look for the positive, not the negative. And what I'm going to do is I got my cool little exit song. Wait a minute, what the hell just happened? There we go. Let me go up here with Bambo. So, you guys make it a great day. I might see you tomorrow. Not sure. We'll see. Just be positive and do stuff. Make your day a good day. And with that, I'm going to leave you with this song.
Thank you, I'm okay, I guess. I just need a little rest. I'll catch up on my sleep tonight. I ain't complaining, that's life. I've got blueberries in the yard. I bought 100 mason jars. I'm gonna pick them when they're ripe. Another season, that's life. Wipe that tear out of your eye. Behind the clouds, the sun still shines. You're in my prayers every night. Enjoy the journey, that's life. There's a touch of fall in the wind. Can't wait till you come back again. You're the brightest star in my sky. Wish you could stay, that's life. I know it's time for you to go. Here's a sandwich for the road. It's always hard to say goodbye. Ain't that the truth? That's life. Wipe that tear out of your eye.
Peace out, everybody. Much love.